I would like to share with you all. Recently, we published a book on natural capital accounting and valuation ecosystem services. If you do a Google search, you may not get this kind of publication from any other country. India is the only country has done it for one state. India is the only country which has encouraged the youngsters to do a good science. So that is where we could do this publication. I will be highlighting how we carried out the study in a few minutes from now. In the current session, for about what we have been doing over the last 3 decades and how successful we are in disseminating, and also some success stories I will highlight, and then finally how the science we have taken to the society for the welfare of society. Okay. Now this is one web page where you get all the details of the work being done by us. Whether it is Kerala or Karnataka or Tamil Nadu or Goa or Maharashtra or Gujarat, any village which falls in Western Ghats, you can find out its status. Whether it is A plus or A, that kind of thing. Eco-sensitive region 1, 2, 3, 4. The red one are ESR 1, green is ESR 2, and blue is ESR 4. So this is at the fingertip. You can visualize it. Okay. And we also developed the mobile app. Apart from putting it on the web, we also thought that because many people use mobile, for them the information should be available at the fingertip. We developed a mobile app which is known as Psychiatry. This is the QR code of that mobile app. If you scan this, you have our decision support system in your mobile. You can do it later, okay? Then we also developed, because sometimes we spend in Bangalore, so our science also goes to the Bangalore welfare. We have developed the Bangalore Urban Information System, wherein it gives an idea how Bangalore is getting urbanized. 68% green cover in 1973 and 8% is red of the building. Whereas in 2023 you see 86% is red, filled with buildings, while less than the 3% are under vegetation or the tree cover. You all would have studied in your school. If your teacher is teaching the environmental science properly, you all will be knowing that for any region to have adequate oxygen and water, 33% green cover should be there. But what we have in Bangalore is only less than 3% green cover. So that is where we are worried about Bangalore. Bangalore is becoming an irresponsible city with a senseless urbanization. Then we also, since my team works extensively on lakes of Bangalore, almost all the lakes in Bangalore, we have studied the water quality. We have looked at the biological organisms that are there in this one. This is the research done by the 2 youngsters, the Sinsi and Asura, over the last 10 years. That is also getting translated into PhD, and it becomes a chapter in the book what we have published recently. You can visualize the lakes, the valley wise, and you can find out what the water quality, what kind of algal composition is there, what is the zooplankton and the fish, etc. And also if you want to find out how much encroachment has happened on the lake, you can also find out that. We have also put who has encroached. Okay? These are the details we have made it public. Probably the entire globe. Indian Institute of Science is the only organization, and that to my group, we have made our data public. When data is available publicly, the decision can happen effectively. That is our agenda. So now, then we also have looked at the natural capital in Karnataka, the district-wise, the book which we published. We have the decision support system. You can find out what is the worth of forest in your district, what is the worth of the aquatic ecosystem, the wetlands in your district. When you look at the kind of the ecosystem, for example, forest in Karnataka is worth 45,000 billion rupees. And every year we get the goods and services worth 1,835 billion rupees. That shows the worth of our natural system. Had we not had the forest, then we wouldn't have water, or we wouldn't have got timber or the fuel. That is where you need to protect the forest. Then we also have the another decision support system to understand natural resources that are there in the district. Natural resources rich regions. This is the work. Some of this, what I talked about 2-3 slides. Bharat said to Vinay, then Tulika and Paras have contributed to the thing. See, that is the power of the youth. When youth works, we can transform the world. And that's what I am demonstrating, because you are all in the age group of about 18 to 35. Most of you are in that age group. You take a decision today, then you will be as successful as my team members. So you also get an opportunity, if you are very good, your vision to do PhD or higher studies at IISC will materialize. The purpose of bringing you all to this forum is to train you and take you to IISC to do higher studies, because my country requires talented youngsters, sensible youngsters, honest youngsters to govern. So we are missing that in the current generation. Okay. Now with this, let us try to understand the theme of the late symposium, the wetland. As I said, our agenda of science is to ensure clean air, water and environment. Okay. For that, you need to maintain the ecosystem integrity. For that, as I have been telling, there is a responsible decision making is required. That is the where environmental knowledge is required. If you look at sustainable development, the goal of United Nations, you see that the goal 4 talks about inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. That is the concept of NEP that was developed by introduced by the government of India. We should make sure all states throughout the country accept this program and implement it in the curriculum, so that every child will get the education and also learn this will become a lifelong experience. When you have a hands-on experience, when you have the training to do the experiment, you will become highly successful. That is the idea. Now, as I have been telling, our objective is to sensitize the people with environmental knowledge. That is what is called as environmental literacy. When we did the study of Bangalore to find out how many people know about environmental knowledge, our study shows only 3.5% of people in Bangalore knows how to manage solid waste, how to manage liquid waste, all these things. That means 96% of Bangaloreans do not know about the environment. That is where this kind of program gains the relevance, and that is where acquiring this knowledge in a forum like this, you can disseminate and make the environmentally illiterate Bangaloreans the environmentally literate. That is where we are also pushing the government of India and state governments to have environment education at all levels of education, so that you will have the knowledge of the environment with the lifelong learning, and it would also enhance the literacy among the people. And you look at the advantages of this environmental education. The contemporary education model has led to the digital addiction with human deficit in core mental, intellectual and analytical skills in environmental sustainability. I have been visiting many schools as a part of this program. The schools where the digitization has happened recklessly, I have found students have lost their IQ, their ability to think. That is where the schools have to come out of that digital thing to some extent and take the children to the outside and give them the experiences of the outside environment. When they do the experiment with the mother nature, probably they will be highly successful. Okay, now I will give you a glimpse how I take a class. This is a simple food chain. When you look at this simple food chain, you get an idea about thermodynamic principles. You don't have to mark thermodynamic principle. When you look at this, the food, the transfer of energy happens from sun through the producer to the carnivores. That is the energy and material transfer we talk about, the thermodynamic principle. Okay? Then whatever is kept in the system get converted into elemental form by bacteria and fungi. That's why when you look at nature, there is nothing called waste. Where do you see waste? You will see waste where waste people are there. Who are these waste fellows? The people who always plastic bottle, they will wear plastic hat, their heart is also plastic. Those are the waste fellows, okay? So now, let me give a glimpse of the technology which is working in Bangalore because of our intervention. You know, wastewater treatment, we have given the nature-based solution. You know, integrating constructed wetland and algal pond with a secondary treatment plant, we have got an ability to remove the chemical ion and the nutrient. You know, Jetpur Lake, when we studied in 2005, it had nitrate. Nitrate is a carcinogen which introduces cancer. But after deploying this technology, since I was in the committee, I could introduce this at Jetpur in 2010. That model is working since 2010, and my students have monitored this. And we saw that 85 to 90% removal of nutrient happened. Today, surrounding the Jetpur Lake, there are 300 wells are there. None of them have nitrate. I have the satisfaction of giving a clean water to those 300 well users because of our science. You know, that is something, the achievement, okay? And this is the technology where we have used the native species like colocasia, typha, etc. for removal of the nutrient and heavy metals. Okay. Now this is a solution for Bangalore water scarcity also. We have been emphasizing, if we harvest the rainwater, we have 15 TMC of water. If we treat the wastewater, we will have 16 TMC of treated wastewater. That means 15 plus 16 TMC, we have 31 TMC of water for Bangalorean, provided we know how to manage the system. You know, the Bangalore requires 18 TMC of water. 60% of it comes from Kaveri, remaining 40% comes from the groundwater. Now, for the groundwater sources, the aquifers to have water, we should allow the percolation to happen. That can happen only when you maintain the green cover. Okay? Then, this is the knowledge we disseminate to the wider section of society through the environmental education program. You can see the glimpse of myself, my students, taking classes in various schools. We all have come to your school, given the orientation program, have come back and done the evaluation and selected you all for this event. Okay? And apart from that, we also offer a course on environmental management. For the last 22 years we have done. Probably in the entire globe, ours is the only group which has sustained these two programs. One is the 40 biennial lake symposiums and the 22 sessions on environmental management. Then this gives a glimpse of the program. This is the environmental management course where myself, my students are taking class. Then if you look at the way we have done, over the last 3 decades, we have conducted 13 lake symposiums. 488, the Know Your Ecosystem programs in various schools and colleges. You know, way back in 98 or 99, we started this program. Professor Rajshekhar Murthy from Canada, he brought his friend Jack Valentine and other eminent experts. We used to go to the schools and take the classes and all those things. That became quite popular. That is the one program we continue. You know, as of now, 488 programs we have conducted over the last 2.5 decades. You can imagine how much effort my team has put in communicating to the wider section of the society. Then 22 environmental management course, and we have our team has delivered the lecture, around 2,000 plus lectures in various institutions and schools and colleges. Then we have trained the interns for the projects, etc. About 78 we have done so far. Okay. Then when you look at the master thesis, we have 185 master theses, 17 PhDs, and we have water testing lab. We have set up in 8 institutions. We have conducted 3 GSTP, 3 skill development program, and 18 capacity building program for the faculty in the engineering colleges and the science colleges. That is the contribution. Okay. And this gives the outlay of the environmental management course and also the environmental education program. See, we initially conduct the orientation program and we invite the students to take part, invite the students and teachers in the school to take part. Then those who are interested will come with the project, because during the orientation program we also highlight what kind of experiment has to be done, how to do it, and also we also maintain a constant touch with the students who are interested. We have given our valuation program. In the final round, the school has chosen the student for the lake symposium. Now those students who have come here, that tomorrow you are going to do the presentations in the lake symposium in the parallel session. Tomorrow there are parallel sessions. That means this kind of auditorium in various buildings like Ayurveda Hall, then the other seminar halls, this is V.S. Acharya Auditorium. Like that, many auditoriums are there where we are conducting the panel session. I have shared this detail to all of you through the email, and also we have given the Google link of that venue of that the event. Please go straight tomorrow morning to those respective halls. You don't have to come to this hall. After breakfast, you go to that parallel sessions. Okay. And this is how the children do the experiment. They have been trying on various experiments like carbon sequestration increase, water quality assessment. You can see the children have been trained by the students. The children go and collect the samples and they do the analysis. Similarly, in rural areas like Kumta, etc., children have done the neighborhood mapping of biodiversity. Okay? And this gives when the children start presenting in the workshop, this gives a glimpse of this Bangalore Place School. Vagdevi, Vidyaniketan, okay. Then we have Vidyaniketan, Floral. So then also we have they are for the PUC and degree student at Maharani Amandi College. Today all of them are here. So okay, and 13 events. This gives a glimpse of the event. This is the forum where all stakeholders take part. We have decision makers, we have the experts from abroad, experts from India, and the spiritual leaders. I believe that science, society, culture, and spirituality should go hand in hand if you want to see the prosperity in the country and if you want to see the sustenance of natural resources. Prosperity in the country will happen only when you protect your natural resources. You should not over-exploit. So that is the concept we have disseminated, and that is where we get the diverse stakeholders to share the data and share their knowledge. Okay. Another achievement of ours is getting a Ramsar tag to the Aganashni estuary. If you look at the recommendation of late 2020, though there was a COVID, we conducted the event at IISC Bangalore, and we communicated to Delhi and Karnataka government saying the significance of Aganashni estuary, which had rich biota and which was supporting the livelihood of the 7,000 families in that region. So, the recommendation of late 2020, over the last 4 years, we rubbed our shoulders with the bureaucrats in the Forest Department and Ministry of Environment and Forest and the Ramsar Secretariat. Finally, on 30th January 2024, the Aganashni was included as the Ramsar site for the international importance. Okay, this is a criteria it fulfills in the lesson, and all the details I have put it on the web page. We have a dedicated issue in Sahyadri focusing on Aganashni estuary. Okay, and also we have tried to communicate to the wider section of society through the media and enhance the environmental literacy. Those who are following our work would have seen our articles as well as interviews in various forums. And this is where you get all the details, the portal. And so far, we have the 23 books, 212 technical reports, and the 388 research papers in the international journals, 333 papers in the conference proceedings, and if you look at, we are one among the top, with the 67 H index and 20,000 citations. We are one among the top 2%, the highly cited research papers in the globe. So that is the contribution by the youth who have worked with me over the last 2.5 decades. Okay, and those of you who want more details, these are the details available at our web page. You can have a look at it. Agenda of our science is to sow the seeds of knowledge, environmental knowledge in this young brain, bring them to IISC, make them a stalwart and contribute to our country. Our country requires the talented youngsters. We are looking forward through you all to have the talented youngsters. You take this forum seriously, learn, and let us learn together. So that I need more knowledge from you all. Tomorrow when I attend your session, we all will get the knowledge. And today we will be communicating what we have done so far. With this, I conclude the program and I will hand it over to the organizers to take over. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, study nature, love nature, stay close to nature. It will never fail you. Good morning, everyone, and a hearty welcome to all of you to the 14th International Biennial Lake Symposium titled Lake 2024, jointly organized by Alva's Education Foundation, Motivatory, for the third time, and Energy and Wetland Research Group, Namma Bengaluru. Dear gathering, a guest of the inaugural function have arrived. We have amidst us Dr. M. Mohan Alva, Honorary President of the function and the Chairman of Alva's Education Foundation, Dr. TVRAMACHANDRA, Scientist and Chairman Lake 2024, Mr. Vivek Alva, Convener and the Managing Trustee, Alva's Education Foundation, Mr. Anant Hegde, President, Raksha Raksha Andolanam, Dr. Antonius Mariappa, DC of Karnataka Forest Department, and Dr. Rajshekar Murthy, Environmentalist Canada. I request Dr. Dattatreya and Dr. S. Vinay, Organizing Secretaries, to escort the guests to the stage. Dear gathering, let's put our hands together and give a big round of applause to all the dignitaries. God speaks in the silence of the heart. Listening is the beginning of the prayer. It delights God's ear, it melts his heart. Dear gathering, please be seated as the cultural troupe of the foundation sings the prayer song, followed by Parakita Bayasu, a Kannada translation of Hindi song Vaishnavu Janatu.
Show
students for invoking God's blessings on this celebration. A small cheer and a great welcome makes a merry face. I call upon Dr. TVRAMACHANDRA, scientist and chairman, late 2024, to welcome the gathering.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. 14ನೆಯ ಕೆರೆ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಈಗ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮೋಹನ್ ಆಳ್ವಾ ಅವರು. ಇವರು ಆಳ್ವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತು 25,000 ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಇರುವ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯು ಆಳ್ವಾಸ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೋಹನ್ ಆಳ್ವಾ ಅವರು ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಿರಿಯರು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಕೆನಡಾದಿಂದ ಇಂಡಿಯಾಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಕಳೆದ 3 ದಶಕದಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So he has come from Canada. He worked in Environment Canada and he is instrumental in various environmental education programs in Karnataka and other parts of the country. As I mentioned earlier, know your ecosystem, and he has been actively participating as a resource person and as a participant in the Lake Symposium. At least the last 10 or 12 events he has taken active part. Except 98, I think 2000 onwards he has been actively taking part in the event. We also have to represent the governments, the people. We have from the Forest Department, Mr. Anthony, Deputy Conservator of Forest, he is with us. Then we have a well-known environmental expert, Anant Ashisa, who was earlier the chairman of the Western Ghats Task Force, the Karnataka Biodiversity Board, who was responsible for making sure the degradation is retarded to some extent in Western Ghats because of his active movements and motivating many youngsters. I have been involved in various of his programs, and we could communicate to the sections of the society as well as to the government. So we have with us the Anant Ashisa. So then my colleague and my teacher Subhash Chandran is with us in this forum. He is an expert in ecology, ecological history of Western Ghats, and expert on sacred groves. He has brought out various successful in bringing out the linkages between the hydrology and the forest, etc. So then we have with us and enterprising Vivek Alva, who is the CEO of Alva's Institute of Engineering Technology. So then we have Vinay S. He is the organizing secretary of the Lake Symposium with us. I invite all the dignitaries on the dais to the Lake Symposium, and I invite you all. You are the citizen of the country. You will be the decision makers, and you are here with us with your teachers. We welcome you all to listen to the lectures and enhance your environmental knowledge, so that all of us are equipped with the adequate knowledge. When Professor Murthy speaks, or when Dr. Mohan Alva speaks, or Anant Ashisa speaks, we will be giving you the last 2.5 or 3 decades our experience and knowledge with you all. This is only one forum where you get a diverse ideas, and our agenda is One India, and make that India secure India. Not only make sure we conserve the earth. You know, we have, all of us have only one earth. Protecting our earth is our responsibility. That's where we have the international dignitaries. From Nepal we have, and Russia we have people, and there are other 2 countries. They are expected to join us in other 2 days. So I invite all the international delegates, national delegates, and more importantly you all, the youth of our country. So I welcome you all to the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for welcoming each and every one from the days, and also the people people, those who are seated right in front of us. Now I request our beloved Chairman, Dr. M. Mohan Alva, to welcome florally all the dignitaries. The gathering, let's put our hands together and give a big round of applause as our beloved Chairman, Dr. M. Mohan Alva, welcomes the dignitaries florally. Ladies and gentlemen, we have amazed us on the stage, the pioneer, the founder, philanthropist, and chairman of Alva's Education Foundation. On behalf of the organizing committee, now I request Dr. Ramachandra TV to welcome our beloved chairman, Floral. Also, we have amazed us, ladies and gentlemen, the youth icon and also the managing trustee of Alva's Education Foundation, Mr. Vivek Alva. I request Dr. Ramachandra TV to welcome florally our beloved organizing. If you light a lamp for someone else, it also brightens your path. Request the dignitaries to come together and light the lamp and symbolically inaugurate the 14th International Biennial Lake Symposium. Cannot overcome it. May the light of this lamp illuminate our path and guide us towards truth and knowledge. Thank you everyone. Request all of you to have your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're working on something that you really care about, you don't have to be pushed. The vision pulls you. Shri Anand Hegde, hails from Sirsi, Karnataka, has pursued his MA in Economics from Karnataka University. He is the most respected environmentalist of our country, being in the field for past 35 years. Served in many expert committees formed by the Government of Karnataka and Government of India in the field like river valley protection, sustainable energy and rural development. Due to his busy schedule, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. M. Mohan Alva is taking a break. Request all of you to put your hands together and give a round of applause to the beloved chairman. He has also decorated responsibilities like Chairman, Western Ghats Task Force, Government of Karnataka, former Vice Chairman, Karnataka Biodiversity Board, former Member of Standing Committee, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, by profession, an environmentalist and a farmer, and currently President of Vriksha Raksha Andolana Karnataka. Shri Anand Hegde, ladies and gentlemen, for the inaugural address.
ಕೆರೆ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿರುವಂತಹ ನನ್ನ ಯುವ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮೇಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಹುಣ್ಣಿಮೆ ಇವತ್ತು
ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ದಿನ. ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಭೂಮಿ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತ. ಈ ಭೂಮಿಯ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬನ್ನಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ, ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬನ್ನಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಈ ಕರೆಯನ್ನ ತಮಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಶುಭವನ್ನ ಹಾರೈಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಟಿ.ವಿ. ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಡಿನ ಹಲವಾರು ಪರಿಸರದ ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳು ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳು, ಅನೇಕ ರೀತಿಯ ಈ 30-40 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಜನಾಂದೋಲನಗಳ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ನೀಡಿರುವಂತಹ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕವಾದಂತಹ ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿ ನೀಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಬೆಂಬಲವನ್ನ ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಸಂಘಟಕರು ಆಶ್ರಯ ನೀಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಆಳ್ವಾಸ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ವಿವೇಕ್ ಆಳ್ವಾ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮೋಹನ್ ಆಳ್ವಾ ಅವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಳ್ವಾಸ್ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ದಿಗ್ಗಜರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಚಂದ್ರನ್ ಅವರು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಸುದೀರ್ಘವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಫೋನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದ ಉದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ನಡೆಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಹಲವಾರು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಕುಮಟಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಸರ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಒಂದು ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ಮೂಲಕ ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಘಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವರು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತೀರಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಉನ್ನತ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಬರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಉತ್ಸಾಹಿ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಶೀಲ ಉಪ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಏನೊಂದು ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳಿದೆ, ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳಿದೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಟ್ಟಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ನಂಬಿಕೆ ನನ್ನದಿದೆ. ದೇವರಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಧಾರವಾಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಸಮೀಪದ ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿ. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಾಗೇನೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ದೆಸೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಫೋರಂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಆ ದೇವರಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂತಹದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಹಿಂದೆ ನನ್ನ ಈ ಕೆರೆಯ ಜೊತೆಗಿನ ಪಯಣ ಆರಂಭ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ 2010ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ನೆನಪು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಶಿರಸಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಸ್ವರ್ಣವಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾಸಂಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ 3 ದಿವಸಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ರೈತರು, ಜನಗಳು, ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವಂತದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಕೆರೆಗಳ ರೈತರೇನೆ ಬಂದು ಸಮೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬೇಡಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆನಪು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಆಳ್ವಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪಾರವಾದಂತಹ ಮಳೆ, ಅತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಹಾನಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯವರೆಗೆ ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಭೂಕುಸಿತದ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳು, ಜಲ ಪ್ರಳಯನೇ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲು ನಮ್ದು ಬೇಸಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ತಡೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಾಗದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೃಷಿ ಬದುಕು, ಕಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಸ್ಯ ವರ್ಗ, ಪ್ರಾಣಿ ವರ್ಗ ಕೂಡ ಅಪಾರವಾದಂತಹ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಎದುರಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭ. ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೆರೆಯೂ ಸೇರಿದಂಗೆ ವೆಟ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸೇರಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ನಿಸರ್ಗವನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಲಕ್ಷ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದರ ದುಷ್ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಏನು ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಘಟನಾವಳಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮೂರಿಂದ ಒಂದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಿಂದ. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅದರ ಚಿಂತನ ಮಂಥನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹಲವಾರು ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈ ಸಭೆಗಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು, ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ TVRAMACHANDRA ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ವಿ, ಹಲವಾರು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ಥಾನಿಕವಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಹಲವು ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು, ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ವಿವಿಧ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವು ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನ, ಈ ನದಿಗಳನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನೇಕ ಜನಾಂದೋಲನಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ವಿ, ಅನೇಕ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಗಾಥೆಗಳಿದೆ, ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನ ನೆನಪಿಡೋಣ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಆಡಳಿತದವರು, ಆಡಳಿತ ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮೇಕರ್ಸ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ನದಿಗಳು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಬಳಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ, ಅತಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಳಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ. ನೀರಿನ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ನೀರನ್ನು ತುಂಬುತ್ತೇವೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಮುಗೀತು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ದೇನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಜೀವನಾಡಿಗಳು ಎನ್ನುವುದನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇದೆ, ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಸಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ನಮ್ದಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನದಿ ಕಣಿವೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಇಡೀ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟನೆ ಜೀವನಾಧಾರ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಹರಿಯುವಂತಹ ನದಿಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು, ನೂರಾರು ನದಿಗಳು, ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಹೊಳೆಗಳು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾದಂತಹ ನದಿಗಳು, ಉಪನದಿಗಳು, 6-7 ಸಾವಿರ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇವುಗಳ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರವಾದಂತಹ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಗೋಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಚಿಂತನ ಮಂಥನ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳ ಮುಂದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒತ್ತಾಯವನ್ನ ಇಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೊರಬ ತಾಲೂಕು, ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕಮಿಟೀಸ್ ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ವರೆಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಗಳನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಏಎಂಸಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ಕರೆದ್ವಿ, ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕಮಿಟಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಒಂದು ತಾಲೂಕಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಜಾರಿ ತರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಿನ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ, ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ 6,000 ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕಮಿಟೀಸ್ಗಳು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಇದೆ, ಧರ್ಮಸ್ಥಳ ಗ್ರಾಮಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯವರು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವು ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನವನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಂತರೆ ಏನಾಗಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಯೋಗಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಸೊರಬ ತಾಲೂಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದರ ಆ ಪರಿಸರದ ನೇತೃತ್ವವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಪಾದ್ ಬಿಚ್ಚಗತ್ತಿ ಅವರು, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಈಗ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಶ್ರೀಪಾದ್ ಬಿಚ್ಚಗತ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಈ ನಾಳೆ ಅವರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಎದುರಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್, ನಾವು ಎದುರಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳು ಏನಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಅತಿಕ್ರಮಣ ತಡೆಯೋದು ಹೇಗೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಎನ್ಕ್ರೋಚ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಎವಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು ಹೇಗೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಕಾನೂನುಗಳ ಅರಣ್ಯಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೇಗೆ. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಾಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ಆ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕಾನೂನುಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ, ನಾವೊಂದು 100 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು, ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರಮ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ TVRAMACHANDRA, ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಚಂದ್ರನ್ ಅವರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಕೇಶವ್ ಕೊರ್ಸೆ ಅವರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಾಸುದೇವ್ ಅವರು, ಇನ್ನು ಅನೇಕ ಜನ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಅದರ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿದರು. PhD ಗಳನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಂತವರು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವರ ಕಾಡುಗಳನ್ನ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಕಾನೂನಿಗೆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ರಿಂದ 100 ಕೆರೆಗಳು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು 110 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಆ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆ ನಿಂತೋಯ್ತು, ಕಾನೂನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆ. ಅದೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಬಂದ್ರೆ 400 ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ನೆನ್ಪಿಡ್ರಿ, ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಧ್ವನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ನಾವು ನೀವು ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಕ್ರೆ ಇರುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಕಾಗುಪ್ಪ ಜೋಗ್ ಜಲಪಾತದ ಹೆಸರು ಕೇಳಿದಿರಿ, ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದಿರಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆರಿಸ್ಟಿಕಾ ಸ್ವ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಗ್ರಾಮಾರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಯವರು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಹೋಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿನಯ್ ಅವರೇನೆ ಹಲವು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ನೀರಿನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನ. ಆ ನದಿ ಮೂಲಗಳು, ಕೆರೆಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಗಳು, ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಟೀಸ್, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾವು ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 20 ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಾಯಕಲ್ಪ ನೀಡಿರುವಂತ ಸಂಗತಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಮಾಡೆಲ್. ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸಾಗರದ ಒಂದು ಇವತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರೆಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ಬಹಳ ಗುಡ್ಡೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೊಡಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಕುಸಿತಕ್ಕೆ ಅದೇ ಕಾರಣ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ವರದಿನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅದನ್ನು ತಡೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಉಪಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಬಂತು. ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರನ್ನೇ ನಿಂತು, ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೋ ಬಂದು ಈ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನ ಖರೀದಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಊರವರೇ ಸೇರಿ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಖರೀದಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆ ರೆಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಬಡದಂಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ 4 ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಜೀವದಾನ ನೀಡಿದ್ರು. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ರಸ್ತೆ ಮಾಡಿ ರೆಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆ ಮಣ್ಣೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಹೂ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರು ಜೀವದಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದಂತ ಈ ಸಾಗರ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಏನೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಿ ನಾವು ಬೆಂಬಲವನ್ನ, ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹೊಸನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಂಚ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಹಸಿರು ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾದಂತಹ ಜೈನ ಮಠ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಗಣಿಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ಆ ಊರಿನ ರೈತರೇ ಮುಂದಾಗಿ ಹೋರಾಟವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಬೆಂಬಲವನ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿವಿ. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆ ಗಣಿಗಾರಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ, ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯ್ತು. ದಾವಣಗೆರೆ ಬಹಳ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಾದಂತಹ ಸ್ಥಳ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಡುವಂತ, ಮಹಾನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಕೊಡುವಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡವಾಡ ಕೆರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜಲಚರಗಳನ್ನ ನಾಶ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಬಂತು. ಆ ಕೆರೆದು ಡಿಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಇಡೀ ನೀರನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದು ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನ ಡಿಸಿಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಅರಣ್ಯಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಕೆರೆಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಆ ಜಲಚರಗಳ ನಾಶ ಆಗೋದನ್ನ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಸ್. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಅನ್ವಯ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದಂತ, ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ತಮ್ದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಇದೆ. ತಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅನ್ವಯ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೋಂದಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿರ್ಸಿ ಹತ್ರ ಮುಂಡಿಗೆ ಕೆರೆ ಪಕ್ಷಿಧಾಮ ಇದೆ. TVRAMACHANDRA ಅವರು ಹಲವಾರು ನನ್ನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಸೇರಿ ನಾವು ಆ ಪ್ರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ವಿ 2016-17ರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಆ ಕೆರೆಯ ಸಮೀಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಯನವನ್ನ ನಡೆಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಡಿಗೆ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯ ತಾಣ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಮಾನ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟವನ್ನ ನೀಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕೆರೆ, 4 ಎಕರೆ ಕೆರೆ, ಮುಂಡಿಗೆ ಕೆರೆ, ಆ ಮುಂಡಿಗೆ ಜಡ್ಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯ ತಾಣ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಕೊಟ್ವಿ. ನೀವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪುನಃ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆ ಹೇಳೋಣ. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಘಟ್ಟದ ನದಿ ಮೂಲ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಜಾಥಾವನ್ನ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನದಿಗಳ ಬುಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅದರ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಂತನ ಮಂಥನ, ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಜನರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತ, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಮೇ 22 ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯ ದಿನದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಾನೂನು ಕೆರೆ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಕೋಲಾರದ ಅಂತರಗಂಗೆ ಬೆಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದು ಕೋಲಾರದ ಅಂತರಗಂಗೆ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಬಾವಿಗಳು, ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಅದು ಒಂದೇ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ಈ ಒಂದು 15 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿಕ್ರಮಣ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ನಾಶ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಜಲ ಅಕ್ಷಯ ಪಾತ್ರೆ ಉಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಾಂದೋಲನ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕೋಲಾರದ ಈ ಬೆಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಪಾದಯಾತ್ರೆಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಇಂತಹ ಕೆರೆ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಡೆಸಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ತುತ್ತದೂರಿ, ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೋಗಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಯಾದಗಿರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. 2010-11ರಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಮಶ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಯುರೇನಿಯಂ ನಿಕ್ಷೇಪ ತೆಗೆಯುವಂತಹ ಪರೀಕ್ಷಾರ್ಥ ಗಣಿಗಾರಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ಬಹಳ ಆ ಬಯಲುಸೀಮೆಯ ಆ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಪ ಜನರು ಸಂಘಟಿತರಾದ್ರು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದಲ್ಲೇ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ನಡೆಸಿ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಡೆ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಪುನಃ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣಿಗಾರಿಕೆ ಬರುವಂತಹ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಬೆಂಬಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಜರೂರಾಗಿದೆ. ಹೋಗಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಕೆರೆಯ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಹಳ್ಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏಡಿಗಳು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಏಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡಾಡ್ತವೆ. ಆ ವೆಟ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಹಳ್ಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ, ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಗದ್ದೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏಡಿಗಳೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿಯಾದ ಕೀಟನಾಶಕಗಳ ಬಳಕೆ ಮಿತಿಮೀರಿದೆ. ಇದನ್ನ ಕೃಷಿ ಆಡಳಿತ, ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಕ್ರಮಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಾದಂತಹ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಇದೆ. ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಸಾಗರದ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ BH ರೋಡ್, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಹೊನ್ನಾವರ ಹೈವೇ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನ, ಇದು ರಸ್ತೆಯನ್ನ ಅಗಲ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಕೆರೆ ಇದೆ ಒಂದು. ಆ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನ ನಾಶ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೈವೇನ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ರೈತರು, ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನೀವು ಅದರ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ರಸ್ತೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದೀವಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ. ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ಣಯವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಪುನಃ ಈ ಕೆರೆ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಕೆರೆಯನ್ನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಲ್ವಾ? ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಪುನಃ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ, ಕಾರವಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಕಾರವಾರದ ವರೆಗೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಈ 250-260 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ದೂರದ ಏನೊಂದು ಉದ್ದನ ಕರಾವಳಿಯ ತೀರ ಇದೆ. ಈ ತೀರದ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಎಸ್ಚುರೀಸ್, ಅಳಿವೆಗಳೇನಿದೆ, ಅಳಿವೆಗಳನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಧ್ವನಿಯನ್ನ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಎತ್ತಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಳಿವೆ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಅನ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಳಿವೆ ಉಳಿಸಿ, ಉಳಿಸಿ ಉಳಿಸಿ, ಅಳಿವೆ ಉಳಿಸಿ. ಅಳಿವೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಸ್ಚುರಿ. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿ? ಭಟ್ಕಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ನದಿ, ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ನದಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಉತ್ತರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ನದಿ ಮುಚ್ಚೋಗಿದೆ. ಮುರುಡೇಶ್ವರದ ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದಿರಿ, ಸಮುದ್ರ ತೀರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಿರಿ. ಆ ಮುರುಡೇಶ್ವರದ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಈ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ನದಿ ಕಣ್ಮರೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಮುಚ್ಚೋಗಿದೆ. ಕರಾವಳಿಯ ಪರಿಸರದ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಕಾನೂನಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳಕು ಚೆಲ್ಲಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಧಾವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಅಘನಾಶಿನಿ ಶರಾವತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೀರ್ಘಕಾಲದ ಅಧ್ಯಯನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಚಂದ್ರನ್ ಅವರು TVR ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ನದಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳನ್ನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹಲವು ಮುಖಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಅಧ್ಯಯನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ರೈತರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಘನಾಶಿನಿ ನದಿ ನೀರನ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಣಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಗಿಸುವಂತ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಸಿಹಿ ನೀರು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಉಪ್ಪು ನೀರು ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಶರಾವತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿ ಪುನಃ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಪಂಪ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾದಂತಹ ಭೂಮಿ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಗೆಯುವಂತಹ ಭೂಮಿ ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭೂಗತ ಜಲವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಶರಾವತಿ ಅಭಯಾರಣ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಬಯೋಫಾಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪುನಃ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇವತ್ತಿದೆ, ಅವರು ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿ ಚಾಲು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅಂತದಕ್ಕೆ ತಡೆ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿ ಇಡೀ ಸಮೂಹ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ರೈತ ಸಮೂಹ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಪುನಃ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ, ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ, ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ, ಕೊಡಗು ಈ ಪರಿಷ್ಕೃತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿ ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ವರದಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಇದೆ, ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 210ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಇದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕೇವಲ 2 ಎಕರೆ, 4 ಎಕರೆ, 10 ಎಕರೆ, 20 ಎಕರೆ, 50 ಎಕರೆ ಇದೆ. ಇವುಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಒಂದು ಟ್ರೆಂಚ್ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾವು 10 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕತ್ತಲೆ ಕಾನಿಗೆ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ರಿಸರ್ವ್ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು ಕೊಟ್ವಿ, ಜೀವವೈವಿಧ್ಯ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ತಾಣ ಅಂತ. ಕತ್ತಲೆ ಕಾನಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಡೀ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಮಿರಿಸ್ಟಿಕಾ ಸ್ವಾಂಪ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಫುಲ್ ಇಡೀದು ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿದೆ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಡೀ ಏನು ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟವನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ರೀತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬಹಳ ಚಿಕ್ಕ. ಸೊ ಈ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಹಸಿರು ಬಜೆಟ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕಳೆದ ಈ 5-6 ವರ್ಷಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಮಂಡನೆ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಮಲೆನಾಡಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಬಜೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು 1,000 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳ ವಿಶೇಷ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳ ಮಲೆನಾಡು ಕೆರೆಗಳ ವಿಕಾಸ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಜಾರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನೀವು ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಅಲ್ಲ, 10-20 ಸಾವಿರ ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿಗಳನ್ನ ಎತ್ತಿನ ಹೊಳೆಗೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ನದಿ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ. ಆ ಎತ್ತಿನ ಹೊಳೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಪುತ್ತೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ನೆನಪಿದೆ, ನಾವು TVRAMACHANDRA ಮತ್ತು ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಚಂದ್ರನ್ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂತ ಎತ್ತಿನೊಳೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಡೆಸಿರುವಂತಹ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ವರದಿಯ ಕನ್ನಡ ರೂಪಾಂತರದ ವರದಿಯನ್ನ ಪುತ್ತೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದೊಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟಾಚಾರದ ಕೂಪಾಗಿದೆ ಆ ಎತ್ತಿನೊಳೆ ಯೋಜನೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನೀವು ಅಂತ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನದಿ ತಿರುವು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನ ತರಬೇಡಿ ಎನ್ನುವಂತಹದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಪುನಃ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಧ್ವನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಪ್ರಚಲಿತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಶ್ವೇತ ಪತ್ರ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ವೈಟ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಇದು ಜಲಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ಇಲಾಖೆಗೆ, ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ರಿವರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲೀಸ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಕೃಷಿ, ಅರಣ್ಯ, ಕೆರೆ, ನದಿ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕೆ, ಹೈನುಗಾರಿಕೆ, ಮೀನುಗಾರಿಕೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವುಗಳ ಒಂದು ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಮೀನುಗಾರರು, ರೈತರು, ವನವಾಸಿಗಳ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸಬೇಕು, ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಪ್ಯಾಕೇಜ್ ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಉಳಿಸಿ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದ ಎಂಪಿಸ್, ಸಂಸದರು, ಶಾಸಕರು, ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆ, ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಈ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನದಿ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ನಡೆಸಬೇಕು. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ NSS ಘಟಕಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಯೂತ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಈ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಸಮೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ದಾಖಲಾತಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನವನ್ನ ನಡೆಸುವಂತ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳು NSS ನವರು ನಡೆಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಮುಂದಾಗಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಅದು ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರ, ವೆಟ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಒಂದು ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜೀವನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಜೀವ ತುಂಬಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಪಾಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಪಾಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಪಾಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಪಾಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು? ಆ 100 ಮಾದರಿ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ತಳಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಜೀವ ವೈದ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂಘಗಳು 3,000 ಸಂಘಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆ ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂಘಗಳಿಗೆ ಜೀವ ತುಂಬಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಗ್ರಾಮಾರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಜೀವ ತುಂಬಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟರಿ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳ ಕಟ್ಟುನಿಟ್ಟಿನ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಬಯೋಡೈವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, CR ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಇದೆ, ಅರಣ್ಯ ವನ್ಯಜೀವಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳಿದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟುನಿಟ್ಟಿನ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ 25,000 ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಉಳಿವು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. 2012-13ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟ ಕಾರ್ಯಪಡೆ ನೀಡಿದ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕೈಲಿದೆ. ಭಾರತೀಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ನೀಡಿರುವಂತಹ ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪರಿಸರ ಧಾರಣ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯದ ಅಧ್ಯಯನದ ವರದಿ ಇದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ. 2021ರಲ್ಲಿ TVRAMACHANDRA ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇದ್ರು, ನಾನು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಭೂಕುಸಿತ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಸಮಿತಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆ ವರದಿಯ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಕೆರೆ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಇವುಗಳನ್ನ ಕಟ್ಟುನಿಟ್ಟಿನಾಗಿ ಇದರ ಶಿಫಾರಸುಗಳನ್ನ ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದು ಆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಡೀ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ 40 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವು ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಹಲವಾರು ಅಧ್ಯಯನಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಹಲವಾರು ಜನಾಂದೋಲನಗಳನ್ನ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹಿಂಸೆಗೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಯಾರು ನಕ್ಸಲೈಟ್ಗೆ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸತ್ಯಾಗ್ರಹ ಮಾರ್ಗ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಡೀ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನಡೆಸಿರುವಂತಹ ವೃಕ್ಷ ಲಕ್ಷ ಆಂದೋಲನ, ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟ ಉಳಿಸಿ ಆಂದೋಲನದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕೆರೆ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಶುಭ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಯೂತ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಯೂತ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big hand to us, sir? Be willing to go out in pursuit of your dream. Ultimately, it will pay off. You are more powerful than you think. Brought up in Dakshina Kannada and perceived his education in Dakshina Kannada, ladies and gentlemen, he knows the pulse of the people and the purity of the air. Dear folks, our local hero, Mr. Anthony S. Mariappa, IFS, to address the gathering.
Good morning all. Dignitaries on the dais, Shri Anantagde Ashishar sir, my fellow guide and my mentor come debater since my early days of DFOship. From Shimoga we have been traveling together more or less, and Dr. TVRAMACHANDRA, Dr. Rajshekhar Murthy, Subhash Chandra, our convener Vivek Alva, and guest faculty and my dear students. The conference is very aptly named Wetlands for Wellness of Humans, because till now we always keep talking about protecting the wildlife, protecting the life forms which doesn't talk, or which we don't understand the language which they talk. But ultimately now we are saying wetlands is for the wellness of humans. So if I briefly recognize myself or introduce myself in one more way, we are the only department in the government which deal with all other life forms apart from Homo sapiens, including them, because they are the karma karta for everyone else. But we are the only department which will deal with all other life forms. Rest all 33 departments deal with only one life form, that is Homo sapiens. And as I was telling, we are this one species on Earth, that is Homo sapiens, is continuously in race with all other life forms, leading to disturbance in the overall balance. So ultimately now we have realized that this disturbance in the overall balance is disturbing Homo sapiens itself. I will not quote much incidences of past. Some incidences what have happened just 2-3 months in and around your vicinity only is enough. Had we maintained good wetlands in Wayanad, had we maintained some good protected areas in Shillong, I think these incidences will never have happened. Wetlands are nothing but, in layman if I can say, these are sponges which will absorb excess water in the monsoon and release it in the summers. And these are along the floodplains which protect the human embankments from getting affected during the floods or during excess rains. So apart from this, if we have talk about Ramsar site, which was notified under the Ramsar Convention by UNESCO in 1971, in Karnataka alone, we have 4 Ramsar sites. The first one being the Ranganthittu, second being second, third, fourth were notified together. So one is Agnashini of Kumta Taluk of Honavar, one more is Angasamudra of Vijayanagar, and the fourth one is the Mandi Lake of Gadag district. So why are we notifying this as lands of international importance? Why do we notify wildlife sanctuaries? Why do we notify national parks? So if I give a brief of the land area, of the total forest, of the total geographical area in our state, 21% is our forest area, which means these areas are reserved only for rest of the life forms apart from Homo sapiens. So this 21% is monitored and under the continuous conservation of the department. So in this 21%, 5% of the areas we keep it as protected areas, what we call as wildlife sanctuaries, what we call as national parks, and what we now are talking about wetlands. So 5% of 21%, which is a very small area. So you can ask why these areas are given specific importance. These areas are given specific importance because these are the final few biodiversity hotspots that are still prevailing on our land. And if we miss it out, then it is leading to the existentialism of human beings itself in years to come. So if you can just Google out after you leave out today, every year we discover new life forms in this Western Ghats. New snake species are found, new frog species are found, new bird species are found. It is not that they have been new. It is that we have been finding them. We are being Columbus of our own areas, and we become Columbus every day as we get up. So that is one thing. And why we are maintaining this biodiversity hotspots is this diversity in species. They are endemic to these areas. And if we don't protect them and if we don't give them enough safeguards measures, they are more sensitive to be washed out. So having this brief about why we are doing this protected areas business, I will also in layman if I tell, where did we get the different varieties of rice what we are talking about? If you go from Bangalore, we eat one form of rice. If you go to North Karnataka, you eat one more. If you go further south, how these different varieties of rice cake or varieties of other food items you take. Why we are having highest productivity of agricultural lands along the forest areas? So these are some questions which you will get answers yourself. Ultimately, if you know for the paddy cultivation, you require the bees for pollination. So tomorrow, if you don't have all these areas safeguarded, you will not have sufficient presence of this in our food chain. So entire this is an ecosystem of this food chain. Even whatever you throw out today, it will be decomposed, If we don't have organisms to decompose, again it's a problem. So everything in nature runs in a balance. So it is having its own food web. So this food web has to be maintained so and so. And speaking about productivity, if you see most of the honey generation, they just keep PI boxes next to the forest areas, next to these protected areas. Why? Because the honey collection will be more there. Why they don't keep it in Bangalore city? Because you will get only honey what is left out of from the AC dust. So these are some of the reasons. And why now wetlands we are saying as human well-beings? Just imagine these wetlands. These are the ones which are consuming the excess pollution what we are generating, be it water pollution, be it air pollution. Whatever our industries of our in the coast, they are generating, it is being consumed by these areas next to it. And after that, it gets a natural course of purification, which ultimately we consume as citizens. Just imagine how lucky are the people who are besides this Anashini, besides these areas, because they will get fresh water, fresh air, which is purified after going through natural process. As I said, yes, we have to notify more and more areas, but again, as I began saying, we are continuously in race. Race due to our population, race because of our diversity in our emissions. So there is always land will be a limited commodity. Hence, notifying new areas as protected areas itself is a challenge not only for the political class, even for the administrators also. That is why we are mainly restricting ourselves to safeguarding whatever are the areas now protected. And talking about the biodiversity of, I'll just talk about Agnashni a little bit later on. I think the guest will talk in a detailed way. Biodiversity richness of Agnashni is so much that you have 77 different varieties of fishes, 33 varieties of crabs, 108 varieties of birds. So we are lucky so far in our generation that whenever we go to a hotel or some fish market, we at least can identify 10 to 15 different type of fishes which comes. So how are these maintaining their balances? These wetlands are nothing but the breeding grounds for them. These wetlands are nothing but where it is compensating for the excessive fishing that is happening in the rest of the areas. So all these areas will try to replenish the damages what is happening outside. So that is why now wetlands is more of a concern for the well-being of humans than of the different life forms underwater that initially was thought to be. And it is also catering to the negative effects that our development presently is putting on, be it industrial development or be it rapid urbanization, because even that cannot be stopped. As Sir was rightly saying, it is a day of sustainable development. You cannot survive with zero development also, but you require sustainable development. Sustainable development, how can you overcome? Like having these areas. So just imagine Delhi. Why Delhi is having such bad air quality? Because they can ill afford such a protected areas. So what happens? Ultimate end result is citizens consume the more pollution that they generate. So everything has to go in a checks and balance, for which our protected areas, wetlands are being modified. These are the few insights what I would like to brief you on. Rest our guests are much more well versed with these topics, and it is very fortunate that I am addressing a crowd, because this is a crowd which makes sense to address, because tomorrow some of you will end up as politicians taking policy decisions. Some of you will end up as becoming administrators who will implement the policies in a much better way. Some of you might end up becoming researchers who will give better inputs to administration on these subjects. Some of you will end up becoming businessmen or industrialists who knows, if you know this concept well, how environmentally sustainable I can run my business. So all of you in your various space where you will end up in eventually if at all you imbibe this concept, I think we all can aid in bringing sustainable development to make it as a reality. Thank you for giving me this platform to share this insight.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. Dr. Sri Rajashekhar Murthy, Environment, Canada, to address the gathering.
Good morning. I'm really very happy to be in the Alva campus. Probably this is the third time. I was also here at the last conference, but this will be the same auditorium. I just want to give a brief introduction on issues that are being challenging in terms of the resources, whether it is water, air, or all other resources. But in view of this conference, mainly, we will be discussing a very vital resource, which is the water. And this has been practically taken for granted historically because the pressures of rapid industrialization and population growth, rapid urbanization, all located close to the water resources, has put a lot of stress and degraded these water qualities in many parts of the world. Bangalore lakes is not the only example. Lakes, the North American provincial Great Lakes, which is almost like oceans, were experiencing very poor water quality even as early as 1960. In view of the problems that have emerged as a consequence of the discharge of wastewaters from industrial complex, as well as the runoff from the agricultural lands. As you know that we all use phosphate detergents at home, and as well as the many pesticides and phosphate fertilizers used also has quite a large amount of phosphates. And this phosphate, which is generally ends up in the lakes, gave the first indication in the early 50s of eutrophication of large bodies of water in North America. That was the first observed in one of the shallowest lakes. As you probably know, these lakes are very large lakes, several 100 kilometers by, and the depths range anywhere from 100 meters to 400 meters. So even such bodies of water were affected by the human impact, and thus the population, as I mentioned, that these Great Lakes, they populated very heavily. Almost 40 million people live around the Great Lakes, and they all depend on this water for drinking purposes. And this degradation of coastal water quality brought enormous pressure on the governments in the early 60s and 70s. It almost took 20 years and spending almost $20 billion to rejuvenate these lakes. This is not the only story. We have several examples of that in all over the world. The lakes, Ladoga and Onega in the European lakes, they also experience the same thing. Even the mighty Lake Baikal also experience these kind of stresses in terms of its water quality, particularly of the eutrophication type, which is largely due to the nutrients that get into the lake, which are of course used in human we generate wastewater, as well as of course from the intensive practices that were prevalent at the time. So we have some similar examples in Europe, Lake Geneva, and not only these lakes, but also of course many water systems were also polluted, such as the great rivers of Europe, the Thames in UK, Neva River in Russia, Niagara River in Western. Of course, we also have an example of Ganga River. Of course, we are not really paying much attention to that. I think it is time that we have to address these issues, and these conferences will be an excellent opportunity to do that. And I am very happy to have been participating in these conferences since the beginning. And now Dr. Ramachandra has given a forum which we all use to express and educate ourselves in terms of treating, respecting these water resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Meantime, we have our ministers on the stage, Professor B.M. Kumaraswamy. Dear students, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give him a big round of applause. The goal of life is living in agreement with nature. A.M.D. Subhash Chandran, well-known ecologist, to address the gathering.
All the dignitaries on the dais and distinguished members, illustrious students. I am requested to just say a few words. I have detailed presentation following. So a few minutes I take, and we are actually witnessing an era of making great progress. Earlier, progress in the pre-industrial time was totally sustainable. Early industrial period also, when there was surplus of raw materials and sufficient manpower, the development was sustainable. But all of a sudden, the fast development of industries has gone beyond sustainable limits and carrying capacity of the earth, of the land, of the waters, of the atmosphere. So the entire earth is getting polluted, and the very existence of biodiversity, of the humanity itself is a major challenge today. And one example I will just quote. For example, we take the sugar industry in India. Brazil was the top producer of sugarcane in the world, of the sugar production, but now we have almost overtaken Brazil and come to #1. We can be proud of it, but at what cost? Now, the cost I have not told. So 1 kg of sugar we get for about 38-40 rupees, and behind that is minimum 1,000 kilograms of water, 1,000 liters of water to produce 1 kg of water with sugar, which we get for 40 rupees. So that 1 liter water is not even charged 5 paise. So when we are exporting sugar, we are exporting the country's water at free, and we are drilling borewells deeper and deeper into the earth to take water, and including the toxic water that is coming out for growing sugarcane. And also that land, when it is hot, the salinity happens on the surface soil. The land in due course becomes also unfit for any cultivation due to insufficient irrigation as well. So, and now water is not sufficient for sustaining the cities of Karnataka, interior cities. So we want to harness water resources from the Western Ghats, Ethinahole, Netravati itself suffers severe depletion of water in the summer months. The people in Mangalore, Western Kannada know that there is dearth of water in the summer months in Netravati. Hostels are closed. It is very difficult to run an institution like the Urbanization complex of Alva's complex because there is the water in the summer months. But bulk of the water goes for the thirsty regions of Karnataka, including Bangalore city. So, if we can cut short 1 lakh tons of 1 lakh acres of sugarcane growing area in Karnataka, we have sufficient water for Bangalore city. Every family can be given 1,000 liters per day almost. But we are not ready to do that because the governments may fall. Sugar industry is a major force a major power in the governments of the states and of India. So we don't dare. We ask the people, tighten your belt, go for sacrifices, have sustainable use, don't use plastic, eat less, like that, no. But that is not the solution. We have to go for decentralized, community-based, sustainable development models by clustering villages and see what is the resource position, what is the human resource position, and what kind of industries can be or development programs can be implemented there without taxing much the natural resources, how transportation can be cut short substantially so that, see, the number of vehicles, 2000, this particular century, beginning that 2001 onwards, has witnessed the most devastating environmental catastrophes in the world, not only India, in the world. It is because of non-sustainable model. So a few planting, a few trees and all are not going to contain the carbon pollution in the atmosphere. So these all are to be discussed, and we have a Yuva Brigade getting ready to take over the reins of administration, the reins of policy making, the research in diverse fields. The students, they have given various small research projects to study their own villages, what potential is there, what kind of development, what knowledge is inherent, document it, and then prepare a development model that will not destroy the environment, which will be going sustainable for water resources and the land resources. And so thank you very much for this little time. And I have a detailed presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And right now we have Professor P.N. Kumaraswamy, economist and environmentalist, to address the gathering.
Sasya Shamalam, Sasya Shamalam, Vande Mataram. जंगल बचाओ मानव बचाओ, जंगल बचाओ मानव बचाओ. ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಉಪ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಂತ ಅಂಟೋನಿಯವರು ಮತ್ತು ವಿವೇಕ್ ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಾಗ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಮಿರಿಸ್ಟಿಕಾ ಸ್ವಾಮ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮ ಘಟ್ಟದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಿರುವಂತ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಇಲಾಖೆ, ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿಯವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅರಣ್ಯ ಆಳ್ವಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಇದರ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಿಶ್ಚಿತವಾದಂತಹ ನಿರ್ಧಾರವನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂತ ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮೇಕರ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಪುನಃ ನಿಮ್ದೇ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹಾಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯೂತ್ ಫಾರ್ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
I am very happy to see a very hall full of young, budding and enthusiastic foot soldiers of environment movement. ಡಿ.ವಿ. ಗುಂಡಪ್ಪನವರು ಅವರ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮನ ಕಾವ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೊಗಸಾದ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಯವನ್ನ ಬರೀತಾರೆ. ಹಳೆ ಬೇರು ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರು ಕೂಡಿರಲು ಮರ ಸೊಬಗು. ಓಲ್ಡ್ ರೂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದಿ ನ್ಯೂ ಶೂಟ್ಸ್. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ರೂಟ್ಸ್, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ನ್ಯೂ ಶೂಟ್ಸ್. ಇವೆರಡೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ದಿ ವಾರ್ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೋ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಎನ್ವೈರನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ 100% successful. I am very happy. I come from Shumaga, which is in the central part of the Western Ghats. ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ಸ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಾರಣ ನೆನಪಡಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಭಾರತದ 99% ಆಫ್ ದ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಟೇಕ್ ದೇರ್ ಆರಿಜಿನ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ಸ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕಾವೇರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ತುಂಗಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಭದ್ರಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಶರಾವತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಘನಾಶಿನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ವಿ ಆರ್ ನೋವೆಲ್. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಫಾರ್ ಅವರ್ ವೆರಿ not only for growth but for our very survival we have to take great care of our Western Ghats. But the blind development lobbies of the government and the officials, they are waging new year attacks on the Western Ghats. ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಘಾಟ್ಸ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮೂರು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಈ ಶರಾವತಿ ಪಂಪ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್. ಶರಾವತಿ ಒಂದು ಪುಟ್ಟ ನದಿ 130 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಹರಿಯತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಬರೀ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೇ ಹರಿಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಹನಿ ನೀರು ಕೂಡ ಸಮುದ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ವೇಸ್ಟ್, ಅದು ವ್ಯರ್ಥ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸೋಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾದ. ಈಗ ಶರಾವತಿ ನದಿಗೆ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಲಿಂಗನಮಕ್ಕಿ ಡ್ಯಾಮು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ನಂತರ ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೊಸ ಯೋಜನೆ ಇವಾಗ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಶರಾವತಿ ಪಂಪ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಲಕಳಗೆ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಆ ತಲಕಳಗೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ನಿಂದ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಹೊತ್ತು ಪವರ್ಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಪವರ್ ಅನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿ ಆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ನಿಂದ ತಲಕಳಗೆ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಪಂಪ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಪಂಪ್ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತಲಕಳಗೆ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ನ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಜನರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 250 ಮೆಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ 4 ಜನರೇಟರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. 1000 ಮೆಗಾವ್ಯಾಟ್ ಪವರ್ ಜನರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಪುನಃ ಕೆಳಗಡೆಗೆ ತರೋದು, ಪುನಃ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಮೇಲೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗುದು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರೀಚಸ್ ದ ಓಷನ್. This is the ultimate objective of the so-called scientists and the engineers of the government of Karnataka. This is not pumped storage project. The great tragedy is, first of all, no water, considerable amount of water will not reach the ocean near Honavar, so that the fishing community will be totally doomed. Secondly, just by the side of the Lingamaki, this Kalkalale project, there is what is called lion-tailed macaque conservation area, which is a government itself declared a few years ago. Now, this pumped storage project is coming in the same area which was reserved for the lion-tailed macaque area. About 600 hectares of forest will be gone. So that lion-tailed macaques will have no habitat at all worth the name. They are just dying. So this is the first important tragedy that we have to face so far as the Western Ghats are concerned. Secondly, I think we have all come through the Agumbe. It is so beautiful and it's not so very difficult terrain. And driving down the Agumbe Ghat and also driving up the Agumbe Ghat, looking to the left and right, the dense forest, is a tourist pleasure. ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಆನಂದ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಸತ್ತ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಆಗುಂಬೆ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಮಗೊಂದು ಡ್ರೀಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂತ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಗುಂಬೆ ಟನಲ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಹತ್ತೋ ಬದಲು ಒಂದು ಸುರಂಗ ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ವಯ್ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಆಗುಂಬೆ ಘಾಟು ನಮಗೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರಣ್ಯವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ, ಆಗುಂಬೆ ಘಾಟನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೊಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸ್ಯಾಕ್ರಿಫೈಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆಗುಂಬೆ ಘಾಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಟನಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅರಣ್ಯಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಸರ್ವನಾಶ, ಘಾಟಗಳೇ ಉದುರೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧನ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಮೂರನೇದಾಗಿ ಲಿಂಗನಮಕ್ಕಿ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀರನ್ನ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ವೈಲ್ಡ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮಲೆನಾಡಿನ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಜನಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಪುನಃ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿದ್ಧವಾಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಲಿಂಗನಮಕ್ಕಿ ನೀರು ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಕೂಡದು. ಲಿಂಗನಮಕ್ಕಿ ನೀರು ಪವರ್ ಜನರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಹೊರತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಲಿಂಗನಮಕ್ಕಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಕೂಡದು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗೆ there are several problems. These are the three important problems that our Western Ghats are facing, and we must be prepared to learn more about these problems of the Western Ghats and try to fight against this onslaught of the so-called development lobby against the Western Ghats on which our survival exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We also have our ministers, Dr. Harish Krishnamurthy. So we request you to come on the stage and beautify the chair. Ladies and gentlemen, can you have a big hand to Dr. Harish Krishnamurthy? Dear students, Alva's Education Foundation is a ground of all institutes under one umbrella. Dr. M. Mohan Alva, being an artist and sport lover, always builds a young generation with enthusiasm and cultural intelligence to the foundation to make this world a better place. In the absence of Dr. M. Mohan Alva, ladies and gentlemen, we have the managing trustee and youth icon of Alva's Education Foundation, who is round the clock busy not only with the management activities but spends equal time with nature, planting saplings, gardening, cleaning beaches and engaging the youth every Sunday with nature and setting the great example for all the youngsters. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vivek Alva for the presidential remarks.
A very good morning to you all. Where's the morning? I thought I was filled with energetic students from various different places from Karnataka. A good morning to you. Anyways, speaking almost fifth. You know, normally I tell TVR sir also, you put all your cards and he doesn't keep any card to himself for the next sessions. So anyways, a pleasure to see the lake conference again happening in Alvas. In the name of development, financial growth and urbanization, have you ended up creating block cities, unbreathable air, undrinkable water? I think this is what our generation will be known for creating this wonder. All the generations you've seen, there have been great things which have stood tall And likewise, there have been wonders that have perished in this earth. I think the wonder we have created is going to take this earth along with the wonder itself. My dear friends, today why I start with this is because we give a lot of emphasis to the great wonders. We feel very sad when Taj Mahal is having that black spots which is being generated. We feel sad that okay, we couldn't see the hanging gardens of Babylon. We really feel bad when the entire Buddha statues in Banyan, in Afghanistan, when it came down. But I see hardly people who are talking anything. In the past 100 years, 40% of your Western Ghats have been phased out from this earth. In the last 50 years, almost 20% of Amazon is completely deforested. The lifeline of the Western Ghats, I can say, the rivers being diverted, not understanding the relevance of these rivers. We claim it, Dakshin Kannada though, it's not thing to do with other places of the state. Taj Mahal will not give you oxygen. The Babylon hanging gardens is not going to give you water. The Buddha statues are not going to give you food. But the forests will. Today, why am I putting this across is, are we forgetting the greatest wonder on the face of this earth? It took almost 158 million years since it is formed. And how much are we worried about this? How much do we think it? Are we capsuling it into this small conference, or are we going to take it to the next level? My dear friends, I remember the statement in the same stage in 2016 by late Anil Daviji, the forest minister of our country. He spoke over here and he told, if Himalayas is the crown and the head of the country which protects not only the country, the natural resources, likewise the Western Ghats and the Amazon forest are the lungs of the world. My dear friends, today let us realize this. Let us realize what destruction is going on. Why am I putting this across to you is because I remember Daviji putting a statement in the same particular stage. I'm telling you, I remember it because as a young boy, in my school days, because of my chairman and his interest, I had Dr. Bhartish sir from Karkala, who used to discuss on flora, fauna when we were very young. I had the Salim Ali Foundation who were talking about birds. And my Pradeep sir, he is a teacher in our NEET building. He took us to the Western Ghats when we were in our 9th standard. And likewise, so many people who played a significant role back then. But what happened was, over the period of time, we started becoming older, distractions were forming. I was watching the young children yesterday, so much of energy. And I was comparing my senior children and telling them that, see how much they bubble with energy. I'm looking out to, actually, today I've kept some appointments. But tomorrow I've not kept any appointments. Entire day I'm going to spend in that little children who are going to present in this entire program. Because I consider if people like all of us have to be energetic, it is 100% you children. My dear friends, after that, I should remember Dr. Harish Bhatt on this venue, because it is him who brought the lake conference to all of us. putting this across is because he rekindled that interest, what was there within me, or within this organization. Then came the tough TVRAMACHANDRA. Mind my words, if at all you are distracted in this session, you will see what is going to happen. You will see the Rudra Avatar of TVRAMACHANDRA ji. So if you don't want to see the Rudra Avatar in this next 4 days, I want your concentration to be utmost. I understand it is tiring because, I was also wondering, speaking fifth is going to be a challenge. I was already seeing some Kumbhakaranas and Kumbhakaranis in the audience. It was going like a pendulum, it was moving. And I was thinking in a sense, my God, how they are going to sit for the next 3 days. My dear friends, this particular conference, the people whom they brought, especially you must have heard right now, Ashish sir, how he spoke on activism across the state. Across the state he was speaking about various different forms of activism. Then again, you heard the DCF speaking on the importance of wetland. Then we had my personal favorite, Subhash Chandra sir, how passionately he spoke on the sugarcane industry and what kind of devastation is doing. Anthony sir also touched upon the development which is forced upon, because we can't just blame government or bureaucrats. You understand, today there is a overpopulation which is existing, and that's the reason just blaming somebody won't be right. Ashish sir has made a beautiful platform where there is a scope for debate. My dear friends, like this itself I have seen, along with this conference which came over here, I saw wonderful people. My dear friends, Brijulal, who brought in various different thought processes on birds, my friend Chaturved, both the children of, I'll say children of Harishpet, because we took a pledge when he expired, that every month we are going to meet. And since the time is not there with us, we students have always seen through that. Every month we come together and see through that we bring the thought on environment and various different things. My dear friends, now if you ask me what this conference has done to all of us, that glasses over there itself is the example how the plastic bottles went off from the face of Alvas and those glasses were introduced. The bird park, almost 111 species of birds. Yesterday I was so excited when 2 of my students were talking about the bird park and how exactly they have created an area where there is a water body and we have 111 birds which have been documented and understood over the time. We may not have spent single penny, but we work around the nature. Not that saying we are some big creators, nature will take care of itself. And it's a beautiful thing. I'm sure today afternoon some of you are going to visit the bird park. Likewise, Kumar Swami sir was speaking about estuaries. And since 2018, we've been continuously working on cleaning these estuaries. Because today there is special organisms, various different things that are found in these estuaries. And there are very few estuaries in our belt, especially in Uttara Kannada as well as Dakshin Kannada and Udupi districts. And it is a responsibility to work on this, because that is not the waste which has been thrown by people over there. People like us, sitting in the campuses of Alvas, we are sitting and throwing waste. Waste that we love, those kurkure packets, those chocolates, all the things that we love to have. And end up where? End up in rivers, those charities, from there it goes to rivers, and from the rivers it moves to those seas. And finally the sea will vomit some portion of the waste back. Today I am telling you, when Rajesh was telling that okay, this difference, that difference, what difference we can make? I cannot make, nor my students can make any difference by merely picking that waste. There was a lady in the crowd, last time in Karkala I spoke and I came down, sir, you talk about cleaning estuaries. Why don't you clean the route in Mudabidri, Bangalore route? I told, my interest is not just cleaning. Cleaning won't happen. Cleaning will happen not in the surface of the land. Cleaning will happen in the mind. Today, my students as well as all of us are very sensitive when it comes to any waste. Today we try to reduce the kind of waste what we are throwing to the world. And this is the change what has happened in our minds, not in the surface of the earth. Last year, during Jamboree, we had 43,000 people who were mobilized to clean more than 170 kilometers of land, which was leading to Mudabidri. And this was possible with the support of all different Gram Panchayats. I'll give you a surprising part. We had continuously meeting in all different Gram Panchayats. We made 8 different teams and almost different Gram Panchayats we had meetings. In Gram Panchayats, what we told was, I'll give you 250 people, you give us 500 people from your Gram Panchayat, because this should not be a cleaning program done by only children. I'll tell you, in those villages, I got more than 1,000 people came in every Gram Panchayat. But the sad part, when I came to my town, I hardly had 10 to 20 people who joined in the cleaning program. More than 2,000 children were part of the cleaning program. So can we say the rural people are more sensitive? I'm sure about it, because all the people sitting over here are people who have come from rural regions. My dear friends, today we don't have a share of 50% or 60%. Rural people should take the oxygen or the water or the food resources, what is coming from the forest. So if this share is not there, then why do we consider that these are the people who should be working on it? My dear friends, I'm coming to the crux of my point. Just like how we got our wonders wrong, and we don't know what is our actual wonders of this world, and forget the fact that Amazon forest, the Western Ghats are wonders, we've got our models wrong also. Today I see great models sitting over here on the stage, off the stage. I see some of the teachers who have been coming continuously from year by year. I get so excited. Yesterday I was so excited to see some of the teachers of your schools. And I've seen them from 2016, 18, and every year they've been a part of this. My sir, maybe his entire 4 teams of Bhagdevi children have come. I was so excited. There was a group of children who were trained by their parents, almost 30 children who were a part of this particular program. I'm so excited to see children from Sirchi every year who come and spellbound the audience. My dear friends, you don't have to look outside for models. Models are in this group. Models are among you children. Models are going to be people who are going to perform in front of you on the 17th evening? 18th evening. The models are those models. Energy should come from them. And I'll tell you, just don't take this as a conference where you will get certificates. Somebody told me, Indian Institute of Science no program anta. I don't give a damn if it's Indian Institute of Science, don't mind, nothing against it. What matters to me most is people. It doesn't matter they're coming from international, national, or wherever. End of the day is the energy, the people. Today we are coming together to rekindle the interest towards nature and understand our responsibility towards nature. My dear friends, this conference can be a success if we take that home. What is actually the purpose of this conference? Purpose of late Harish Bhatt sir, purpose of late Dave sir, and purpose of TVR and his entire team. My dear friends, I am so happy that Rajshekhar sir, even though of his age, still see the kind of energy what he holds. Just like Canada is known for dams, he's a dam which is protecting the freshness, and every year he's a part of this program. my dear friends, today even Anthony sir also, in fact I'm so happy. I tell Namora, every year I used to meet DCFs from Tamil Nadu at different places. Please don't admit to them, sir. And I'm so excited. This man comes from my own Mangalore and studied in Aloysius, and he's been a very strong part of the development, what is happening, and the conservation, what is happening around. You could see in his speech itself, he was not talking like a bureaucrat. He was talking like a person who is passionate and interested in conserving nature. My dear friends, today you will see the Torah of knowledge which is flowing towards you. Some may speak with good voice and all these things, with less content like me. Some will have abundance of content, but they may speak in a very chappe way. But it doesn't mean like in the sense, oh, khali jor matadu or matra, buddhivantra, nanu opkolike tayarilla. If God has given you eyes, God has given you ears. Finally, I'll close with one of the example of my student. His name is Rahul. He doesn't have both the eyes. And I'm telling you, whenever any speaker used to come, his energy used to be like tremendous. In fact, I used to draw energy from him. When I used to see Rahul, and I feel anyone like, okay, your mother is interested in that, I should see Rahul and get energy. My dear friends, in college time, he never complained that he has to come down almost 5 floors below and come to college. Some of the people tell, sir, 5th floor, sir, kashtakta, sir. Sir, now, we'll adjust for the council, sir. He never told, he never complained. I'm telling you, when he was in the final year, the IBM company came in, 16 students were selected. I'm happy that Rahul also was one of the students who was selected in that time. Afterwards, he didn't stop there. He also went to IIMs, one of the top business schools in the entire country, and from there he got selected in one of the multinationals, almost earning 40 lakhs per year. My dear friends, it's not the money what he's getting. It's the kind of energy what this boy has. I know every one of you has energy. Today we are restricting our energy by becoming gulams of those mobile. We are restricting this energy by thinking that creating a reel and passing it and people liking it, wow, that's life. I've come out from this past. Today 4 days is there. I can see colorful dresses. I can see coats. I can see tuttus. I can see people with the different kinds of t-shirts. So brilliant, so much energy. I can see also older students. I hope you children's good energy touches upon my older students also. I'm telling you, keep this energy flowing, my dear friends. Today, our country is dependent on youth. There are countries without youth. And let us not make youth as a risk to our nation, rather than make youth as the asset of the nation. I thank you for making a part of this program. I thank TVRAMACHANDRA sir also for again launching the Lake Conference in Alva's campus. Thank you very much.
Mr. Vivek Alva sir, thank you very much for your ever-inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have an energetic hand to our beloved managing trustee? Mementos now going to keep the moments forever. As a token of our love and respect, I request Mr. Vivek Alva to give away the mementos to our guests. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and give them a big hand as Mr. Vivek Alva shares the mementos with our guests. Thank you very much, guests, for your presence, time, and valuable thoughts. Let's go to the beat of the music, putting our hands together, remaining grateful to all the dignitaries for their time, love, and presence. hand, ladies and gentlemen, to Dr. Ramachandra. It's time to pay tribute to our lost relics. Dr. Ramachandra, sir, over to you.
As a part of the scientific exploration, we take a journey, we go abroad, we go to countries like China, Bangladesh, US, Europe, etc. Like that, 4 of my colleagues have taken the journey to above. One is Mr. Anant Kumar, who was a minister of chemicals and fertilizer. In 2018, he passed away. Why we remember him is, whatever the recommendation that came out of this forum, he took it to the policy, made sure it happened. Because 2016, we talked about millets and pulses. He made sure pulses program happens in the government of India. That year, there was a scarcity of pulses in the country. The moment the program was launched and incentivized the farmer, we saw the bumper pulses in the country. There was no scarcity of pulses. The second initiative suggestion he took forward was neem coated urea. Urea was misused. It was used for adulterating the milk. Today morning, those who have read newspaper or heard the news would have come across IIT Guwahati deliberating, coming out with a device to identify the adulteration of milk because of the urea. Simple, the seeds helped as a sensor to do that. When we suggested to him coating the urea with the neem, we will have additional benefit of pesticide and the thing. He made sure that happens in the government. Government came up with a policy with the neem coated urea. Before 2014, there was a scarcity of urea in the country. Chief Minister used to go on dharana demanding the central government for urea. The moment the idea of neem coated urea was implemented and launched in the country, the subsequent year we didn't see any scarcity of urea. And in the process, our children are getting the clean milk also without any adulteration. The third thing which I should mention is the children from Bangalore. You all saw the frothing of lakes. We looked at why the frothing happens. Scientifically, we investigated. We talked to the Anant Kumar. Anant Kumar said, you come out with a scientific document highlighting how it happens, the process, and what needs to be done. I will see the things happening. We said that we said that frothing is happening because of the phosphate. The phosphate comes because of the detergent. We want the detergent without phosphate. There has to be restriction of phosphate use in detergent. Within a year he made sure Bureau of Indian Standard come up with a norm restricting the phosphate use in detergent. That is the kind of visionary leader we want. And we lost him. He is now about and he is doing the further exploration in Swarga. The next person whom our Vivek talked about is Harish Bhatt, wonderful friend of mine, and we scientific, many of the schools program and many of the field investigation we carried out together on birds and butterflies, etc. And because of him, many youngsters got into the science who are from other fields. For example, Vijayalal come from the commerce background, or the Chaturve, they came to the science because of Harish Bhatt. Then the third person I should remember is my friend S.N. Prasad. In fact, I spoke to him in July. I told him that we are going to have the day symposium in October. He told me, TVR, you don't worry. I will come and I will chair a session and I will give a talk and the thing. Unfortunately, about 2 months back when he went to Delhi, he collapsed. We lost him. And most painful part is my youngsters. 2 of my youngsters we lost. One is Varun. We lost him about 3 years back. And the young boy who used to come and meet me while he was doing his preparation for the higher study, every day evening he used to spend with me. That 1.5 years he spent with me was a wonderful thing. As a child I had seen him. And About 12 days back, we lost a wonderful field ecologist, Vishnu Mukri. Vishnu came out to the temple, had puja at the temple, then met Professor Subhash Chandra, and he was returning back to our field station at Kumta. Near the field station, opposite to the field station, while he was taking a turn to the field station, in his mind, a speeding car driven by a drunk juvenile fellow that killed him. We lost him on the 5th of October because of that. See, we have lost the jewels. And it is our responsibility to carry forward the message, what they were talking about. And we all know how to remember them. All these people, we remember by planting the sapling. Planting the sapling. For example, Harish Bhatt or Anand Kumar, about 500 sapling of ficus species we planted in the campus. And I was so happy yesterday when Vivek Alva met me in the early morning with the 2 saplings, the ficus species, Ficus religiosa and racemosa. We remembered Vishnu, we remembered Anand Kumar, we remembered Harish Bhatt, we remembered Varun and S.N. Prasad, we planted that. And we were so happy. Whenever I see the planting, I get excited. As he rightly said, therefore yesterday I was slightly struck. Somehow the message has reached him, and yesterday he came to meet me. He wanted to soothe my anger. That is when he brought the plant and we did the planting together with his small child. That's a wonderful experience. Now, let us stand up and remember them for a few minutes, okay? So, and offer the floral tribute to them in a few minutes, okay? Okay, thank you. So, I request the dignitaries on the dais to do the floral tribute to the departed souls. So, we have moved to the digital world. We didn't want to waste the paper. Every sheet of paper will remove the 10 bamboo trees. So, we didn't want that to happen, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, as a sign of respect and love, let's rise, please. And the guests pay the tribute to our jewels. As the flower petals fly in the air, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. We are gathering hands together as the guests pay tribute to all these lovely jewels. Thank you everyone, please have your seats. Gratitude is the healthiest of all emotions. Thank you is the best prayer that anyone could say. Dear students, Dr. Dignitary, Organizing Secretary, to propose the vote of thanks.
Shubhodaya, Shubhamastu. ಮೂಲತೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರೂಪಾಯ ಮಧ್ಯತೋ ವಿಶ್ವರೂಪಾಯ ಅಗ್ರತೋ ಶಿವರೂಪಾಯ ವೃಕ್ಷರಾಜಾಯತೆ ನಮಃ. ಗಂಗೆ ಚ ಯಮುನೆ ಚೈವ ಗೋದಾವರಿ ಸರಸ್ವತಿ ನರ್ಮದೆ ಸಿಂಧು ಕಾವೇರಿ ಜಲಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಸನ್ನಿಧಿ ಕುರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಶ್ಯವಾದ ಮರಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ನೀರನ್ನು ಸ್ಮರಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಈ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವಂದನಾರ್ಪಣೆ ಅರ್ಪಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. On behalf of Alva's Education Foundation, I wholeheartedly express my deepest gratitude to our beloved Chairman, Honorary President Dr. M. Mohan Alva, for gracing the inaugural event of the late 2024. Sir, your presence has truly made this occasion remarkable. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. TVRAMACHANDRA, Coordinator of Energy Wetland Research Group at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, for his invaluable support to bringing down the late 2024 to this Alva's Education Foundation. Our special thanks to Mr. Anand Hegde Asia for sharing his expertise and thought-provoking insights inspiring for young minds and future decision makers. Our special thanks goes to Dr. Rajshekhar Murthy, Environmental, Canada, for gracing this occasion. And we really appreciate Mr. Antony Mariappa, DCF Mangalore, Karnataka Forest Department, for shedding a light on the state government initiative towards the water conservation and the vital aspects of our future. And also we thanks to our managing trustee, Mr. Vivek Alva, for his enlightening words on the ecosystem services and essential for human well-being. It is to our delegates, Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandra, yes. Dr. M.D. Subhash Chandran, IISC Kumta, Sri B.M. Kumar Swami, well-known economist and environmentalist, and Dr. Harish Krishnamurthy, Chairman Vagdevi Vilas Institutions, and principals, deans, HODs, faculties, and delegates from the national and international researchers, students from the various institutions across the country, media representatives, teaching and non-teaching faculties and staff, students, volunteers. Thank you all for your gracing this occasion. Thank you once again. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir, for your words of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, the curtains are down for the 14th International Banyan Lake Symposium. Thank you, one and all. Please do remember, no environment, no life. The guests, the invitees, students, and participants, all of you are requested to go to the library for a tea break and back in the same auditorium by 11:15 a.m. The students and the participants for the tea break
Talking about mountains, then following that I will be talking about wetlands. Before that, we have the talk by Dr. Harish Krishnamurthy, the chairman, Vagdevi Vilas Institutions. You know, Vagdevi Vilas Institution is actively taken part in the Lake Symposium for a decade now. So, and the children from Vagdevi are also actively participating in this event. In fact, that is one institution I saw a overall response from the children and the faculty. The young faculty like Sindhu does a very good job of training the youngsters with the Govind and the other teachers. You know, teachers play a very important role in the career of the children. You know, if I am successful in my career, the attribute my success are to the role played my school teacher, especially the middle school and high school teachers have played a role. So that is where these teachers, when they mold the career of the children now, they also shape the career. You know, that is where we have partnered with the schools and colleges who are actively involved in the capacity building and training, and where there is a good the capacity building programs are there. In fact, I was happy to see the research center actively doing the research projects in Vagdevi Vilas institutions. So I think it's a time for Harish to talk about the wetlands and then the role in the education research. They are one of the active partners in the Lake Symposium. See, this is a collective effort. Many institutions have taken the active part in the Lake Symposium. You know, Vagdevi, Vidyaniketan, KK High School, BGS, like that, the list continues. So now I request Dr. Harish Krishnamurthy to take over and address the gathering.
Thank you very much, sir. A very good morning to all of you. So like all of you were overwhelmed with the speeches of various dignitaries and the powerful speech of Sri Vivek Alwaji. I was also overwhelmed with the speeches of all the dignitaries and the response by the students. So I want a big round of applause to all of you. See, 30 years back I also started as a student. I also attended lectures like this, conferences like this, which made me sensitive towards environment. Without what we cannot live more than a minute, without oxygen, without air. And without water more than a day, they say we cannot live. Maximum, maybe a day. Without food, maybe few days. So oxygen is the most important thing for us. Without which more than 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, those who have practiced pranayama, it seems Bhimasena had practiced pranayama. When Duryodhana also had practiced pranayama, because he wanted to escape from Bhimasena. So he went under the Vaishampayana Sarovara and he hid there for hours together. But we are not having that much of sadhana and pranayama. And even after you come out after the pranayama, we need oxygen to breathe, air to breathe. And where does the air come from? The trees and the plants. We are so selective about the color, the fabric, I want Raymond, I want Alan Solly, all those brands. Whatever really doesn't matter. Without a shirt, if you live, is something else you wear, also we can live. But whatever really matters to our life, we are living as if it doesn't matter at all, isn't it? So these type of conferences will make us sensitive to what is primarily important to life. In our school, we have planted around 600 trees. Thanks to Dr. Harish Bhatt again. Before he came, there were 300 trees. He planted a Rudraksha plant in our Bhaktivila school, Marathalli, which stands as a monument for Dr. Harish Bhatt even today in our science park. So we need oxygen. When other schools are speaking about air-conditioned classrooms, we speak about 600 trees in the campus. Natural air condition, isn't it? That's how we should orient towards. And next important thing without which we cannot live, water. And the most contaminated, polluted is the air. In another 15 days from now, all the activists will start shouting, the crackers are polluting the environment. We people here, we celebrate cracker in a small way. Whatever is the cracker burned by all the Indians for 3 days of Deepavali is half an hour warfare between Russia and Ukraine. Okay? Nobody speaks about that, nobody stops that. But here people will run to Supreme Court to bring a stay order about crackers, which is our belief. So you burst crackers in a small quantity. But one condition is, before bursting cracker, plant at least 2 saplings in your house and then burst. Then you have got right to burst crackers. Whatever you are polluting, that much you should only clean. Whatever I dirty, who else will clean? When I go to toilet, I clean myself. No. Similarly, the air I breathe, I should keep clean. I have a responsibility towards that also. Isn't it? We are forgetting our personal responsibilities. All of us are jointly responsible for whatever is there around. Our Vivekananda was very rightly telling, we think that only government should do the change. Half of the problems today are because of the lifestyle problems. Diseases also because of the lifestyle. Whenever we want food, we order through Swiggy. One food, Swiggy comes with 50 gram or 100 gram of plastic, paper and other materials, waste. We don't know how to dispose that. Because we have become lazy. I want to request Dr. TVR, you are sensitizing people about water. Water is the elixir of life. Without water we cannot live. Isn't it? Water is important, but also sensitize our children, young generation about the diseases caused by the lifestyle. We can have one session in IISC itself and call all these students and how they can contribute to remove that hazard. Isn't it? So until unless I change, nothing else will change. So basically the mindset has to change. So dear students, I have to compliment Dr. Ramachandra sir on this stage because IISC has got so many departments. It is this department of Dr. TVR which has brought IISC close to the educational institutions, schools and colleges. And IISC is a big name. So today in India, the #1 research and development institution has been IISC only. Recently we got a survey. Even today, the IITs and IIMs, they come later. Even today, the #1 research institution has been IISC. So such IISC and the head of the department, the dean, he takes a personal interest. He goes school to school and he brings awareness among the teachers, then to the students, and he says that, see, like Vivekananda went place to place, arrays away. Dr. TVR, he is going place to place and sensitizing the students about how we should look at the life and the things that are important to life. And today's conference has been lake conference. And water is one beautiful substance. How does water come? H2O. How many atoms of H? 2. And hydrogen, you know, hydrogen bomb you have heard of? Very highly combustible substance. And oxygen, without oxygen nothing can burn. It will help combustion. And when something which is combustible and supports combustion, when they come together, what will happen? Water is created, we will put off the fire. See the magic in science, magic in life, isn't it? So, the other day I was reading an article. The sun is full of hydrogen and helium. Helium again is sub parts of the hydrogen itself, a different combination of hydrogen into helium. So if you see like that, throughout universe, this hydrogen, Jala Tattva, the water Tattva, which is the lake, that's why the Jala Tattva is also called as the Narayana Tattva. Where is Narayana living? They say Kshira Sagara. The another thing is Kshira Sagara means the hydrogen itself, it can be in the form of gas, it can be in the form of vapor, it can be in the form of liquid, it can be in the form of solid. See, one substance, water, it can be vapor, isn't it? Gaseous form. It can be liquid, it can be solid. Three different forms. In our Vedanta, they say Sakara, Nirakara. Through science, you can derive even philosophies. And those people who fight God is only Nirakara, he cannot be Sakara. If they just look at water, come to this conference lake, they will understand that when it was gaseous form, it was Nirakara. Then when it condensed, it took the shape of water, it became water which can flow. Then when it was frozen, it became solid. Isn't it? That solid, you can give any shape for that. You can give the shape of Narayana also, you can give the shape of Jesus also. You can give any shape to that ice. Isn't it? So, to become very deeply spiritual, you should become a good scientist like Einstein. A big clap to Einstein because he comes from Israel. Israel has contributed to more than 50% of the Nobel laureates. Israel. More than 50%. You see that small nation. You see the spirit in them. So dear children, our Indians had that spirit from beginning. If you just look at the Veda mantras, and I urge each one of you to take Sanskrit as one of the languages because many scientific theorems are embedded in the Sanskrit verses, Vedic verses. Tomorrow if you want to become a top class scientist, many of these verses may be helpful to you. There is one verse which comes in Bhagavad Gita itself, how the universe was created. If I want to write, I need a white color sheet, isn't it? Without a white sheet, can I write? If you want to display something, you want a white screen on which colors can be displayed. Because white is a neutral color. Similarly, you want to place something in the universe, paper is a two-dimensional object where you can write anything. Space is a three-dimensional, multi-dimensional object where the universes are placed. Solar system is placed. Me and you, we are placed. So it says, Bhumi Rapo Nalu Vayu Kham Mano Buddhi Revata Ahankara Iti Amme Binna Prakriti Rashaka. God says that I am part and parcel of the Prakriti itself, starting from the space. From the space, next he created the space, then he created the gaseous elements. From the gas came the fire, from the fire when it condensed and cooled down came the water. When the water and liquid things cooled down, it formed solid earth. And then apart from that, then after these Panchabhutas were there, the Oshadis means the plant wealth came. From there the food came. From the food, Purusha, Annat Purusha. Beautiful concepts are there. So if you want to become scientist, you have to go through our Upanishads, our Vedic verses, our Bhagavad Gita, because so much to learn from there. Where your thinking stops, the Vedas and Upanishads will give you the lateral perspective to the things. So here coming to the wetlands. Without wetland, if you put a seed in the dry land, it cannot sprout. ಬೀಜ ಮೊಳೆಯಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಂಪಿರಬೇಕು, ನೀರಿನ ಅಂಶ ಇರಬೇಕು. ನೀರಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಏನು ಬೆಳೆಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. You need water. Water is finally the life sustaining thing on this earth. And in the water, oxygen is also there, hydrogen is also there. So water is the most important thing because that contains oxygen also. So I have to thank Dr. TVR for conducting the Lake International Conference, bringing the people from across the globe. Canada is known for best environment. Minimum pollution, maximum environment. Only political environment of late has gone bad. Okay. Otherwise, the ecological environment is fantastic in Canada. And wherever good things are there, we have to copy them. And today we are living in such a time where we need development also. At the same time, you have to have development without causing much obstruction to the nature. So that thing, if it has to happen, next 10, 20, 30 years, you will all be the decision makers. Some of you will be IAS officers, some of you will be IPS officers, some of you will be the ministers who will take decisions. Until and unless you put your thought into whatever happens next 2-3 days, until you are sensitive and sensible, nothing can go into the practice. Dr. TVR very rightly told and gave the example of Shri Anand Kumarji, who was a good friend to me also. And whatever good thing is there, you would immediately put to practice. Your intentions are not true until you practice them. Your willingness is not real willing until you implement them, isn't it? So, your willingness, and there is one beautiful word in Sanskrit. Knowledge is not knowing, knowledge is doing. Only knowing, only by intention, nobody will become great. I also would have hit a 6 for that ball, you will think. But Virat Kohli knows the difficulty in lifting that ball, which was a flat ball to a sixer. He knows the difficulty. So knowing is not your intention. Knowing is doing. We all know so many good things. We know that we have to get up early. We know that we should not spoil our time with mobile phone. We know that we should not waste our time. We know that we should not get along with bad people. We know that we should not contaminate the things around, the environment around. We should know that we should coexist with the nature. But whether we are practicing it, we know better than animals. We know much more than animals. Animals have remained where they are. They have not invented iPhones, mobile phones. Man has come so much forward in his evolution. But his advancement has been somewhere affecting the environment itself. I need the advancement where the environment is not affected. So to bring the balance between the environment and development, many times a next version of iPhone was not at all required. I don't know why it is required. Even without mobile, we were all happy. Were we not living 30 years back? Were your parents not loving each other without them loving how you came here? Without mobile phone, without messages, they had a happy life. There were less number of divorces. So many times, if you just look into the way we are advancing, research for the sake of research is happening. Research for the sake of sustained development is not happening. So these type of conferences play a very important role. Finally, our intelligence, our willpower, our Icha Shakti, Gnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti should get focused to developing the human life, not development for the sake of development. Finally, if it doesn't impact my life in a positive way, it cannot be called a development. So my dear students, I want to thank IISC and Dr. TVR and his entire wonderful team and all the dignitaries who have come from far off places to be with you children. You all have prepared for last 2-3 months. The conferences have happened, wherever presentations have happened at your level. It is an initiation. If you go there, they will say Bangalore 30 kilometers. It is a direction board. Standing there, it will not lead you to Bangalore. You have to walk or travel in that road. So these type of conferences are the arrow marks or the path directors for our lives. Whatever we carry here, we learn here, we should implement and carry forward and make this world a beautiful place for living. This world is beautiful as it is. If you just leave, Dr. Harish Bhatt was telling, on the 10 acre jaga, sutlu fence haki bitpidi, don't allow any human interference. A forest will grow in 5 years. What is stopping a forest from coming is human interference. Animal interference has never spoiled nature. It is a human interference which has spoiled the nature. So dear students, human is good also, but bad to the environment. So this human being bad to the environment has to be changed. It means you people have to decide that in the coming years, whichever roles you take up in the future, apart from development, you focus on sustaining the environment also. Sustainable development without disturbing the environment should be your motto. So with these words, I thank IISC and all of you. Next 3 days, focus, learn. Only learning will take us to the higher level. And only by learning we grow in life. Physical growth is not growth. Our mental growth, intellectual growth, and finally connecting towards nature is the actual growth. So let us grow in that aspect. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy, for the wonderful talk. I am sure the children have taken the message and they will take it forward. So now with this, we move to the next talk by Professor M.D. Subhash Chandra, well-known ecologist. He is going to take you to the Western Ghats and why the mountains in the Western Ghats have become fragile. So his research he will be sharing with you all. So Professor Subhash Chandra. Can you come and take over?
Good morning, everybody. In fact, having heard so many talks in the morning and also the right now inspiring presentation by Sri Harish Krishnamurthy, I will go to the mountains, invite you to the mountains for not conquering mountains, for not climbing mountains, but for seeking mercy of the mountains. We want today karunya from the mountain to show to mankind. Do we deserve? That's the topic which I am going to give. Now, I will be cutting short my talk because it's a little bit to be told the time constraints. So, see, mountains have special significance in all the cultures of the world because the mountain tops, the shigaras, are considered closest to the heaven in all traditional cultures. So, Meru Shigaranam Aham. That is what Bhagavad Gita says. Of all the shigaras of the world, I am the Meru. Meru we can maybe compare with Everest. And in those days, the mountain top is touching heaven. The gods are in the mountains, and the space technology was not there. It is all relativity. They may not move on Mars, but that is not the end of the world. End of the world is endless. So therefore, whether you take a small mountain in a hill or a huge mountain, this is living in a little world or in a bigger world, but always you find people living in an area, settlement, seek a higher place for placing their gods, for pratishtha of their gods. In any settlement, you try to see the most ancient worship places are mostly on higher places. Now, That's why Krishna says, of all the immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Asmit Stavaranam Himalaya. Of all the immovable things, the Bhagavad Gita says that. So, and we are fortunate in having Himalaya and Meru, maybe in our another close neighbors political territory. We have a representative coming from Nepal, and we are very proud of that, and it gives a real color to an international conference. Dr. Rajshekar Murthy from Canada and our professor from Nepal. So now, see, in the Greek mythology, we read that gods are associated with the mountain. The Greek gods had their capital, their headquarters in the Mount Olympus. And you know, the Zeus, the king of gods, Greek gods, Olympian gods, the Olympic games come from this Olympian mountain base. So the father of all the gods, the throne of the throne like mountain is the part where Zeus sat and ruled the world, and he was lightning and thunder and all that. It was his Dhyayu. Dhyayu is like dew, Vidyut, Deepam, the day. So Dhyayu Prithvi, Mother Earth. So Greek mythology says Gaia, Mother Earth. And so Mount Olympus legendary, Greek gods above. So, and you see, Jesus, before his last day, where he went, he did not go to a Jewish synagogue to pray. He went to the Mount of Olives to pray to the Father. Mount of Olives, again a mount. And where his predecessor Moses got the 10 commandments from the God, that was Mount Sinai again. And so the Quran says, and he has set firm mountains in the earth so that it would not shake with you. We shake, mountains will not shake. Understand? So therefore we should have unshakable commitment, faith to go ahead in our this thing. Of course, mountains is all relative. Mountains do move. Himalaya is moving also. Every year, 5 centimeters it is moving towards China. That is why we have border dispute with China. Anyway, in all native cultures, the mountains and the trees had a very prime place. Now, if you see the Californian redwood forest, you find some of the world's oldest trees. Sequoia tree, redwood, Californian redwood, more than 2,500 years old, which has seen the rise and fall of the pharaohs of Egypt, which has witnessed almost the decline of industrial agriculture. And there are trees even older to that, but other species also. So, but this grove, you see, this grove is a grove of redwoods, sequoia. And why that grove remained among smaller trees? There were some large area and big trees, very big trees. Because I had also seen them in photograph, but they are the slides older days. So, see, they were the sacred groves of the American tribal people, not tribal, indigenous people. They are called indigenous people. Their sacred forests they have preserved. Not that they destroyed all forests. They cultivated, they cut forests, grew crops, but they preserved also like that. So every settlement of humans had sacred groves, not just in Western Ghats or in India, but in other countries also, the local cultures. Now, you see, for example, the Mesoamerica, the Central America, the Mayan people, they go, traditional people still go to the mountain and worship Guatemala highlands and Andes mountains. That's the source of primeval fire for those people. They think the fire came from Guatemala, the mountain, this is a fiery mountain, a volcano, but important center of Mayan worship. And this Peru, Andes, this is a biodiversity heritage site, also a biodiversity hotspot. Incas of Peru, the local people, the indigenous people, they still have festivals celebrating the glory of the mountains, like that. So despite colonialism for centuries and despite changes in the faith, the indigenous people continue to have at least a token lifestyle of the past. And the ascetic indigenous people of also Central America, Mexico and all, they call themselves the children of mountains. They also built the pyramids, and they also believe the river came from the mountains, just like we have the descent of the Ganga, the Bhagirath did the tapas and Ganga came down from the heavens. Such parallel beliefs are there in several cultures of the world. And you look at what contribution the ascetic races had given for the world. See, where land is the hotspot for agricultural diversity. We get all kinds of potatoes. The genetic reservoir of potato is in Central America, in the Mesoamerica. And they had very advanced agricultural systems with the floating gardens. And we got sweet potato also from there. And batata is actually a native language, not a European language. Tamata came from the native indigenous people of Central America. The name, the chilies. We have diverse colors of chilies. Chilies what we sold in hundreds of crores in India is from Mexico. They have introduced, and we have become Hawaii and such places have become chili capital of the world today. But it's introduced the contribution of the Mexican tribes that we got such diversity they have preserved, not a monoculture. The modern culture is modern monoculture. Have simple one, genetically modified one. Flood the fields with the high yield mustard or bitty cotton, like that. Destroy the diversity. And we are getting along with that invasion of insects and fungus and various kinds of pestilence. So, and maize, amazing contribution is maize. And the sweet corn that you munch almost every evening in Bangalore city, even in walk, is a contribution from the tribes of Central America, Mesoamerica. This is also biodiversity hotspot. Now, did we not have that? Think of Western Ghats. Here, before the British came, where was the forest department? There was no forest department. British came in our Canada with the fall of Tipu Sultan in 1799. Afterwards, this place became British. They came, they said, wherever you are not having record, everything belongs to the state. So forest became the state property. But every village, the people tried to protect their sacred groves. The sacred groves were local centers of biodiversity. They were the places where the gods were worshipped. Understand? Where the local god, higher god, nothing like that. God, you see different personifications, maybe hundreds, thousands of forms. Everywhere there is God. Every stream, every brook, every forest has God. But we have to survive. So we cut some forest, make agriculture. We cut some forest, take firewood or construct buildings with timber. So utility forest, then God's forest, and the God's forest has the original biodiversity, never cut like that. But the pressure has come now. Lot of this God's forest have become governance of forest, and so people have not much faith. And most of you must have seen the Kandara film. There are many citizens who have seen that, overwhelming number. We have seen a forest for which the hero fights, hero's father fought to protect their culture, to protect the sacred forest. So he was protesting against, he was possessed with the God. God is very near to them. They get possessed instantly. In sacred grove, the honor may be different in upper community, but the man who gets possession was the original inhabitant of that area. Same thing with the North Malabar areas of Kerala. The landlords are different, but the God of the grove does not possess the landlord. It is a medium comes from that community. So now we study some of such sacred groves. Many sacred groves we have studied. Professor Madhav Gargal initiated studies, systematic studies of sacred groves. And I had an occasion to work with him for years, and we jointly authored several papers on sacred groves and related heritage and ecology. And here is a sacred grove in Panavar Taluk called Karikan Amma. So Karikan means dark forest, mother of the dark forest. And you enter the forest and see, why these trees look so different from the remaining forest? See, they are Dipterocarpus trees. If you want to see Dipterocarpus, the other species, we have very few species in Western Ghats. You have to go to Malaysia, Indonesia, like that. Understand? There they have large of this thing. These are preserved here because it's a sacred grove, now daring to cut because there is a mother watching the Karikanama. Now you look at the landscape of Sora Taluk in Shimoga district, you find the dark patches and grey patches. The dark patches, they are all sacred groves. Now you see this big dark patch. This is actually Haleswara Khan. Khan in Kannada is different from Karu. Karu is just forest. Khan is a sacred forest. Karikan, Kape Khan, where we describe the Mystica science. And see, this Khan of Sora is almost over 1,000 acres, one sacred forest of one place, and still there. But today the deities are promoted. People think we will be primitive with the deities are still as Kandara film in the forest, like that. So we make the concrete buildings, promote the deity and install the, and once in a year go to that original sacred place and do some holy puri belly and forget it. That is a wrong thing. It's a heritage that we got. Now, the water bodies are around them. If you surround this Khan, you will find streams flowing, the lakes are there, water bodies are around. So every settlement is like that. And 1,000 acres, timber is not cut, but it was a reservoir of non-wood produce, especially pepper, black pepper. In those days, European times came mostly from the Khan forest and not from the plantations. And so, Medicine Rani, Kathak, Menachem Gersapa. She was famed for exporting pepper, and pepper came mostly in those days from such Khans of Sora, Khans of Sagar, Kirtharali, Uttarakhand, like that, not cultivated areas. So, because the microclimate was very damp and high diversity original forest were there. Now, and mountains have 85% of bird, animal, amphibian species, all that. We studied the Kakaleka mountain area with the sand, just 2.5 square kilometer. Our colleague, Dr. Gururaj, amphibian expert, identified 35 species of amphibians, just 2.5 square kilometer. Maharashtra state also has Western Ghats, a few lakh square kilometer is the state's area, but altogether the amphibian number is not more than 45 species. 2.5 kilometers of this sacred grove in Kakaleka, what is the value of that? Just amphibian is one example. And water is constant flow of water, swamp, Mystica swamp, all threatened species are there. Syzygium travamuricum, Maduka, Bodiloni, Mystica, Fachua, they are endangered or critically endangered species, mostly today conserved in the sacred groves. Now, today there are 36 biodiversity hotspots declared in the world, and 36 of them. Earlier it was 34, and these 36 are there. They are mostly mountains. They are mostly mountains and not the plains. Or mountains form integral part, not entirely mountains. So Brazil, Andes, all that. And the sequoia grove, again I mentioned about it. So, but the colonists came, the British, the Spanish, the Portuguese, and they conquered the entire America and they made a colony, and the indigenous people were put in separate areas, reservations. Understand? So thousands of square kilometers they had to vacate and they were put in different reservation villages. So what happened then when the need for conservation came, they declared national parks. How much? Thousands of square kilometers. California National Park, all national parks in America are thousands of square kilometers. Our entire Western Ghats is 160,000 square kilometers, where it is lakhs of square kilometers, national parks. But no human being allowed to stay. Then what happens? Dry season comes, trees die, trees fall, leaves fall, and meters of dead wood, dead debris build up, and then suddenly the Indra strikes one lightning, the spark. Hundreds of places simultaneously, fires, uncontrollable fires. Am I taking more time?
2 minutes. You can take 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So, all these mountain areas are biodiversity hotspots. Now, this one is Western Ghats. All different parts. Most of the 36 biodiversity hotspots have mountains as the backbone, except the arid ones. Now, look at the fate of these biodiversity hotspots. I have given about 28 biodiversity hotspots in this list, and you can see that, all these biodiversity hotspots and what's the status. Major fires are happening in the biodiversity hotspots. In the Andes mountain, Brazilian mountain, in Panama, America, South America, and then China. But when you come to Western Ghats, this is all green. How it is? To almost 29 biodiversity hotspots are burning, and Western Ghats is not that way burning. Indo-Burma region is not all having all that fire. So, because Here, this was under all community management for a long time. There were shipping cultivation areas, there were fuel collection areas, which were cut and used not for the export of timber, but for own local needs, for the cultivation of land also. So, when a fire suppose comes in a dry forest in this heavy rainfall areas of Western Ghats, it will burn, it will go little down, and then we'll find one tortoise somewhere, on somebody's farm, somebody's betta, and somebody's vena. No, fire loses the continuity, it stops burning. A water course comes, it stops burning. So the fire cannot burn as it is burning in Australia, Canada, US, Mexico, all that continuously, nothing like that here. So this is highlights the importance of decentralized community-based management, which is what Professor Madhav Gadgil stated in his report on the Western Ghats Basin. Have local people greater representation in decision making. So now you see, millions of hectares are destroyed, Amazon forest, the top oxygen suppliers of the world. The fires simultaneously happening. Mount Olympus is also on fire. Zeus retired. So Mount Olympus is on fire. Titan, Prometheus brought the fire to the earth from God's steering. He was a Titanic human, but he was punished for doing that. Probably gods did it rightly. He was tied by chain, and a vulture was to feed on his entrails. Today we are using fire, misusing all everywhere. Fires are burning. Nobody sets them on fire, but lightning and natural things, sparks flying for kilometers, temples, random, all this. So, yeah. Now coming to Himalayas and all that, I told you, India much better position because of decentralized, but now development, mountains are angry from, now even the Taoists in China, they have mountain temples like that, surrounded by greens. The Buddhist monasteries, they are Ladakh and all that, no, they are very natural areas. Right, yeah. Now, what is happening? The last part is why we crave for the mercy of the mountains. Mountains are angry, not with fire, but with landslides. Because development in Himalayas, reckless, tunneling, damming, highway making, tourism, then resorts, star hotels. There is the Himalaya itself is a young mountain compared to Western Ghats, not stable, still growing, but we are not allowing it to grow by landslides like that. So, and in Wayanad, Puttur, Talakaveri, all are because landslides, not wire. Now, Wayanad, the most recent one, Wayanad, most vicious landslide in Wayanad. And we had, myself and our team, had studied some landslides in Uttara Kannada, 2009. And I had occasions to study 2019, one vicious landslide in Wayanad, which killed several people. Very treacherous lands, fragile lands. You disturb the original forest, the lands just look for heavy rains to fall. When heavy rains fall, there is nothing protection. So the soil is soaked in water, bulge, and the hills burst, and then all come rolling down. But how Western Ghats remained for 88 million years, almost after separating from Madagascar. Why landslides are happening in 2000 onwards, 21, 20, then 19, like that, not earlier. This is a Carver study, and see, why not? How recklessly the rainforests are destroyed for resorts. See the badly made roads, both sides digging, not following the contours. Roads are made, and see, the roads are cut like this. These trees are destined to fall. And what protected the mountains through ages? That's the last part. They were the rainforest. See what kind of trees are there in the rainforest. See these trees, buttresses. If you have a row of buttressed trees with a plant like prolongation at the base, then even if rocks come falling, that is stop you. This is a Rudraksha and some related species. Now this building survived here because of this Rudraksha tree. It has buttress. It can stop, and there are also other swamp forest varieties with such kind of still fruits. Stills are additional support. How we building, we give still to a construction support. Now the most vicious rainfall basin, landslide recently in Shirur, Uttar Kannada. Why it happened? Because it is no knowledge about the geological history or the geology of these coastal laterite hills. These coastal laterite hills are just deposits of the Western Ghats soil. They are not on Mother Rock. They are just on the soil which came through 88 million years, ever since India separated from Madagascar. We got the vertical side. We are Mudbagri on the vertical side of the Western Ghats. The plateau side is safer. The eastern slopes, they are gentle slopes. We are on the cut slope. So the mountains are likely to crash if we go to lose them. And this Gangavali river witnessed the longest search for a surviving for the body of a human being. 71 days from Karnataka, searched in 71 days to get the truck and the body of the driver from Kerala. So I am happy that I am also Kerala, this body was ultimately obtained. But the Karnataka people also lost lives. No search was made to that extent. Because ministers came, MLAs came, people came from the pressurized and got after 71 days. I was wondering if bridges were made between sensitive coastal hills at a much lower cost. The landscape would have been done as such. And now what can be done? See, these all trees when we surveyed in Sharavati Valley, Uttara Kannada rainforest, these trees, softwood trees, they were sold for 1 rupee a ton, 5 rupee a ton to plywood industry to make matchsticks. The trees with buttresses because they are softwood. They cannot build timber with buildings and all ships and all. So, but this kind of planting trees with say ficus species, which are also this thing, resources for animals, keystone resources. Throughout the year, there are fruits, animals, birds, monkeys. Now, monkeys are invading all the farms in Uttara Kannada district. The farmers are finding it very tough because the vegetation has been changed. Rainforests have gone, ficus have vanished, and road cuttings are built with the stones and the cement. They also burst when the hill bursts like that. So, such trees have vanished. These are keystone species. They have no season of fruiting. They are throughout the year fruiting. So now there is a bioengineering. What can be done? What should be the kind of forestry for Western Ghats? What kind of species can be planted? Where they can be planted? This requires our thinking for the future of our generation and future generation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Subhash. So let us move to the next presentation. So because of the time constraint, we will not have the question and answer session. But after both the lectures, we will do that. Okay. So now I'll be talking about the wetlands for human well-being. You will understand the kind of science we have done and how we have been successful in getting some wetland not getting degraded or destroyed. So, this is the flow of my talk. I will talk about changes that is happening in the climate and why it is happening. Because of the time constraint, I might be slightly rushing over the slides, but I will be available next 3 days. You can come and talk to me if you have any questions. Okay? Now, we all know the temperature is increasing. Okay? Now, let us see why the temperature is increasing. If you look at, the greenhouse gas footprint is also increasing. Consequence of GHG footprint. When you burn fossil fuel, you are emitting GHG gas, which are like carbon dioxide and species of carbon, etc. Now, why we have to take this global warming and changes in climate seriously? Because we are going to pay the heavy price, either in the form of rising temperature or the causing the sea level rise. When there is an increase in temperature, what would happen? If you look at the temperature increase will lead to the disease vectors, which is going to affect our crops and human beings. Okay. So now look at the way the climate change has done. See now, if you look at this is the ice in the way back in 81 and current to this one. See, when the ice cover was higher, most of the heat that was fallen in the ice used to get reflected. Because of that, ice used to continue to be cooler. There is no this one. But now, because of the increase in temperature, there is a reduction in the ice cover, which has led to the trapping of the more heat that led to the further erosion in the glacier. Okay. Now the impact of that is the flood. If you have seen the TV and in your mobile, you would have got the message saying that Bangalore, Manita Park is flooded, then other parts of Bangalore is flooded, then the Tamil Nadu is paying the price like that. So that's what we are paying, and the poorest countries are paying more for that. Okay. Now let us see what are the problems associated with this increase in temperature. See, if you look at coral bleaching, with just a 0.5 degree increase in temperature, see the 70% of the thing in the percentage loss in the 1.5 degree scenario will be 99%. Or look at the species loss. With 1.5 degrees, whether the insect or the plant or this one, we are going to lose them the quite high. So then the drought, instances of drought, when you look at, you see what was 350 million, this one will go up to the 410 million by just increasing the 5.5 degrees Celsius temperature. Or the rise in sea level, the people who are affected, you can see that here the increase is about 48 centimeters, with the 1.5 degrees Celsius will be about 56 centimeters. The people affected, if you look at 49 million people get affected because of the increase in the temperature or increase in the sea level rise. And now by 2025, if you look at the countries which are going to be affected, is Asia, Latin America, Africa. And more importantly, we are going to pay the heavy price for the agriculture. 30% reduction in agriculture in Central and South Asia, or in Latin America, 15% in African countries. And in our country, we will lose about 60%. That's where we have to be careful. We need to mitigate the changes in climate. That's where we need to have the lifestyle, as Harish Krishnamurthy talked about, a green lifestyle. Okay. Now these are the impacts of the changes in climate, the increase in sea level, glacier melting, the drought and floods, etc. And that will lead to the food security problem. The climate change threatens the food security, water availability, and cities become vulnerable, coastlines become vulnerable, and of course finally the humans will pay because of the health with the vector-borne diseases. Now the IPCC report also talks about this. Okay, I will not get into the details of it, but if you look at there is a strong correlation between the temperature increase with the increase in the carbon dioxide and the greenhouse gas in the system. So that's what this relationship brings out, the one-to-one relationships, okay? So now, these are the gases, carbon dioxide, methane, etc., which we call it as a greenhouse gas, that contribute to the changes in climate. You know, the higher concentration will trap the temperature. Because of that, you will see the increase in the temperature in the region. So you will see that Earth's surface emits a longer wavelength radiation. Those who know understand the physics, you know that at 9.6 micrometer wavelength, you will see the Earth acts as an emitter. You know, now with the increase in temperature, the life become more troublesome on the Earth. Okay. Now I skip some of the things. What causes the greenhouse gas increase? Fossil fuel burning, then deforestation. Our study shows when you do the deforestation, you lost your ability to sequester the carbon, and also there is an emission of carbon from the soil, etc. That means the impact is much higher than the fossil fuel burning. And that also leads to the reduction in biodiversity. So now, who causes the climate change? You see all our big brothers, they cause the climate change. Of course, we are also into this. So now, which are the sector contribute to the fossil fuel? About 49%, deforestation 14%, industrial process about 24%. These are when we talk about the problem, it also gives us an opportunity to look at the alternative, how to bring down these emissions, etc. Okay? Who can fix it? The government and businesses, and we all can do the thing. That is where the science comes into the picture. We can come up with the innovative technologies to reduce the emission that happens in the sector. You know, transition from the fossil fuel based to the renewable sources like solar, wind, and bioenergy certainly brings down the carbon footprint. Okay, of course there are challenges. When we talk about solar energy, people say, what about the debris, etc. See, that is where the science comes. Once we develop the thing, we will also look at the consequences of that, then we will come out with the remediations. Okay? So, now I will see, that is where the concept of net zero or the carbon neutral concept started picking up. Now, as you all know, the country has invested a lot on biofuel innovations. You know, we have Innovation Council. We talk about encouraging the research in biofuels, especially the bioethanol or the biodiesel and the hydrogen, biohydrogen. Okay, and that's what the sustainable development goal. That every country is supposed to follow these 17 goals, whether it is a no poverty or the zero hunger or the gender equality, etc. So now, coming to my science, our science, as I said earlier, is to ensure the clean air, water, and the environment for our children. You know, that is where we do the science to see that how to protect the fragile ecosystem. That's what Professor Symbolic also talked about it. Now let's look at what is the kind of the resources we have on the diversity of plants and animals. You know, our scriptures, the Rig talks about the 8 to 12 million species. In our science, we have estimated about 1.5 billion species. You know, when you talk about variety of plants and animals, you have variety of food. Because of variety of food, you have immunity because your body gets the medicine when you have the diverse food. That is where one should think about having the diverse food. You know, then you need to maintain the diversity to get the diverse food. So now let us look at on the earth, where do we have the highest number of plants and animal diversity? You know, as you all know, we have only one Earth. Latitudinally, let us map the diversity of plants and animals. You will see that at 8 to 14 degree latitude, you have the highest number of plants and animal varieties. That 8 to 14 degree latitude in the Western Ghats corresponds to Kerala, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu part. So that means some of us from Western Ghats, we have inherited these resources. That is what we are supposed to do, conserve it and give it to the entire globe. Now, we have also looked at what are the changes happening in the Western Ghats. One is our study shows the current trend of deforestation. There will be increase in temperature. The Kerala will witness a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature. And there will be changes in rainfall. the rainfall pattern, which is, if you look at Kerala, gets about the 8 months of rainfall, or Karnataka gets about 4 to 5 months. Instead of the rain spread across these months, you will see the rain coming in few weeks. You will have a large quantum of rain in a short duration, which we define it as a high intensity rainfall. You know, that means that there will be changes in rainy days. You know, the number of rainy days will start coming down. So with that you have high intensity rainfall. When you have high intensity rainfall, with the deforestation, you know, the landscape will not be able to handle the water. You know, that is where the landslides and mudslides happen, as it happened whether it is in Uttara Kannada or Shivamogga, Dakshin Kannada or Kerala. You know, when we wrote this article in 2018, we had predicted this, saying that there will be the vulnerable locations like in Karnataka, like Kodagu or Wayanad in Kerala will become more vulnerable. But unfortunately, people didn't look at this aspect. But when the 2019 the landslides happened, you know, the people started referring our article and asking for a solution. Okay, now how the science can contribute in conservation, let us look at. As I said earlier, we have launched the satellites way back in 70s. We get a picture of the earth. With the picture of the earth, if you analyze it, you know, you can find out what is the pattern of the forest cover, how much forest is declining, etc. You know, that's where the artificial intelligence and machine learning helps. You know, what I used to do earlier to analyze one district, it used to take about the 6 to 7 months. But today, my students, they have analyzed the entire Western Ghats in 6 months. Dr. Bharat is here, he has done this study. You know, then not only the forests are declining, we see that forests are also getting fragmented. You know, fragmentation of forest will lead to the human-animal conflict and loss of diversity, etc. Now, we also did the quantification of the carbon stored by the forest in the Western Ghats. How much carbon is stored in this forest? You know, it amounts to about 1.23 million gigagram, and every year about 37,000 gigagram of carbon is sequestered by the forest in the Western Ghats, which amounts to the emission that happens in the cities like the Trivandrum, Cochin, Mangalore, etc. And if you look at it in economic terms, it amounts to about 100 billion rupees or $1.4 billion. You might ask, why did you do this valuation? This is to tell the globe that, you know, the carbon that service that is provided by forest is the carbon that is emitted by them when they are industrialized. You know, in the last 100 years, whatever they have in the emitted, because Earth is, you know, the atmosphere is one. All those carbon that is emitted is taken by the forests in the Himalaya as well as in the Western Ghats. And when I represent the country in the global meeting, this is what I tell the global people, that they need to pay this much money to the India so that we can have conservation of this region. So that way, if people say there is no money for conservation, there are money for conservation provided if you put your argument forward properly. Now, we also looked at what is going to happen in 2031 through the agent-based modeling, and the consequence of that also the ecological parameter, we have visualized that. Okay, so we see that about 10% of the forests are evergreen in the Western Ghats, and we have lost about 5% of forest cover in the Western Ghats over the last the 2.5 decades. And the consequence is there would be increase of 0.5 to 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in the temperature. Now, let us also look at the kind of diversity of life in the region where see, our study shows that wherever forests are there with the native species, we see that abundant other taxons are there. And even these are the two new species of fish which we have described, you know, Schistura nagodiensis, Schistura sharavadiensis. You know, they have the medicinal properties. You know, for this fish to have medicinal property, it has to grow in its habitat. For it to grow in its habitat, the habitat should have the water for 12 months. For habitat to have water in 12 months, the surrounding catchment should have the forest, at least 60% forest cover. This gives the linkage between the aquatic and terrestrial biodiversity. Now, if you look at the consequence of global warming with the changes in the consequence of global warming is changes in climate. With changes in climate on the earth, you will not have water. When there is no water on the earth, no humans can survive. The humans will become extinct. Now let us see how the other organisms will survive. For example, you all know the frogs. They are known as amphibian because there are two stages in the life cycle. First stage is the tadpole stage, or the fish life, which requires the water. The second stage is the adult stage, which is on the land. Now, if there is no water, the tadpole cannot survive. In such a case, in a drier area, we saw that one of the species, Pilatus leucorinus, bypassing the tadpole stage, and we saw the younger ones emerging out. So, after fertilization, on the 14th day, we saw the younger ones emerging out. See, that means these organisms have learned how to get adapted to a situation where there is a water scarcity. But I will write it and give it to you all. With the changes in climate, we will not have water on earth. None of us will survive, whether you are talk with artificial intelligence, machine learning, or the natural intelligence. So if we do not conserve the fragile ecosystem, we are going to pay the price. So now, if you look at the history book, you will also learn. For example, Eastern Island, people talked about development, they went on expanding the island. One day the people had to abandon the island because there was no water. Similarly, the last leg of Vijayanagara kingdom failed in our country because of the water crisis. So if there is a water crisis in any region, any state, you know that state is going to collapse, or the city is going to collapse. So now let us look at what kind of the food we should take so that we can also conserve the water. You know, the pulses, if you have more pulses in your diet, you are also reducing the water footprint. You know, the reason for that is to grow a kg of pulse, you need 200 liters of water. To grow a kg of rice, you need about 3,000 liters of water. To grow a kg of wheat, you require 5,000 liters of water. To grow a kg of sugar, you need about 50,000 liters of water. That is what Professor Subhash Chandran was emphasizing in the morning. When you grow sugar and export it, you are not only exporting sugar, but you are also exporting the water from the country, which is a scarce commodity in our country. And with the benefits of having the pulses in your diet, it helps in weight management. You know, you will not be obese. It will help in optimal brain functioning. Since you are all youngsters, your brain has to function. If you have pulses in your diet, you will become more intelligent. And it is a source of vitamin and minerals. It reduces the risk of cancer. It also aids in digestion. And also it prevents the cell and gene damage. And of course, it helps in the muscle generation. Those who want 6-pack or 5-pack, you can think of having these pulses every day morning, the sprouted lentils. Okay? So now this gives the water footprint. And more importantly, if you start eating more and more pulses or a millet, you need to grow them. When you grow the pulses or millet, the wild animals don't come and eat those plants. That way you are also addressing the human-animal conflict. You know, you are helping in a healthy planet with a harmonious state of mind, body and spirit. That is what the holistic health means. Okay? Now, you all knew that Bangalore faces severe water crisis 3 months back. Yesterday, we are facing the flooding in Bangalore. You know why these are happening? Because of the absence of water urbanism in our planning. You know, the transition from the porous landscape to the paved landscape led to this water crisis, coupled with the over-exploitation. You know, what is the solution? I've been telling that creating the ecological pore spaces through trees and parks, and also the conserving the wetlands which are there in the Bangalore will solve the problem of the Bangalore. Now, look at the way now the water crisis was there. Almost all wards in Bangalore witnessed the severe water crisis. Now let's look at how the Bangalore was in 1800. None of us were there, and how it is now. In 1800, in a city of 740 square kilometer with the undulating terrain, you know, we had 1,452 wetlands were there and 80% green cover. Because of this wetland and green cover, we had a temperature of 14 to 16 degrees Celsius in May month or a 0 degrees Celsius for a few days in December. You know, the literature talks about the 0 degrees Celsius in December and the growing apples. We were growing apples in a place called Palace Orchard closer to my institute. Okay. Today, what has happened? We have 193 lakes, less than 3% green cover, and the consequence of that, 34 to 37 degrees Celsius increase in temperature. And water storage capacity of lakes have come down less than 1 TMC. And if you look at how the lakes were formed in Bangalore, you know, there are experts in Bangalore, they tell me there are no natural lakes in Bangalore. We don't have to worry about these lakes. I always tell them, look at the history, look at the science aspect. When the river was passing through the region, our elders put the bund at a regular interval. That's where in that river chain we had the interconnected lake system. There are 3 watersheds. We have 3 the river system with the interconnected lake system. So now this gives the glimpse of 193 lakes with the interconnected lakes in Bangalore. See, if somebody really want to solve the problem of flooding in Bangalore, I would say just re-establish the interconnectivity among the lake and rejuvenate the lake. The problem of the flooding in Bangalore is solved. Because the flooding is happening in Bangalore now, the media is also highlighting about flooding. We are talking about solution. They can also talk about solution, how to solve the problem. Okay, now let us look at why this water crisis in Bangalore. One is unplanned urbanization. You know, the city, which was a forest landscape with a green cover of 68% in 73 and 8% was red. And today, 23, you see 86% is red, only covered with paved surfaces with the building, roads, etc. and less than 3% green cover. See, in 1973, when I was a youngster, the green cover was there, 68%. Then 92 with industries coming up in Pune and Kormangala, you see changes happening. Then 99-2000 with ITPT sector coming in outskirts, you see changes happening. Then 2006 intensification, 2009 further intensification started, and this is how the paved surface increased. You know, from 7.97% in 73, the buildings have occupied 86% in Bangalore. And now you see that about the 22, about 85% is choked. There has been 1078% increase in paved surface, 88% loss in vegetation cover, and 79% of the water bodies we have lost. I have been telling the government of Karnataka, enough is enough. We need to decongest the Bangalore. You see the city of Bangalore, our youngsters have to use oxygen cylinder. That is the situation we have reached, and the water scarcity. Okay, why did we reach this? Because our growth has surpassed the carrying capacity. You know, there has been 1078% increase in the concrete area. We lost the supporting capacity as well as the assimilative capacity. Assimilative capacity means each region has the ability to maintain the balance of the pollution level by taking away the carbon dioxide. You know, the plants take away the carbon and other pollutants, etc. So that ability we have lost. Okay. So now let us look at how many trees are there in Bangalore. In the city of Bangalore of 740 square kilometers. Using the remote sensing data and the ground measurement. This is my campus. My campus is 400 hectares. We have about 22,000 trees are there, and which is linked with the remote sensing data. And this analysis was widened using the remote sensing data for the entire Bangalore high resolution data. We could map that in Bangalore, city of Bangalore, we had 1.5 million trees for the 9.5 million population. You see the service provided by tree. The entire classroom can be conducted under the tree. That is more pleasant than in the room like this. Okay. So now, see, now if you look at this ratio of people to the tree, for every 7 person there is 1 tree. You might ask, how many trees required? Do we require trees, children? Raise your hand, those who don't require trees. None, no? I'll ask another serious question. How many of you are breathing? Raise both the hands. Okay, that is good. So, when you breathe, you give out the carbon dioxide to an extent of 980 grams per person per day. You know, each one of you give 1 kg of carbon dioxide every day. And people sitting in the front row and myself, we give out 540 grams of per person per day. Now, 1 hectare of tree takes away carbon dioxide during photosynthesis to an extent of 6 to 9 tons per hectare. By that ratio, for every person there should be 7 or 8 trees. But what we have in Bangalore, 7%, 1 tree. So now this is nothing new. Look at our scriptures. Talks about conservation. The Bible talks about the conservation at least 320 times. And Quran talks about the imminent war if you pollute the water body. That's why if you go to good dargah, you have to pull the water from the well and wash your feet and finger with a clean water before you enter the dargah. That is why they thought that when you practice in dargah, you will also practice at home and in community. In our literature, there is a link between the water, child and the tree. See, if you have a well at home, you are wealthy. 10 wells are equal to 1 lake, 10 lakes are equal to 1 reservoir, 1 sarovar, 10 sarovar is equal to 1 child, and 10 children are equal to 1 tree. The benefit of having 10 children, you can have by planting and nurturing a sapling. I'll put it other way. When you cut a tree, you are murdering your own 10 children. So that is the way we communicate. That becomes quite powerful also. Okay, I will narrate the story how it became powerful afterwards. And this gives the number of lakes in Bangalore in 1970s and today. There are 700 plus trees, the lakes were there in Bangalore. Today, we have about 216 lakes. Out of that 193 we have studied. Okay, this gives the interconnected lake system in the Bangalore of today. And red one are the one what we have lost either for residential building, layout, or some fellows in Bangalore just follow the lake itself. Okay, that we have lost 79% of lakes in Bangalore. Okay, now let us summarize. The forest to bed surface led to the acute water scarcity, and you see that 45% of Bangaloreans depend on the groundwater. That means we require about 18 TMC of water. Out of 18 TMC, 60% come from the Kaveri and remaining 40% come from the groundwater. But when you make the surface wave like this, nothing goes percolating. That's where the groundwater shortage happens. That is where the region where the vegetation is removed, you will see there is the acute scarcity of groundwater. Okay. Now, as I said earlier, look at the Kaveri situation. We have lost about 45% of forest cover in Kaveri Basin over the last the 6 decades. Then Kaveri Basin currently has only 18%. As per the now, we are supposed to have 33% green cover, but we have only 18%. Because of that, there are changes in climate. We had erratic rainfall, and that is where we didn't have enough water in Kaveri. Coupled with that, there is no groundwater in Bangalore because all its building fellows, they were sucking the water, and more exploitation was happening. Because of that, we have the scarcity of water in Bangalore. And air in the environment is also highly polluted in Bangalore. We did a study of 10 cities in India. The cities where public transport is weak, you see the higher amount of pollution from the transportation sector. For example, Hyderabad, from the transportation sector, it is 54% is the polluted. And the Bangalore, you see about 45% comes from the transportation sector. That means if you want to mitigate the changes in climate, if you want to reduce the carbon footprint, you need to emphasize or invest more on the public transport. Public transport has to be economical and it is secure. Then only you can bring down the changes in climate. Then the next thing is you need to design the building which is appropriate for the climate like Bangalore, Hyderabad, etc. The Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, etc. are all the tropical climate. This kind of glass facade building, which is meant for the European climate or the cold climate, our architects and the civil engineers, they copied from that that environment. They have pasted it in the environment of Bangalore, etc. In the process, what happened? In the cold environment, these buildings are appropriate because it conserves the heat. People feel pleasant inside. Thermal comfort will be there. But when you put it in tropical climate, the building, the inside become more and more warmer. So you have to use both the air conditioner and fan. When you start using more air conditioner fan, you see the electricity consumption goes up. Our study shows that in the normal building, if the consumption is 750 to 1200 units per person per year, in the gas facade building it is 40,000 to 70,000 units per person per year. That means higher the electricity consumption 10 times higher, means higher by the carbon footprint is also higher by 10 times. That means unplanned urbanization has led to the loss of ecosystem, and we have the higher pollutant in the air and water that led to the warming of the earth. Now let us look at how these pollutants are getting into our home. You know, the fish grown in these lakes are, 98% of the lake what we have studied are sewage bed. And about 92% we saw the heavy metal in the lakes of Bangalore. Now, we analyzed how people depend on the lake. People collect the fish from the lake and they grow vegetable in the downstream, and also the green plant that is there in the lake goes as a fodder to the cattle. We collected the fish sample as well as the milk and this vegetable sample. Our analysis shows the presence of heavy metal. The presence of heavy metal in our food is also creating the serious health consequences. For example, the cancer, the Bangalore is number 1 as far as cancer the disease is concerned. Now, if you look at the kidney failure, what was 1 in 1 lakh about 12 years back, today is 1 in 5,000. Almost every ward in Bangalore has a dialysis unit. That is a quite worrying situation in Bangalore. And for that to bring awareness in the decision maker, we developed the decision support system so that aids as the instrument for the appropriate decision, wherein we have provided all the data. This is called Bangalore Urban Information System. Similarly, we have Bangalore Lake Information System, which provides the information about all the lakes in Bangalore. You can select the lake which you are interested, find out what kind of water quality, algae, fish, etc. are there. So now if you look at the wetlands of Bangalore, what are they providing? They give us the fish, water, etc. And see, now let us look at the link between the wetland and the groundwater. It does the groundwater recharge and it also provides recreation. Now let us look at the groundwater situation. When the lakes were there, people had water at 8 to 100 feet in their wells. After removing the lake, in 6 years the groundwater table went down to 600 feet. Today, after 23 years, people have gone down 1,800 feet. There is no water in the aquifer. Now we are searching for water in the moon. Okay? So you might say this is a technological improvement. We have become a developing country from the developed country, etc. and all those things. But irony is that we don't have water in our earth now in Bangalore. And what is the solution? I would say rejuvenate the lake. It will solve the problem. For example, when Sarki Lake was rejuvenated, I was in the committee. Within a year, I saw the groundwater table improving by 320 feet. Last year, when most part of Bangalore was suffering with water crisis and increase in temperature, Saraki Lake, the water table, groundwater table was less than 500 feet in the surrounding lake, and in the lake there was sufficient amount of water. Because of this higher moisture content in the Saraki Lake, there was the temperature in that region of 2 to 3 degrees lower than the city temperature. This shows that this is the model to be replicated in all wards in Bangalore. Okay, now let's look at the money aspect of the lake or the wetland. We get the fish, fodder, and the other services like flood mitigation, groundwater recharge, etc. When you give the economic value to that, it amounts to 10,500 rupees per day per hectare for a wetland. If the wetland is clean, not polluted. But when we pollute the wetland, the worth of the wetland comes down to 20 rupees per day per hectare. Now, who are the people get affected? The fishermen, washermen, okay. Then people like us who do science in the lake, we are the ones who get affected. And who are the people who pollute? The elite section of the society. They do not even know how to dispose the waste. That is where the problem of the lake getting polluted happens. Now consequence of losing the green, the ecosystem is the increase in temperature. What was 21 degrees in 92 before most of you were born was 21 degrees Celsius in Bangalore, became 24 degrees in 2000, and today it's about 36 to 39 degrees Celsius. When you map the temperature from the center of the city in the 8 direction, you see that wherever the lakes are there, wherever the parks are there, you see the temperature is low than the surrounding temperature. This is the work the Uttam Kumar, a part of his doctoral thesis he did. Today he is the professor at the IIIT. He was my student earlier, and today he is a faculty at IIIT Bangalore. That is how you can do the small experiment, learn the insight from that, and make a big career through this small the findings. Okay. Now the consequence of losing the lake, we have the flooding happening in the city very often. As I said, yesterday was flooding. In fact, while I was traveling yesterday, the Tulika asked me, "Sir, will it rain tomorrow?" I said, "Don't worry. Today it is cloudy, it is raining. Tomorrow will be the bright sunny day. But in the night you will get a good rain so that you can have a good sleep." As I predicted, you see there is no rain and it's a bright sunny day. So that's how the science also can predict. Okay. Now, why I did this statement? I saw in that WhatsApp university, some of the teachers were saying, "Oh, Bangalore has become orange. I mean, Mudmitra is orange. How will the parents are worried whether they will be safe?" We had landed just then. We took the video of this. There was no rain in Mudmitra. How it will become orange? When it was bright, blue sky was there in the day. Then we took the video and shared with that. Immediately, the teachers responded positively, saying that, "Okay, we will travel now." Chitralekha is here. She responded immediately, saying that, "Okay, I will bring my students here." That's how we have the audience today. That is where the right information has to be communicated. We should not give the wrong information, make the people feel insecure. When we lose the lake, the interconnectivity among the lake is lost, and that's where we see that becomes a vulnerable pocket for the flooding. Okay. Now look at the other aspect. When the lake is clean, it looks like this. But when lake is polluted, you see the green color. That shows the nutrient enrichment. When the lake is clean, when you measure the dissolved oxygen at inlet and outlet, you see the dissolved oxygen is 2 or 3 at inlet. By the time when water moves to the outlet, the treatment would have happened because of the algal action, etc., photosynthesis, etc. Now you are seeing a comment across the frothing of the lake and fire in the lake. This is the study what we did. Durga Mata sitting here. We investigated what is the causal factor for the froth and fire. We said it is because the phosphorus in the detergent is causing the froth, and that is where we pushed the government for rejuvenation of Velandur and Vartur lake. Okay, so that is what is the unplanned urbanization. That is because the fragmented and uncoordinated governance has led to the urbanization. That is because too many parastate agencies, too many babus in the government, they do not talk to each other. Though they have mobile in the hand, they do not talk about how to govern the system. And lack of accountability, and transparency in the bureaucracy is the thing. And legislative system interfering or meddling with the executive system. As a legislator, they are supposed to do the legislation, but they also meddle with the engineers in the region and their problems, etc. Then lack of technical competency in the parastate agency. When I sit in some of the committees in the government, I feel the pathetic state. Today, the engineers in that organization have become a head clerk. They just sign, some consultant prepare some document, some concept note. Then based on that, they will put one sign, but they look at only how much money is required. Higher the amount, that project gets clear. Okay, that means there is an excess of consultant, contractors, engineers, and bureaucrats. That is the root cause of our problem. Okay, then what is the solution? The people taking active part in decision is the best thing. That is what the 74th Constitutional Amendment talks about it. And you need to revitalize the ecological four phases, maintain the green cover, rejuvenate the lake, okay, and do not pollute. Rainwater harvesting is the solution, wastewater treatment, rejuvenate lake, re-establishing the connectivity, recharge creek for stormwater drain, make landscape forests, mini forest in each ward. When we do the rainwater harvesting, we have 50 TMC of water because of the desert. To harvest the rainwater, best option is rejuvenate the lake, retain the rainwater in the lake so that the groundwater resources get recharged with the clean water. Then the next best option is what I talked about is the Checkpoor model. You see that having constructed wetland and algal pond, you will have a tertiary treated water. If you have this kind of model in Bangalore, where the water generated wastewater is about 18 TMC, you will have 16 TMC of treated water. So that means 15 TMC plus 16 TMC, you have 31 TMC, which is a sustainable solution. In a place where 18 TMC of water required, you have 31 TMC of water. So now, what are the other interventions that can happen? I will take another 4 or 5 minutes and find out. So one is wastewater treatment, second is rainwater harvesting through the lake, create lakes and create a mini forest in each port, and more importantly, invest in the bringing awareness among the younger generation. All people, environment education at all level is a requirement. That's what we are doing through the Lake Symposium and various environment education programs, know your ecosystem, etc. This is a model that is working at Keynote, which is treating the water, wastewater to the desert. There is no nitrate in the lake or in the surrounding borders. Okay. Now look at how the Bellator and Vattur lake we have looked at. You can look at our young soldiers doing the job along with the army. Our Vinay is here, then Sinchi, Sulabha, and our Mandevisi, Sudarshan. All these people are here. There is a word called Mandevisi in Dakshina Kannada. When they get very tense, they call that as Mandevisi. So I initially thought Mandevisi means MONDAY-BUSY. But later I came to know that Monday is busy. I thought that Monday is busy. But later I came to know he is busy. Just now he confirmed me that still his Monday is busy only. Okay. So, but he was actively involved. You can see that man with the green bin collecting the macrophyte for the analysis. So, okay. Now we did the sampling. We went in a boat. We collected the water sample and we did the depth profile. That is where our Vinay did the profiling of the thing. And we collected a sediment and Durga Madhav and Sinchi Sulabha, they looked at the water quality aspect of that. We did the quantification of silt that is there in the lake. Because rejuvenation of the lake means you need to decontaminate the lake and arrest the contaminant entering the lake. To decontaminate the lake, you need to do the desilting. To do the desilting, you need to know the quantity of silt in the lake. That is what we did. What is the earlier depth and what is the current depth? We looked at the difference is what is the silt accumulated. Our study shows that about 11 million cubic meter of silt is accumulated in this lake. Then we also thought about the reuse of this silt. The Vattur lake, the quality when we analyzed, there was no heavy metal, there was a lot of nutrients were there. We gave to 400 acres farmers in Vattur. I am a member of the NGT National Tree Tribunal for the lake, and also I am a member of PDA. So wherein I could distribute this silt to those farmers. When I visited after 4 months, they loaded our vehicle with this kind of green vegetables. Each farmer told us that they got 1.5 lakh rupees additional revenue and there is normal benefit because of using the silt which had nutrient. So because of nutrient, there was no need to use fertilizer. And since there was a nutrient-rich soil, they got the bumper crop. They grow this vegetable twice a year. You can see the worth of the silt from the lake. That is what every once in 2 years we need to do the desilting of the lake in rural areas and other parts of the country, so that you can enhance the water storage capacity. At the same time, your agriculture field will have the soil which are nutrient-rich. Okay, then to discuss that only we created the forum Lake 2024, and you are all fortunate you could attend this event. Okay, so now that is how you youngsters have done the experiment. You have come here, and now this is the glimpse of the water body that is created in the campus. This is the water body we use for our biofuel research. Not only our students are happy, even we have otter in the campus. We don't know from where it has come, but it is there. But otter is a voracious eater of fish. Well, we were not feeding this otter. We were surprised how it is surviving. When we did that biodiversity study of this centenary pond, what was created in the campus, this the Sinchi and Asulba did the study. So we could see that the adequate number of algae, zooplankton, fish and bird in the thing. The message here is if you facilitate the system without disturbance, nature knows how to establish the link and provide the food for everyone. This is the lake that was created in Murvantri in this taluk. The saint, the temple, Jain temple saint was involved in that. And you saw this young man today morning bubbling with energy, was talking with lot of energy, the CEO. In this campus also, there is a water body which stores 25 lakh liters of water. You see, we visit this campus quite often. You can see myself, Sinsi, Sulama and all. So when we see greenery with the abundant water, we get excited. Okay, that's why we keep coming. That is the reason for Lake Symposium coming to this campus for the third time. Okay, now those of you who have not visited the campus, this is the climber you will see in our campus. You know, this is, I was fascinated by that architecture. We took this spot to the Bangalore. Out of 14 seats, 7 seats we planted in 7 locations. Out of 7 locations, in only 1 location it has survived, that is next to the building where we worked for 20 years. That means even the plants know who will take care. So most of you do not know whether you will take care of your parents or not. After marriage, what happens to the parents? Because in Bangalore, I have seen the day when a fellow get married, the first object to be thrown out is the parents. So that's where we have created a lot of Vruddhashram at home in Bangalore, so that poor parents can go and stay there. Okay. Now, in front of this building, we also created a mini forest in 2 hectares area. You know, that region was infested with Parthenium way back in 19. You know, after creating this mini forest of, in a 2 hectare area which has 49 native species, 500 saplings, you see that today you get a feel of the rainforest. And it is rich in diversity with a population of slender forest, fish, etc. Now, you see that one of the important things what we brought out is the groundwater, which was 150 feet earlier. The groundwater table now is about 10 feet. So, and temperature is 2 degrees lower. So, okay, that's how it helps in moderating the climate and also providing the water. See, we are re-establishing through this experiment, creation of the mini forest and the water body in the campus. We have increased the groundwater table from 150 feet to the 10 feet. You know, that is the thing should happen in every part of the globe. What happened? Now, this is the education I talked about it. And those of you who want to write to me, you can write to me. I do not use mobile. But you are most welcome to write to me through the email so that I am not disturbed with your frequent calls. And these are the portal where you can get all the details like I showed the various decision support systems, etc. Okay? So now with this, Abhishek, can you go to the Western Ghats decision support system? It is on. Just another 1 minute, I will wind up my talk. Don't get restless. Lunch is there. 1:15 we will have lunch. By 2 o'clock, 1:45 you should be back. Lunch is arranged in the adjacent building, which our Vinay is going to announce it, not in the canteen. Okay. So now this is the portal where you get all our decision support system. See, for example, if you take Western Ghats Spatial Decision Support System, I told you that we need to identify ecologically sensitive region or ecologically vulnerable region. You know, that is we have graded as ESR 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now if you want to see the particular village, whether it's ecologically sensitive, let us take for example Kerala, because why not, there was a problem. Okay, Kerala shows where all red is there, they are highly vulnerable region. Then the green is ecologically sensitive region 2 and blue is ESR 4. Okay. Then choose the district what you want to look at. Let me choose Wayanad. Okay. Now you see that which are the villages are ESR 1, ESR 2, ESR 3. Okay. Then choose the taluk. Okay. Then if you want to see the village, you can choose the village which is this one. Any of the village you will come to know. And if you click on that, you will get the details of that ecological what is the kind of the population and who all are affected, etc. And whatever the data which we use for developing this ESR is available online. We have made it available. That is the thesis work of Dr. Barasatur, Vinay, and many other students. You know, all those data we have made it available to the public as well as the decision makers, so that you can see that. See, I launched this portal about a year back in July, last year July on 14th, when I delivered the KV Subarna Memorial Lecture in a remote village in Chimunda. I launched this portal. Within a month of that launching the portal, there was a question in the parliament about this. That means the message reaches the destination. Wherever you are doing the science, don't worry that you are in Kunta or in a remote village in Dakshina Kannada, etc. But message will reach. Not only that, after the parliament question, I noticed a group of experts from Ministry of Environment and Forest coming to my lab asking for a detail. Then I gave them a talk like this, saying that why the Western Ghats has to be conserved. The next day they went to the Karnataka government, they told that the ecosystem service value of the Western Ghats. They highlighted the carbon sequestration potential of the Western Ghats. When it was told to the minister on that day, minister told, I didn't know about this. Now I am going to accept the conservation report, so we will implement it soon. See, that's how the science can go to the advocacy, policy and advocacy. That is the purpose of doing the science. When you do a good science, naturally the society gets a benefit and country gets benefit. When country gets benefit, you know, when you see the smile on your neighbor's face, your work gets the fulfillment. That's what should happen. You know, when we created a water body in this campus, surrounding groundwater resources went up by few feet. You know, everybody got the water. So that is the purpose, you know. Everyone gets the kind of benefit. That's what we talk about. Vasudeva Kutumbam, we talk about everyone's health and wealth, we talk about it. Prosperity for everyone. Okay, with this, I thank you all for listening to me. So we will take a break now because it's 1:50 now. I had assured you that we will wind up the technical session at 1:50. I request you to have lunch and come back to this room before 2 o'clock. We want to start the next technical session. The next technical session is by the youngsters. You know, the next generation will talk about how to do the conservation. You know, the students and all. You know, the tomorrow, even younger than my students will start doing the presentation. We will become your student, we will listen to your presentation when you do it in the parallel session. And parallel sessions are in various other buildings. Please find out before going home today where your hall is. Okay, so that tomorrow morning you can reach the hall directly there. You don't have to come to this hall. Tomorrow you go to your hall where your lectures are arranged. Okay, there are various halls like Wempo Hall, then Ayurveda Hall, then Commerce Hall, like that. You please go to your respective halls. Okay, with this I hand it over to Vinay. He will talk about where the food is arranged, so you can have a good food and come back. Please avoid using plastic and junk food. During tea break, I noticed some of the youngsters having junk food. You are here to learn and not to pollute. I don't want the pollution happening. I have requested Dr. Vinay also to make sure that food is served so that every one of us have it together and there is no confusion. Okay? So please avoid using any of the plastic thing. You know, I am also against using the packed food coming home. See, from my childhood to today, we don't get any packed food home. You know, even the worst situation when my family is away, I cook myself, have food than getting it through the Swiggy. And we enjoy cooking it, the food. That's what youngsters have to understand. You should not get Swiggy, you do not know where it is cooked, what kind of water is used, and what kind of contaminants are there. After eating, you do not know what kind of body, the problem you will have, and how much waste you generate. So you please discourage when you go back home, your parents getting the Swiggies or the Zomato or whatever that, you know, all those things. Please don't get those things and create the mess in the system. The message has to reach the destination. At least if 500 youngsters take it home, we have done our job of conducting the symposium. There is a meaningful symposium will happen. Okay, that's what you should do. Avoid using plastic as much as possible. Do not use plastic bottles and do not carry food in polythene bags. Our study shows that plastic water and the polythene bag, if you carry rasam and idli, it will have carcinogen. You dioxins, etc. So that means when you consume the every day the polythene impact food, you are bound to get cancer. So I don't want you youngsters getting cancer. My generation have paid a price for the polluting the environment. Some of them have got cancer. You should not get into that. Okay, in your family also you would hear that somebody having the cancer, kidney failure, and some people do not even have the brain. When you consume more of pollutant, the brain also stops functioning. That's why you see conflicts at home and all those things. So with these words, I conclude the session. Let us have lunch together and reassemble as early as possible. Thank you all.
A small announcement.
Yeah, Vinay is going to listen. Please listen to Vinay.
School students, UG, school teachers, the same way in the morning, your food is arranged in the hostel, like in the mess. And for all the dignitaries and the experts, the food is arranged in the library hall behind the cafeteria. So I request you to kindly have your food and come back by 1:55 so that we can start absolutely on time at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
मैम का प्रेजेंटेशन आपके पास है? मैम के लैपटॉप है, उसको मेल करना है। No, I just spoke with her. She's asking. Yeah. There, near the road. She will go. मैम ने मेल किया।
Karnataka Forest Department, and they will be explaining to you about forests and why it is important to manage forests and how they manage it and their experiences in the forest and how you, even though you live in cities, how you are associated with forests. Okay? Then we have Pawan sir, who will be explaining to you about reptiles. Mainly, he does a lot of snakes and reptile rescues. So he will be explaining to you about very interesting things about the reptiles, and also in case you encounter one in the field or in an urban setup, how you have to react to it. Not shout and run away from the hall. But there are certain things that you need to follow. So he will be explaining all those things to you. And we'll be trying to find some. If you are very lucky, you will find them, because reptiles are very sensitive to the vibrations that we create. So if you create a lot of vibrations, they will hide away from you because they are very shy. Okay? So please, you understand, right? You have to keep your noise level to very minimal level, only then you will get some spottings. Then we have J.R. Rao sir, who's from Jain University. So he's an expert on plants. So those who go with him, you have to keep in mind that you are following the time, because he is so passionate about plants and trees that he can explain about them for 24 hours also and will not get tired. Okay? So any plant you show, any grass you show, any tree you show, he is going to tell you the name, not just the name, how you can identify it. What are the key features that you need to observe and document? All those interesting things he will be explaining to us today. Okay? Then in his absence, Chaturved sir, most of you would know him, but otherwise I'll just explain. So Chaturved sir works on insects and butterflies mainly. So when you go with him, he will be trying to show you butterflies and moths, so order Lepidoptera, and also some any other insects that you find. He will be explaining about all those things to all of us when we go with him. Then finally, I am Rijudan. So I work on birds, and we will be observing birds. And the likelihood of finding birds right now is very good. So we are going to Shubho on our campus, where what Vivek sir spoke in the morning. We have documented 111 different species in over the years. And we have a beautiful bird park created there, so we will show you all those things. So, most important thing, you have to have your pen and book with you, your mouth closed. You will open your mouth only to ask questions if you have any doubts. Okay? And your ears and eyes should be wide open. Yes. Thank you, and we will see you in the field.
Okay, Chaturved has joined. Those of you who have not seen Chaturved, no? He's sitting in the corner. Just stand up, no? Now, I request teachers to accompany the children, respective children. Vakdevi school teachers will accompany Vakdevi students. Vidyaniketan teachers will accompany Vidyaniketan students. Okay, Bangalore place teachers will accompany Bangalore place students, and the responsibility, security of students, the responsibility is with the teachers. Okay. Please take your student, and there are 8 buses are there. Depending on the space availability, you occupy the buses. We have to travel 8 kilometers. We will go to Shobhavana, and today nature is very friendly. That's always with us. You know, we are not hostile to nature. That's why it's always friendly with us. When you go there, after you finish your field work, you know, you will get a light shower. With that pleasant thing, you can come back to the auditorium. Okay. Now these are the resource persons. You know, you can decide whether to go to butterfly or the birds, but you will learn everything in sequence. Okay, after butterfly you can go to bird, then plant, forest, then snake, like that. Okay, you can follow the same hierarchy as we follow in the biological system. Okay, so I think with this you can move out, and resource persons will be there. Each one of you, one bus you can go, so that it becomes easier. Okay, thank you all. And next technical session will start as soon as the students leave. Give us another 5 minutes, we will start the next technical session. So we have presentation by Vinay, Abhishek, Ravishankar, Sinsi, Asulama, Gagana, Divyasri and Nia. And this session would be chaired by Professor Kumar Swami. Sir, please come to the left. Sudhira HS, Uttam Kumar. Where is Uttam? He was here, no? Bharat Sector. Durga Madhav Mahapatra. And Sara. Since this evaluation sheet is given, Sudhira, these birds and butterflies are difficult to catch. Huh? Okay, first presentation is by Dr. Vinay S. So he is the man who did a work on Kaveri, hydrological aspects in Western Ghats, linkage between sacred groves and water availability. And today he will take you to the Kaveri again and explain about why we need to protect Kaveri, how to protect.
So good afternoon everyone. So dignitaries on the dais, the participants and experts who are sitting in front of me, good afternoon everyone again. So right now I will be trying to speak or trying to give you a small case study of what is happening in Kaveri and what are we supposed to do. It's always easy for us to say that this is wrong, that is wrong. Can we also give solutions? So that's what we are trying to understand using these at Kaveri River Basin. So wherein we try to thoroughly understand what exactly is happening in Kaveri on a holistic way. So we are trying to take various parameters to understand it. So when I say Kaveri, Kaveri is a freshwater river. When we talk of freshwater streams or freshwater rivers, if you try to understand, let's try to understand globally how water is distributed. Because I see audience from different domains, I'm just trying to give a glimpse on this one. We know that nearly 71% of the entire Earth's surface is water and close to 29% is land mass. It's by area, it's not by volume. And of the 71%, we have 3% as fresh water, which is available in sort of glaciers, most of the conditions, icebergs, and you have groundwater followed by your rivers, swamps, etc. So try to look at that small portion of rivers which we are utilizing in our day-to-day life. So it's very minimal. If you try to take for 100%, it's less than 0.04%. Right? It becomes a very tough task to utilize water. And we know that water is a renewable resource. So it can change from one form to other. A clean water can change to polluted water. But treating a polluted water, utilizing it, again it's a tough task. So we need to spend a lot of money there. So we need to carefully understand the utility of water, ensure that we are going for sustenance of water without hampering the ecological services given by that. So to further understand about the different services given by water, probably most of you enjoy riding on a boat, right? So we have something called as carrier functions. We see fishes, they can move. Talk about the economic aspects, you have ships, you have submarines, what are the things you have? It goes for fishing or for defense. Again, there are the carrier functions what it provides to us. Likewise, talk about agriculture and the production. So most of the water resources what we are using today, it is basically for agriculture purposes. Nearly 70 to 75% of the water what we are consuming is for agriculture, followed by other applications. So we are using it for growing crops. Likewise, regulation. Simple example is, you have come to our house, go near a water body, you feel the coolness, or when you are within this environment, wherever you are in, you feel the heat. Maybe the temperature is same, the humidity levels are different. Sometimes, probably in the morning we have seen TVRAMACHANDRA presenting the influence of water body. Probably near Lal Bagh, because of trees you have lesser temperature. Talk about Bedintur and Vantur again, because of the water body, that area had lesser temperature compared to its neighborhood. So we can see that how it is giving the service towards controlling the environment or regulating the systems. Likewise, it is also giving some information functions. Let's say, just by understanding the water, we can understand what's the rate of pollution, where is the source of pollution, etc. These kind of things we can understand from the different water resources. So having said this, without water, there is no sustenance, we know that one. So the President Declaration in 2007 stated that your fresh waters basically supports the local and global ecology, economy and livelihood. So this is a very basic necessity for us. So let's try to understand further. If you try to relate humans versus water, so is there a relationship? Definitely yes. We consume a lot of water and we pollute a lot of water. That's the primary thing. Pollution is one case. Let's try to look into the other aspect. You have a river which is beautiful. Let's talk about two rivers. Probably you would have heard in the morning called Sharavati, Aganashini, etc. Sharavati is one such river wherein there are around 3 or 4 reservoirs in Sharavati river. Where in Aganashini we don't have the major reservoirs. We have checkpoints which is used for drinking water purpose. They are just 1 or 1.5 feet in height. So they will not have much. With creating more and more check dams, yes, for societal purposes you are getting more water. But think about the ecological purpose. You have a fisherman who is living in the downstream, he will not get water for his fishes. The estuary requires different quality of water at different point of time. So that's where we have a concept called as environmental flow, which defines something like this. Again, this is the President Declaration, or wherever you look at the literatures, this is few parts. The commonality is that the quantity, quality, timing, and duration of water needs to be maintained. So, if you construct a dam, this has to be maintained. Without constructing a dam, it has to be maintained. Technically, you are trying to mimic the nature. That's why we talk about the environmental flow concepts, which are evolving right now. So we see that with lesser amount of water, the water quality starts to change. With the changes in the water quality, we don't have the fishes. Just to give again the same example of Aganashini and Sharavati. Sharavati, because of its dams, it has around 42 different species of fishes. Whereas when I talk about a river called as Aganashini, it has more than 80 different kinds of 80 different species of fishes. So we see that the diversity is different there. Likewise, talk about various agriculture practices. Different agriculture practices require different kind of water. Simple. Talk about paddy and talk about sugarcane. Paddy requires around 1000 millimeters of water in 4 months. That's it. 1000 millimeters of water in 4 months. You have rainfall. Those 4 months you grow crops, finish it off. Talk about the other crop called sugarcane, where in the morning Subhash was also speaking about. And this is a perennial crop. It requires around 1200 to 1300 millimeters of water. Just 400 difference, right? But this 1200 or 1300 millimeter of water is required for the entire duration. It means to say that by looking towards the financial gains, we are trying to take off more and more from the resources, and we are definitely going to a negative cycle. Talk of deforestation, does it have any impact? So with deforestation, we have more and more overland flows. So many children need jaldi harmony over there. So we have more and more flood conditions happening. Whatever you see in Bangalore or whatever you see in the developing cities, because of more and more paved areas or with the absence of forests, there is no infiltration happening into the system. That's why you have a large scale surface water that flows away, causing trouble to the system. Likewise, there are other various aspects what we human interfere and damage the system. Having said this, globally, if you try to look across, these freshwater resources are depleting over time. Okay, so if you try to look at the water sources of the global context, India stands around 6th or 7th. So probably people in Bangalore, or probably you would have heard in the morning where people are speaking about mood weather and all, the presence of lakes has held some water in the system, or else the water would have been difficult in the system. And more overexploitation of the resource. Probably if you look at any areas, you have the rivers, you have the lakes. What people do, they just draft the water out of the rivers and lakes as per their choices. So again, this is causing the negative impact on the system. Sometimes with degradation of the forest, the perenniality of the rivers are lost. What is perenniality? It means flowing 12 months or flowing throughout the season. These rivers which were flowing throughout the season, now they have become intermittent. When I say intermittent, it flows only for a few months. Likewise, you have some rivers which have become seasonal. You have rain, they flow. You don't have rain, they don't flow. So that's the changes what has been observed over space and time. The main cause for this, or we talk about the main influencing factor for this, is the human-centric planning. So it's always necessary for us. Yes, human-centric planning is necessary. In addition to that, try to add a pinch of environment. It can try to give you different dimensionalities. Now I say that humans are causing change. Let's say about landscapes. Landscape means the environment where you are sitting or standing. This is not an urban landscape. Outside you go, you have a forested landscape, you have a river landscape, etc. There are various kinds of landscapes, and the degradations are prevalent. Why? So the reasons are something like the population rise. With the rising population, we require more and more resources, so we consume more and more natural resources, so we start degrading the system. Likewise, some resources are very limited for us. So what do? We start extracting more and more, they become less. Sometimes they become extinct. Since they become extinct on the top layer, we go still deeper. Probably all are drinking groundwater in your day-to-day life. So they are also called as perio waters. Why am I stating this one is? The fresh water what you can drink is nothing but in your open wells. But when you start going deeper and deeper, the first layer is at 400 feet. Okay, that's the first layer of the confined aquifer. When that is empty, you go for the second layer, that becomes second layer of confined aquifer. These aquifer waters are not generated today. They require millions of years to get generated back. And they contain all the minerals. You start going deeper and deeper, you start getting more and more minerals in the system. So that's why you have to be cautious with the water resources and the water usage. The third thing is climate change. Probably in the morning also we have seen how the climate change is causing human and natural. So we can see that how the changes have happened. So what is the after effects? So you see that because of these changes in the landscape, again that leads to global warming and climate change. It reduces the per capita resource availability because of degradation. So likewise, we talk about the hydrological regime. We talk about the entire hydrological cycle. So the entire hydrological cycle starts to distort, and we have different kind of what you call the scenario that's coming up there. Initially, you may see that you have around 1000 millimeter of rainfall when you have kids. Now we can see that is around 800 millimeter rainfall or increase. Whether it's an increase or decrease, that can be directly related to the climate change effects. Because of that increase or decrease, your entire flow starts to change. It can be the flooding conditions or drought conditions, the entire hydrological regime starts to change. Because of that, you have some socio-economic issues that's again creating trouble. It can be famine, or it can be more and more of infestations because of mosquitoes, or it can be something called as flooded areas where you lose the crops, both economically, it is causing problem. Talk about health, again it is causing problem for us. Likewise, you have the pollution, biodiversity loss, changes in the carbon content and nutrient cycling. All these things are getting influenced because of the landscape modifications. And this is sort of cyclic in nature. It will never stop at one point. Let's try to have some of the data published by various sources, okay? If you try to look at this, the first image, if you try to look at this image, you see this 1700s to 1860s, we did not have so much of industrialization. So the rate of degradation of forest was minimal. The rate of degradation of forest was minimal. Then in the 1860s to 1920s, we started with industrialization, particularly the European countries. We started with that, where we started cutting more and more trees. Talk post-independence or just 1920 and onwards. So you see a negative trend. The rate of decline of forests has increased like anything. So if you try to understand how deforestation is occurring at global context, this is a data for the year 2015, which shows that India stands somewhere second in the rate of deforestation, close to around 500,000 hectares to 1 million hectares of land is getting deforested every year. So that is a sort of alarming scenario for us. So what's the effect? You see that the temperature is starting to rise. If you try to correlate this image and this image, particularly post-industrialization, the intense industrialization, post-1920s, if you try to take, or 1930s, you see that the intensity of change in temperatures have started to rise, and this is 2022 data. So we see that the decline in forest is directly or is inversely proportional to temperature. The decline in forest is causing the rise in temperature in the global context, even at the local levels. Having said this, since we are talking about water, climate change or forest degradation or landscape modifications are definitely causing trouble for us. Let's talk about water in this context. Some of the researches done by the World Research Institute or by Statistician, you see that because of the changes in climate, by the year 2050, we see that nearly 54% of Indian landscapes will face problems with regards to water. So we have high to extremely high stress. Probably talk about Karnataka, other than this Western Ghats areas, which are nothing but the water towers of peninsular India. The other areas are under high stress or moderate or very high stress. So talk about Kaveri comes somewhere in this area, it's also under high stress. So this makes us, or this comes to a question like, to play with water to ensure the environment is good. These many sustainable developmental goals can be achieved. It can be something like zero hunger, it can be good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, it can be sustainable cities, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institutions. All these things can relatively be achieved just by ensuring that we are properly using the water without much of the wastages. So having said this, if you want to ensure that you have sustained water resource or sustain any of the resources, first thing is that we need to understand who are the users. If I ask anyone who is the user of water, probably they will say that people are the only users of water. We forget forest, we forget the aquatic life. So typically we need to understand who are all the users of a particular resource, then we are supposed to go for any management strategies. So accordingly, if you try to look, we talk industrial, we talk irrigation, environment, livestock, domestic, these are the primary users of your water resource. If I want to ensure my resource is safe, let's say I need to understand the physics behind the resource and the contributing factors and the interacting factors. So the second image what you can see here, these are nothing but the interactive factors. The human environment and the natural environment are always interacting. Likewise, the water resources in the climate, all on the surface, as well as the natural environment, again they are interacting amongst each other. That's where you talk about the ecosystems and their services. Talk about water resource provided to the human society or to the human environment. That's where you talk about the societal water requirements. Human environment and natural environment, you talk about the economy. So if I don't speak anything with regards to economy, we can't save environment. So that's where we talk about environmental economics. So if we understand all these concepts together, definitely we can achieve something called sustainable development, or we can achieve sustainability in the system. So having said this, giving a small hint of why we have to study water resources, I just talk about Kaveri River for some more time. Kaveri River, as you know, it originates at Talakaveri, which is in Madikeri. So it flows for more than 800 kilometers in both Karnataka and Tamil Nadu and some parts of Kerala. So it has a catchment area close to 85,000 square kilometers and covers Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and parts of Pondicherry. Is Kaveri recently been spoken about? Technically not. Talk about the Indian knowledge systems or the IKS. They say that the Brahmanda Purana, if you try to look across, they speak about Kaveri or they talk about Kaveri Stotram. They talk about Srimad Bhagavatam. In this particular verse, they say that rather than going to various places in India, if you go to Kaveri and if you just utilize the water there, you are far more better or far more safer. So that's what I'm trying to put across. Talk about various other Puranas. Again, they mention Kaveri as one of the resource which is being used. So what I'm trying to tell is, Kaveri is not just a river where we are utilizing for resources. Talk about the Indian knowledge systems, they are also speaking on these lines. So why should I study Kaveri? So Kaveri, see that the problem is whenever we talk about the water resources, we talk about various projects where we start diverting water, giving water to different states and different areas. Okay, fine. But because of modifying the flows or because of modifying the things, we have some negative influences also. Let me give you an example. Let's say you talk about something called as river diversion project. Certain cases fine, but actually if you try to look across, talk about the rivers that are flowing in the northern part of India, you have fishes which are something called as gar. Okay, it's something like alligator gar fishes, where it looks like a crocodile, but it's a fish. Assume that kind of fish coming to southern parts of India, its habitat is something like that. If it comes to southern parts of Karnataka or to India, you will not have the fishes in here. So you see the entire ecosystem starts to change. So that's also some of the concepts which we are supposed to keep in mind. So yes, further again, to talk about the green curve in the catchment, we have large-scale degradations and deforestation occurring. So you have the reduction in the natural green cover. Remember, I am using the term as natural green cover. We have forest departments. They have a very good number of trees, but most of them are sort of monoculture. And yes, they are still considered as forests. Likewise, proper sand mining or natural resource extraction. Too much of sand mining is happening in the thing. And inappropriate cropping pattern and inefficient water usage. These are some of the problems what you can see there. And erosion of indigenous management systems such as tanks and practice of growing summer crops or legumes, because we are looking into mostly into the economic aspects, we go with cash crops. We are not trying to look at various other crops what will be in the system. Further, we try to understand how the water resources, like the demand for water resources has increased, particularly from the government documents by itself. What you get is, in Kaveri in the year 1901, we had nearly around 6 lakh hectares of land being irrigated in Tamil Nadu and 1 lakh hectares of land being irrigated in Karnataka. Try to look at the deviations. 1956, there is 9 lakhs and 2 lakhs. 1971, 11 lakh and 2 lakhs again. Currently it is 20 lakhs. Currently it is 2001, okay, this is the 2001 data. Currently 2002, 20 lakhs and 8 lakhs. What I am trying to state is, with time, with increasing population, my area under agriculture is also increasing at the cost of forest. Try to have a look at this. You have two different data sets. One is in the year 1960s and the other one is the recent 2023. If you try to look at the data, this is a combination of various topographical sheets or it can be various other secondary data sources. If you try to understand, you have some forest, something like this in this area, that's what they speak about. Similarly, in 2023, you see that the area and the forests which are here in these areas have been lost to monoculture. So the forested areas are getting converted to monoculture lands. Let's try to understand further in detail. So this is what I am trying to show you. In 1965, you had close to 33% of the area which was under forest. And this is a published record. So the published record is important for GIS to understand this. Likewise, when you take the current spatial satellite data, which you get at open source, you see that nearly from 33% of the area being forest, it's right now it's around 18%. It is a questionable thing. So the government records, or you try to look at various places, they say that 30% of our landscape needs to be forested so that you have good amount of resources, you have good air, you have good water, something like that. Now, we understood how the forests are degraded. Talk about various hydrological models. We talk about INVEST, SWAT, HECRAS, HHMS, etc. All these tools use one such method called as Natural Resource Conservation Series method. Okay. The same method was being used to understand the overland flow, subsurface flows in the river Kaveri. For that, we require various parameters such as rainfall. Try to understand. The Western Ghats receives the highest amount of rainfall in here, close to around 5,788 millimeter on an average. The central part receives the lesser amount of rainfall, close to around 400 to 500 millimeters. Again, the coastal areas, again they receive rainfall somewhere around 1,000 to 2,000 millimeters. The temperature is highly fluctuating. We have the hottest months in the month of April and May across the entire Kaveri basin. Now, considering various parameters such as soil, the depth of soil, the type of soil, considering the land use, what we have analyzed, all these parameters are integrated. Then we try to do a hydrological model. Based on hydrological model, what we observed was at pixel level or at the relative pixel level when we try to do, these areas you have higher overland flows and these areas you have lower overland flows. That's what we observe, right? When we try to take rainfall, which is on the left hand side, and the runoff model. But when we try to look at the ratio of runoff to rainfall, these areas in the Ghats has the lowest runoff to rainfall ratio, somewhere less than 0.2 or 0.3 because of the forest present there or because of the Western Ghats. Talk about these areas such as Bangalore, even though it looks smaller around 500 to 750 millimeters, in Bangalore you get close to 750 millimeters of rainfall. It means to say that 95 to 99% of the rainfall just gets out of the system without any utilitarian benefits. So we see that with the forests being in the system, the ratio of runoff to rainfall is very less compared to the areas which is degraded or which is dominated by human-based activities. So further we try to understand the water demand. So the total domestic demand as per 2021 is around 98.1 TMC. I am also equating that for the industrial demand. So it typically becomes around 150 to 160 TMC of water for industries. Talk about livestock, 9 TMC. Agriculture demand for the current scenario. How do you arrive at the current scenario? Very simple. You need to understand what's the total crops that is being grown. Each crop requires a specific quantum of water. Every hectare of crop or every kg of crop requires a particular quantity of water. So we can relate something like that. In addition, when you try to relate this, you get nearly 1188 TMC, and the same or relative numbers can be observed even in your Kaveri report. Typically, in try to look across, you have close to 1200 to 1400 TMC of water that is essential for Kaveri river basin itself. And this is rising every year because of the developmental activities or because of mismanagement practices. This is rising every year. So what I'm trying to tell you is, I have only 725 TMC of water, but I have 1225 TMC, 200 TMC of water which is being demanded. It means to say that I have too much of demand as against my availability. So what better can we do? So we can develop scenarios. It can be mathematical models or it can be some logical models. When you try to take the scenario as usual means whatever is existing now, we are using the same thing. Likewise, we know that sugarcane is extensively grown, so reduce sugarcane by 50%. Likewise, the third scenario is reduce sugarcane paddy by 50%. So what we are trying to do is the crop change. We are trying to ask for a crop change there, whether it will help us. So that's what we are trying to understand. So what happens is that, let me go ahead. With the first scenario, which is as usual conditions, and if you have the drought particularly, what happens is that my demand starts to increase and my ratio of supply to demand is less than 0.5. What I mean to say is that if you require 10 liters of water, the availability of water is only 5 liters. So that's what we are trying to say here. Similarly, with my second condition, if I reduce paddy by 50%, you see that the number of areas where the supply to demand ratio is less, it starts to increase. Now, Let's go for some more scenarios. Let's say if I remove sugarcane completely and reduce the paddy by 75%, increase other crops by 30%, grow more and more pulses, you see that the supply to demand ratio starts to improve over space and time. So what we are trying to suggest is, it is not just the crash crops, or it is not just paddy, or not just sugarcane in the system. You have to go beyond, going for pulses, or going for crops which are less water demanding, can ensure that you have water in the system and you are sustainable. So sustainability is one important thing for us. Likewise, you can have one more scenario. Example, let's say you go with removal of sugarcane and paddy, and you change this one. You just try to go for pulses and millets during post-monsoon. Please remember, we are not denying removing paddy or sugarcane in the post-monsoon seasons. So we are asking them only to remove them in the non-monsoon seasons. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಳೆಗಾಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಕಬ್ಬು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಕ್ಕಿನ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. In that conditions, what happens is that my demand becomes just 638 TMC. My supply during the drought conditions will be around 657 TMC. We see that my supply to demand ratio is good. It means to say that I'm sustainably utilizing the available water resource in the system. So this is what we can see that with various scenarios, you have Tamil Nadu requires this much TMC of water with the Azure scenario, somewhere around 650 TMC. Karnataka requires around 570 TMC. Likewise, the different scenarios we see that the requirement of water starts depleting over space and time. So what we are trying to say here, reduce the water demanding crops, increase more and more less water demanding crops. So that's where you can achieve some sustainability in the system. Now having said this, let's try to give some solutions. So I said that you have to reduce the crops, etc., etc. Now you have normal rainfall. In the normal rainfall here, these are the areas where you get normal rainfall, and where you have the rainfall greater than 2000 millimeters, 1000, and you have 750 to 1000. Different shades represent different colors. What you can see in here. If your rainfall is less than 500 millimeters, we ask them to go with millets, ragi, jowar, bajra, and low water demanding crops. And in the post-monsoons, you go for pulses, legumes, and millets. So we are trying to give a solution what kind of crops you can go for. Likewise, talk about if you have a rainfall somewhere of 100 to 750 millimeters, you have similar kind of crops, but you can grow with groundnut and cotton, so which are again little bit extra water demanding. So what exactly we are trying to state is different places have different rainfall conditions. For these different rainfall conditions, we can ask them to suit a specific type of crop which they are actually growing. It's not that what they are not growing, which they are actually growing. We are trying to suggest what crops where they are supposed to grow. Now the same thing in a drought condition. What you can see is that the right hand side is relatively the same. The crops what they are growing is relatively the same. But check the areas. This is a normal rainfall condition. This is the drought conditions. In the drought conditions, what happens? These areas are hit by drought wherein we have lesser rainfall. So what we recommend at that time, because you have low rainfall, do not go with crops such as paddy or do not go with crops such as sugarcane. You avoid them, try to use alternative crops. So you can give suggestions something like this using advanced technologies such as GIS, or not just by GIS, but you can understand agricultural sciences. Holistically, you are trying to adapt various subjects together to understand and try to give solutions. So having said this, these are some of the recommendations what we can come across, where we say that you can improve the green curve. The question comes how to improve. So you can go with something like incentive-based planting of trees. So that can be done. Then restriction of over exploitation of sand, because many places sand is a resource for us, and we extract sand like anything for various applications. We should stop doing that one. Appropriate cropping pattern. The solutions what we gave, you have drought season, try with a different crop, normal season, different cropping pattern. Use appropriate cropping pattern, because we see that the technology is improving, and we see that we can have predictions over time. You can have predictions, and these predictions are relatively accurate in the recent past compared to last 10 years back. Like when you see the last 10 years of predictive models, the predictive models what you are getting in these days are relatively far better and more accurate than the previous things. So you can plan your crops. If you can plan your crops, financially you are stable, by food supply you are stable, Likewise, you can go for insisting of growing more and more millets and pulses in the non-monsoon seasons. Why? Because your nitrogen fixation happens, your carbon fixation happens, your soil cycle, your phosphorus, nitrogen, all those cycles can be maintained in the system. Having said this, thanks for hearing. Probably you may be wondering why this monkey came in here. I always keep a monkey at the end of my slide. Reason is very simple. You can see that every monkey is curious. It wants to see what is there. So we have to look research in that aspect. We have to be very curious. We need to understand. So that's why I put this one, not for otherwise. Thank you. So we can take one or two questions.
ಕಾವೇರಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಆಳವಾದಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಾವು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ ವಿನಯ್ ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಬಟ್ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಹೈಡ್ರಾಲಜಿ, ರೈನ್ಫಾಲು, ಕ್ರಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ಯಾಟರ್ನು, ಯೂಸೇಜು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಆದರೆ ಕಾವೇರಿ ನದಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾವೇರಿ ನದಿ ಸಹ ಕುಡಿಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಯೋಗ್ಯವಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅನೇಕ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೋದು.
ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ನದಿಗೂ ಅದರ ಕ್ಷಮತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಕ್ಯಾರಿಂಗ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕಲಿ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ಇಟ್ ಆಸ್ ಅಸಿಮಿಲೇಟಿವ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟು ತಗೋಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷಮತೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಅಸಿಮಿಲೇಟಿವ್ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಮೀರಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸತಿ ನಮಗೆ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಕಸ ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನಾವು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಈ ತರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ನಾವು ಈ ಮೂಡುಬಿದ್ರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಡ್ರೈನೇಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡು ಪಿಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಿದೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರೋ ಸಿಟೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪೈಪ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಈ ಪೈಪ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕೇಸಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಾಟರ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯಾಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಸರ್. So, yes, pollution to happen. I am not denying that one. Any other questions?
Thank you, Vinay sir, for the presentation. I have I'm coming from planning background, so when you talk about land use dynamics and all, and you said that according to the water availability, when you studying about different type of crops and all those things. But if we see in a very traditional cultural practices happens and such things, farmers are very much related about they read the rains and they know what crop to irrigate. So is your study anywhere analyze this cultural aspect into it? Taking like, yeah, it is really practically also relates with the cultural study also. Because it's very scientific study of course, but it also being practiced by the farmers very culturally and put it on the ground. So how you're really like compensating the farmers for really for on field practicing culturally. Yeah.
Okay. Probably I will not be able to answer in the cultural aspect, but to answer your question, we are stating that we understand what the farmer is growing. Okay, so we understand at a specific place what is the crop being grown. If the rainfall is this, what the crop is being grown. So based on the knowledge what they had, so that's what we have taken into consideration. If you try to look at this one on the right hand side, different rainfall events, different kinds of crops. It is not just by the technical reports or not by something like it's there on the web, we take it. No. We go to the farmers, we ask the farmers what they do. But technically, we are trying to take the technical aspects there as against the cultural aspects. So we have taken that into consideration.
Yeah. Thanks, Vinay. That was a very fantastic presentation. I really like how you try to put things across, particularly
coming from a water balance perspective. Just one note is that I guess when you're doing the water balance, you also may perhaps have to factor groundwater. How would you factor in that? Groundwater.
Yes. Regarding the groundwater, so what we're trying to do is to balance the groundwater. The general hydrological models what it says input is equal to output. So that's what the general hydrological model speaks about. So in order to consider this groundwater in here, what we have taken is the groundwater variations which are actually available on the ground. So this deviations are every monthly or annual scale we are trying to understand. So what we observe that is many cases we see the depletion happening in the groundwater. So this delta is always negative in many cases. So if you want your delta to be more and more positive, so we recommend we starting recommending stating that go with more and more native vegetation so that your soils can start holding more and more water. Because if your soils can hold more water, definitely the groundwater starts to get replenished in the system there. So that's what we are trying to push it across.
I guess just on this side is particularly if you're looking at what are any other models, I think there are variations that you can include there. Just want to quickly come back to the cultural of the previous person who asked on cultural aspects. So essentially, see, there are different ways in which water management practices are there. And in Karnataka, in Turkey, in several parts of North Karnataka, what we have is what is called as Water User Federation and Water User Association, where they are actually talking to governments and then figuring out how irrigation practices are there. So there are some cultural practices that are being embedded there. As in, of course, there has not been much of a formal study, but there have been some research undertaken already on this.
Thank you. Dr. Vinay, sir. So regarding this traditional cultural aspect of agriculture. See, for example, Karnataka, since 3,500 years, there is a cultivation history. So they begin with a few crops, and then the crops went on increasing. Introductions have taken place. So at a certain point of time, the introductions started demanding more water. But what is culturally suited has been aged over. There are traditions and it is based much on the water management in traditional ways. But interventions are making big dams and suddenly making a huge quantity of water available, maybe for wrong crops also. So this will require not only planning from our side, maybe some scientific planning and all, but from the decision making from the government. So the government is preparing sustainable agricultural water use based on whose demand. So is there some kind of democratization requiring cropping patterns, which their government also has to decide. The government is supportive of major guzzlers of water, then the cultural traditions and all collapse. So this is where we will go balancing and devise the crops, devise the cropping patterns, use of by all kind of fertilizers are going to retain water and reduce pollution. So it will be a complicated thing. So I think this model should have various dimensions on that one by one issues and how introduce crops also, how they water or some maybe drought resistant as well. For example, the cactus fruit that is now coming, they are at least water demand, but they produce more and more dragon fruit, for example. So you think from the crop.
Definitely, sir. Like we try to take your suggestions and we try to implement those kind of knowledge-based aspects also.
Thank
thank you, Dr. Vinay, for the wonderful presentation. So we now head and start the presentations from our own group members. So every group member is given a time slot of around 10 minutes, and we should be able to wind up at around 9 minutes, and 1 or 2 minutes will be the question and answers. Thank you very much. 8 minutes and 2 minutes for the question and answers. So should we have Abhishek? Abhishek is going to talk about specialization support system for ecosystem modeling and management.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. So I'm from CS background. It will be a little technical. I've made it creative rather than decreasing the information. So you guys have to keep up a little bit, okay? Just be attentive. So startingly, we will start with the ecosystems. How important ecosystems is. We have had multiple speakers saying how important the ecosystems are. So, as you know, ecosystems are complex networks of organisms in this environment, and protecting them is very crucial for maintaining the biodiversity, regulating climate, and ensuring that the sustainability of our planet. So, the SDSS, Spatial Decision Support System, allows us to make those critical decisions and protect these ecosystems using spatial data. So, you might know what is spatial data. You have used spatial applications also. Your Google Maps is one of them. It helps you to navigate from one point to another. So it helps you to make a decision. Similarly, our study SDSS is to monitor the Bangalore lakes. And as you know, we have done it through web. So it's called Web GIS, and this helps in the environmental. This helps with displaying the environmental parameters and analyzing the ecosystem dynamics of the Bangalore lakes. And it's a very powerful tool. We have used free and open source softwares like Leaflet, GeoServer, and PostgreSQL. And these applications are based on OGC standards, Open Geospatial Consortium standards, which helps the data transfer from one application to another easily. Starting with the development of this WebGIS, for the data we have used two major applications and one extension. So one is the PostgreSQL. It's a database management system where we are storing our spatial data. PostGIS allows us to use any normal database and turn it into a geospatial data to ensure the latitude, longitude, all the points, lines. You know what is point, line, polygon? Any dot with latitude and longitude is a point. Any root is a line, and polygon, as you know, is an area. And with this database, we connect it with GeoServer. GeoServer is an application which transfers the data from the database to the user application. And the application development part includes Leaflet and Apache server. Leaflet will take the data from GeoServer and display it in visual format like base maps and polygons and everything. And Apache server we have used to get it everything on the internet. This is the base data flow of the application. First is data collection from our group, E2RG group. Symposium and Asalman have taken the data of 175 plus lakes and get it into a geospatial form. And then the geospatial data goes to the Postgres database. From there to GeoServer, GeoServer to the Apache server, and finally the user can access it. And to make it user accessible, we have to see through the UI also. So we had three major sections: navigation bar, left panel, and the map section. First is the navigation bar. In that we have our other SDSS also, main WGSDSS, which showed you in the morning, BUIS, Bangalore Urban Information System, NCAVES, Natural Capital Accounting and Valuation of Ecosystem Services, and we also have our sub-modules, Micro-Arrays Spatial Decision Support System, MSDSS, Zoo-Plankton Spatial Decision Support System, ZSDSS, and Fauna Spatial Decision Support System. fish ecosystem. Z is GSS. And on the left side, we have multiple selections, majorly two data sets. First is the water quality, ecosystem services and biodiversity of all 175 lakes in Bangalore with the documentation. And secondly, the encroached lakes of Bangalore, you can visualize them also, and also the documentation from government. And lastly, we have some collateral data like water scarcity in Bangalore, how rejuvenation of lakes can happen, lakes work, and some useful links also. And lastly, the application, the map section. For map section, we have three important base maps. You can see one is from ISRO, high resolution satellite imagery from Google, and OpenStreetMaps. That is free. And we can use this to zoom in, zoom out, pan, and also click to open the feature pop-up. You can access the application online if you want. It will be there in the results of final conclusion also. So firstly, the result section. You can see I can select value-wise Nepal Lake. This is from my route every day to office. This is the peak of traffic in Bangalore at least. So Nepal Lake, you can see the provisioning services, ecosystem services, the biodiversity, and the water quality of the Bangalore Nepal Lake. With this, so as I showed you, there are 5-6 major sections. First is the ecosystem services and biodiversity. That includes the provisioning services, regulating services, cultural services, total ecosystem service values, supply value, net present value of lakes. Then the biodiversity of lake, which includes microalgae, zooplankton, fish, ichthyophauna, and microphytes. Lastly, the water quality parameters, water quality TDS, and a lot more. In the enforcement tracking, we have mapped out most of the major lakes in Bangalore and with the government data, government documentation. So you can see Alpha Lake, the lake area, enclosed area, and the registered area in BBMP with the documentation. And the collateral data includes the water situation in Bangalore, rejuvenation of lakes, posters including those. And the most important part is the educational resources. So students or anyone can access how the Bangalore lakes are changing, how we are working on rejuvenating them. So we have publications, news articles, presentations, and posters for them. And the management of Bangalore lakes is very crucial, and that can be done with regular assessment of water quality and closely observing the lakes ecosystem. So when the common citizen is aware of this pollution and encroachment, then only they can intervene and protect these water bodies. So this list is an essential tool with over 2,000 visitors. It provides data visualization, education resources for anyone. The data is available to all without any restrictions to any responsible citizen to make informed decisions for lake conservation. And thank you, sir. Thank you for this audience. You can check out the website. Any questions?
Our knowledge is created for everyone, so that's really commendable. I would like to have an information regarding any such constraint that you felt during your plans on knowledge management, model management, making sure that the interface is very user friendly. If you feel any constraints, can you share that?
For that, using UI and everything, we had our own group, so we were testing it, whichever user layout is proper, colors are proper, everything. We had to check it through alpha testing, beta testing. There are stages for those. Yes.
So, do you feel content that is it very competitive compared to other?
Yes, we have more than 2,000 visitors, so I think it's a really good, successful model.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so 2,000 visitors in 4 months. That's
excellent. Thank you very much.
Any
Durga asked, then I guess who are the users?
Mostly Bangalore people regarding the lakes who are concerned, and the government authorities have also accessed this portal. They've come and talked about us.
So was there any user testing from there? Was there any user testing from there?
User?
Testing.
Testing? As in?
On the UI UX?
UI UX. Yeah, I've had my parents test it out.
Sorry?
I've had my parents test the UI. Everyone, I have this QR code. I have some I have made posters, and in the website itself it is there. So that has been distributed and people have accessed it. So UI from this public is also done.
But is there any feedback collected so far?
Feedback, yes.
Yeah, one very short question. I will definitely go through this link and then I'll try to get educated to that. When you say water quality of lakes, what is the purpose of this? Are you referring it in terms of drinking water quality or for some other recreational purpose? How do you define your water quality from environmental quality of lakes? And you have really missed out one water quality. If it is for drinking purpose, the bacterial water quality is not there in your water quality.
The water quality assessment parameters are don't mind.
Surface water quality standard, or what's the purpose? That's drinking water? So it's environmental quality. Yes. Thank you, I got the answer.
Any other questions? We'll get to the next speaker.
Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Floral from NCC Chennai. We are working also on wetlands. We used to do information from Indian wetland portal. That biodiversity or all data we are including on that portal. You were saying biodiversity only for microalgae, rather than plants, other animals, and
we have the biodiversity also included in this, the microalgae. Can we get a better mic?
You told microalgae and some other things, not macroalgae, I mean seaweeds, seagrasses, and all those macrophytes and just for coastal, whatever associated with the biodiversity. That also included to that?
It includes the microalgae zooplankton, which, okay, there is no macroalgae in Bangalore lakes, okay? These are all inland wetlands.
Normal, I mean regular wetlands.
These are all the wetlands created by funding the river.
But it's not, Ramsar information is not included, right?
Sorry?
Ramsar wetlands information not included in this.
Ramsar wetland is unnational wetland. That presentation will be done by someone else.
Yeah, I am saying that information and information system, all other data are included or
no, this is Bangalore Lake Information System. That means it is for Bangalore Lake. Ramsar, we don't have Ramsar wetland in Bangalore still. Our work
only surroundings. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lulua from Manipal School of Architecture and Planning. I'm really glad that you have this portal in place because some years back we were trying to make a study of Ulster Lake, and we got to know that Bangalore is actually a city of lakes, where many have been disappeared due to urbanization or due to misuse. Now in this portal I'm particularly interested about is there any way where we can find out extinct lakes, and is there a possibility to revive them and incorporate as part of master planning for future land?
Yes, ma'am, it is there. It is there in the Bangalore urban information. How the urbanization has caused the lakes to disappear.
Okay.
So you have to check that.
Okay, I'll go through this portal and
Bangalore urban
yeah.
information, BOS.
Okay, I'll certainly get back to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll go for the next speaker now.
Yeah, so the next speaker is Ravi Shankar, and he will be enlightening us with the medicinal benefits of plants that is being used as a regular practice for religious ceremonies at our.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, this is Ravi Shankar, who is going to present about medicinal benefits of plants used in Havana. So, you know, Havana in this early British there, that is called fire pit, Agnikunda that is called. It has been ascribed from the Sanskrit word Agnikunda. So, in this several herbs are there, or plants, or which are there, that are offered into the fire pit. That is called Agnikunda. And from this, there are several, fumes comes out from this, which are the herbs which are put into this fire pit. Several fumes comes along with this, and several bioactive compounds which are found in these plants, and what it acts in our body, how it reacts, and what are the elements which are there cured by this herbs we will be looking for this hormone. So as hormone is a ritual involving often select herbs are offered into the fire pit in the Agnikunda, various celebration ceremonies. That means it has been in, or it can be said that in immemorial time that this Havana was performed by several scholars. No one knows or no one remembers from when it was started. Several, sacred books are there like Ramayana, Mahabharata, or Vedas, Puran. It has been ascribed about this Havana. So they need to perform this Havana for several elements. Basically, these were about the brains, elements which were, and several also physical or which were, that were also cured. So various, as I said about various plants offered in this fire pit, and which medicinal properties are helpful for purification of the internal environment, resulting in the prevention and control of various communicable diseases. So several diseases which are also there. So nowadays several diseases are there. That and these herbs which are put into the fire pit, the temperature will be more than 1000 it will be there. So because of that, the several fumes which comes out there, it comes into the, spread into the environment. And there are several organs which are found, like the respiratory there or secretary there. So from these organs, these fumes enter into our body. And several channels which are there, like pores which are there in the skin. So these gas cells comes into contact with the skin, the subcutaneous channels which are there, it leads to our several organs like lungs, brain, and there are several neurons which are found in our brain that gets activated because of this bioactive compound, and this acts on that and it works on that. So, suppose some of them thinking of something else about that, or they will be stressed. So suppose we have some harmonic performed here, and certain temperature is there, fumes it is there. Once it will be inhaled, it come to our body. So once you inhale this, so whatever it comes to our brain here, and several parts which are there in the brain, that is like forebrain are there, midbrain there, and hindbrain is there. So in these several lobes are there, like temporal lobes. So in temporal lobes, that one hormone which is released, that is called amygdala. Amygdala, what it does, it says about the happiness. It activates those neurons and works on it and gives some soothingness to us and makes us more relaxed with it. So that is how the fumes which enter to our body and work there. Like it is already displayed on the screen, the fumes and fire can see from there. Now the several plants which are there, that is manufacturing and the bioactive compounds which are found in this are alkali tannins, saccharins, etc. And these are antibacterial and antiviral properties, and the use of these plants, that is, it purifies the environment. As I said about the fumes which comes out from the milk kunda, it comes into the environment, and there are several bacteria which are there in the environment that are killed by this food. So sampling electrons, alpha cell or beta cell or seismomedical, these have the bioactive compound like alpha cell, beta cell, polyphenol, phytosterol. These are the bioactive compounds which are found in these plants, and these also are anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, and effects on emotion. As I said about the amygdala, there are several also neurons which are found in the several lobes are there, like parental lobes are there, edible lobes are there. So those several lobes which are there, the neuron which gets activated by this bioactive compound, and this soothes to our body, that gives more relaxation. Like Bosnia Serrata, Vancouver, Phytoceratidosis is secondary disorder. This having the triclonide, phosphoric acid, glucotinate, alphasteroid, and phenolic compounds, and flavonoids, and gallic acid. So these are the bioactive compounds which are found in several disease species. Like the phenolic compounds, the channel, which are in our body, which are there, which are released. So that's once this fume comes into the environment, and once it inhales also, and our contact to our body. So the pores which are the subcutaneous channels, so it enters into our body. The channels which are there, that gets activated, and the neurons which are found in our brain, that also gets activated and give some sweetness. And several emotions which are there, happiness there, sorrow is there. So these two they all those what are the mode over there. So like agglomerates, azadirachta, iodica, orphanum, xanthan, acacia, energy, these are the alkalites, and the alkalites, flavonoids, mediation, linalool, flavonoids or alkalites. So these are the bioactive compounds which are found in these species, and the property like anti-microbial, antibacterial or antibiotics, these species have it. And this also fights against several diseases. So suppose some cancer cells are there, some of the species having some bioactive compounds which also works on the cancer cells. So some, if any in our body, some bulge if it is there, so what it does, the fumes which enters into our body, the cancer cells, if it is real, if it is some bacteria, bulge if it is there, that goes there, that enter into that, and they break those cells. So that's how it activates over there and work on this. So it takes processes also to work on that. So like materials also used as plants which I said about. So some of the samagri that also which are used in like camphor, breather, that is called heat. That is Coccus mesifera, cordon heat, these are also. And these have bioactive compounds like flavonoids, tannins, vitamin A, D, ascorbic acid and phytol and aspirin. So these are the compounds which are found in these materials, and these works like also antibacterial, antifungal, and antiviral also are there. So it also it has been said about clear any blood clot. So any blood clot is also some injury that you have got. It gets calcity there. So it also goes and it gives some access to this. Suppose if any calcity there, if you have not done anything on that, you have not applied on this on something. After a few days, it gets, rapid or something, you get some skin on it. Once you inhale these fumes, the bacteria which are there, the lining of those bacteria which are there, that are killed by these fumes. So those chances of getting infection will not be there. So like there are several case studies are there, two studies which have been done on this aspect. So one research was done like this real community there. In that room, 1 kg of mango was burned into the Amikunda. So researchers who were doing research on this, they found that bacterial count was not so more. But when they put several materials and the plants part which are there, then the bacterial count was more. That was 94%. It was known was said about that bacterial count 94 or more than it can be said. They found that. And other researches were found in the Spain that was dramatic. One lady was there. She used to perform every home. So she has also one tail. So that tail got found 19 positive. He got found 19 positive. So some of they also advised that lady, please go to doctor and consult and get tested. So when she got tested, the family were there. They went there. So the doctor who was doing this, they found that that lady was related. So that doctor was also doing how it can be, because it's so contagious disease, how it can be done. So some of the researchers they found in the study that it seems honey drug has helped to avoid getting infected. So some researchers also said that it could be a reason of that, because the she was performing almost because of that it could be a reason that she didn't get any infection. So it concludes that Amarnath has been found to be quite effective in cure variety of contagious diseases. It cleans the atmosphere, good immunity, and physical and mental ailments. And so several exploration studies and research it means several research has to be done on this sauna, because not so in this aspect have been done. So several research has to be done, several studies have to be done if we want to continue this process. Thank you. Thank you.
Was there any primary research done on this? Sorry? Was there any primary research done on this?
Primary research? Yes, several research is going on. As I said about one case study which was there.
For you?
One case study which I said that 1 kg of mango which was put into the one lab and 1 kg which was put into the meat kunda. So they found that bacterial count which was there not more. 1% it can be saved. But when they put those materials along with that, they found 94%. So this is one case study which is there. And one also said several also studies or research which have been done in Kerala. In that,
how do you account for indoor air pollution there?
Sorry?
How do you account for indoor air pollution?
How it is?
How do you account for indoor air pollution?
Air pollution. No, it cannot be air pollution.
When you burn anything, there is incomplete in combustion in such conditions, and there are going to be other gases.
In respect to
if you are burning any biomass in general?
No, I don't think so. It's any.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Can you show me any research papers on that?
Listen, any research or anything which are there, it is having some pros and cons. So if you look for the pros which are there, cons all everywhere it is there. In each and every field which are there. More than 94% it was saying about more than 90%. So it cannot be said about yeah, it should be a negative. I suggest the environment, yeah, air pollution or
Okay, we can take the question offline, but I suggest that there was a lot of work that happened and things like LPG cylinders and all of that came, right? That is one. Two, any burning devices is mostly has incomplete combustion. There is a wealth of literature at IISC too. CGPL does a lot of work on that. I encourage you to take a look at that because any incomplete combustion, there are other gases that will come and it's bound to have other side effects. And for all of that you are suggesting, I suggest you to do proper literature and then take this.
Yeah, three things are there. Suppose.
But maybe I think in the interest of time we'll wind it up here.
Yeah. Should I say something if you?
As rightly stated, due to paucity of time, we are having the discussion of pause here. You can always take it further during the next. Thank you very much, Ravishankar, for the wonderful presentation. Yeah, we can always talk later. Thank you.
Actually, I wanted to say something about this. Yeah, because earlier in ancient days, like Vedas, Puran, they would say about those where when this Havana was performed, no any air pollution, no anything, it was said about that. In fact, it was more beneficial to it was there. Nowadays, what are there? The plants which are grown, which are there, those having more direct compounds which are not good for us. These are not helpful or useful to our bodies, which we are inhaling. So suppose if those plants are there, both good and authentic, then it won't harm.
I get your point, but let's move this on to the deep right? But also like just to reiterate that just because it was not recorded in Vedas, it doesn't mean it was not there. It has been well documented. Any exposure to incomplete combustion leads to propagated damage. We'll take this up later.
Thank you. Good presentation.
The situation was different in the Vedic period. Vedic period, the Avanas were conducted in the open, and presently they are conducted in the flats, rooms, kitchens, like that. So that need to be studied. Vedic period, the smoke rises with tons of material, and the prayer of the people also goes to the heaven, to the gods. But here our gods are just in front of the room, and we are surrounding, and so much of smoke choking also. So that is to be investigated.
Thank you for the inputs. Thank you, Dr. Ravishankar. Thank you very much for your. Next we have Dr. Sinsiri, and Siri is going to give us an idea about the sedimentary contamination in human food chain through office-based monitoring in Bangalore lakes.
Thank you, sir. I am Susie. Today I would like to discuss about the paper, the preventative contamination in human food chain through fish of Bangalore lakes. The fishes are good indicators of water quality and health of the ecosystem. Then food fish is an ideal human food. It is nutritious, high in protein, then minerals, vitamins, omega oil, then low fat and cholesterol. So the This study shows that compared to fat and the protein, here the protein content is higher. Then, so the demand for fish is increasing as more people are realizing the health and fitness values of fish. Then the metal deposited in aquatic environment can accumulate in the food chain, cause ecological damage, then cause carcinogenic and adverse health effect due to biomagnification over time. So we know that the fish tissues and organs accumulate essential and non-essential trace elements. This will help in estimating the heavy metal contamination level as bioindicator. So the ingestion of accumulated metals in fish can expose human health to high health risk. So these are the some sources of heavy metal contamination from industries, residential area, urbanization, agriculture, field, then pharmaceutical, etc. Here the liquid waste and the solid waste will generate. This can contaminate our aquatic ecosystem. This can damage aquatic flora and fauna and adversely affect the entire ecosystem due to their toxicity, their persistence and accumulative behavior. This table represents the heavy metal concentration in water from different lakes. Here we can see that different lakes have the heavy metal concentration also different. That means the heavy metal concentration in the lake water varies due to the various point and the non-point sources of pollution. The objective to assess the heavy metal contamination in lake water and to evaluate the presence of heavy metals in various fish species. Coming to the materials and method, for our study, I have taken the Nagara Lake, Bangalore City, Karnataka. Here, this total surface area is 28.8 hectare. The many families depends on the Nagara Lake for their livelihood. For the heavy metal analysis, we have taken the water and fish samples. The fish samples, Labiologina, Orichromys, Xeroticus and Catla. Then the metal ions like lead, copper, nickel, zinc, cadmium and chromium were determined using the ICP OES method. Then the contamination, we calculate the contamination index, bioaccumulation factor, then assessment of daily and weekly intake, then target hazard coefficient and hazard index. The contamination index is used for the identification of enriched heavy metals with respect to maximum admissible limit with the use of WHO standard. Here the values that is greater than 5 that means contaminated, then 1 to 5 that means is slightly contaminated, and the less than 1 that means not contaminated. Then bioaccumulation factor are the ratio of heavy metal concentration in fish organ to that in the water. Then the assessment of daily and weekly intake. Here the potential, the health risk of the studied metal to consumers was measured using the calculation of weekly and daily intake. Then the target hazard quotient and hazard index. The THQ is estimated of the non-carcinogenic risk level due to heavy metal exposure. The HA is the summation of the THQ. Here the THQ and the HA value below 1. That means there was no potential non-carcinogenic effect for consumers due to the intake of the fish species. Then coming to the resultant discussion, here CA value 1.1, that means lake water is slightly contaminated. Then the food and the feeding habits of fish, here we have taken the Catla, Labiologina and Orichromys xeroticus. Then Orichromys and the Catla are under the surface feeder and Labiologina, that is the bottom feeder. Then these species are using the different food, like they are taking algae, then macrophytes, then small fish, then fish egg. These are the soup content, then nutritive words. Then the sources of pollution in Nagara Lake, the agriculture runoff, then domestic wastewater, then rainwater runoff, then industrial effluent. These all the things can contaminate the lake water and fish species also. So the various trophic yields and habitat preference influence the accumulation of metals in fish species. Then this table represents the maximum contaminated level that is standard for the hazardous heavy metal. Here different types of heavy metals and their toxicity and the MCL value. Here for example the headache, then diarrhea, nausea, then vomiting, and then under the cancer, etc. Then bioaccumulation factors, here we can see that the zinc has the higher, then copper, then lead. Then that means the fish can accumulate heavy metal concentration through the gills, skin, or the injecting contaminated water and food. Then the metal concentration in fish tissues may exceed that of the surrounding environment. Then the assessment of daily and weekly intake. Here we can see that the Oedophonis niloticus has the EPA and WI values higher, then Khatta, then Labio Rohita. Then the TH2 value, here we can see that all the TH2 value under the less than 1 only. Then here we can see the heavy metal can enter the food chain through the lake water and food, which can be determined to the health of the fish species and human health. Then when wastewater enters into the water body, then heavy metal accumulation in the aquatic organisms, that means bioaccumulation can happen. Then this contaminated fish people will use, then transfer of the heavy metals from the fish to humans, then it can lead to the cancer. Here the HI value is less than 1. So the rapid urbanization, then industrialization and agricultural activity, the surrounding the catchment of lake could be potential sources of the heavy metal contamination. Then the release of domestic wastewater might increase the concentration of metals due to the frequency of the household products, for example cosmetics, then cleaning material, toothpaste, etc. So the health risk indices like the TH2 suggest low risk but pointed potential risk to human health. Then we come to the conclusion. Here we can understand that the fish growth varies due to the competition for food and space. Then within the different fish communities in the water body. So the here we can see that the lake water is slightly contaminated. That means we must undertake the restoration activities and conduct regular monitoring of the lakes. The TH2 should not exceed 1. If it exceeds the limit, there is a chance that the individual may have a non-carcinogenic or carcinogenic risk at some point in their lifetime. So the study revealed that both habitat and bioaccumulation through the food chain are simultaneously influence fish metal concentration. These are some references. Then acknowledgement. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, judges.
Due to a paucity of time, we might not be able to take questions at the moment. So we will have the question and answer sessions probably at the end of the session, all accumulated together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So next presentation by Asulama KS. She will be speaking on algae-based monitoring of Bangalore wetlands.
The introduction. So I'm Siva Case, and today I wish to discuss about the paper algae-based monitoring of Bangalore wetlands. So bioindicators, they include biological processes, species, and communities, and are used to assess the quality of the environment and so how these species changes over time. That's mainly monitored in the studies. So physical, chemical, and biological factors such as substrate, light, temperature, then pH, then competition among various species, all these vary among environments. So over time, these species, they evolve strategies to grow well, maximize their growth and reproduction with the specific environmental conditions. So all these species or species assemblages, they can tolerate a limited range of physical, chemical and biological parameters. So they help to evaluate the environmental quality. So these organisms, since they help in this assessing the environmental condition, they are called bioindicators. Thus, microalgae serve as bioindicator, helps in biological monitoring, that is, it helps in biomonitoring exercise for assessing the water quality. So it is why it's so. It's because of their nutrient requirements, the rapid reproduction rate, and very short life cycle. Thus, the algae diversity and the taxonomic groupings with the aquatic habitats, it reflects the impact of anthropogenic activities and serve as valuable environmental bioindicator. So one thing which we have to understand is that only pollution tolerant species may thrive in polluted waters. All the other species, they cannot thrive in polluted water, they die out. So only the algae which is able to tolerate all these polluted conditions, they thrive well in polluted environments. Examples include Urbanization species, its abundance shows organic pollution in lakes. Then Selenacea species also shows water pollution. Then the abundance of Floral shows indicators of industrial and sewage waste. Then Oscillator species, which is filamentous green algae, it shows the eutrophic conditions and heavy metal contamination of water. So the main objectives of the study is to determine the microalgae diversity in Bangalore lakes, then calculate the diversity indices, then explore the role of microalgae as bioindicators of water quality through the computation of parallel pollution index. So this is my study area Greater Bangalore. So Greater Bangalore covers an area of 741 square kilometer and is located at an altitude of 920 meters above mean sea level. The temperature ranges from 18 degrees Celsius to 38 degrees Celsius in summer and 12 degrees Celsius to 25 degrees Celsius in winter. So I have monitored 114 lakes. So all the data, microalgae data of 114 lakes is included in the study. So these are some photographs of the lakes in Bangalore. So firstly we have to do a field work where we collect all the microalgae from the lakes of Bangalore and then take the sample to the laboratory, then do the qualitative and quantitative analysis of microalgae. Then after understanding the genus composition in that, I will calculate the value index and also the diversity index. So this are the indices that we have used for the study. That is calibrated the dominance index, consensus index of diversity, Shannon and Wheeler index, and Penrose evenness index. So this table gives the algae genus index. This table gives the total score and its interpretation. So with the value, it ranges from between 0 to 10, it shows that organic pollution. If the value is between 10 to 15, it shows moderate pollution. If the value is between 15 to 20, then probable high organic pollution. Then Urbanization of Bangalore. So here, in my study, I found that chlorophyta is the most dominant one with 43.69%, Bacillophyta 21.04%, then cyanobacteria 18.92%, Urbanization 10.31%, and Calophyta 5.57%. So mainly chlorophyta is the most dominant one. So these are the photographs of algae that we have taken in our laboratory. So then the parameter index. Here in my study, it was found to range between 1 to 41. So here you can see that all these red color polygons like Velandu Lake, Battur, then Elahanka, then Kogilu Lake, then Namtura, Nagartha, etc. It falls under, it has a total score more than 20, so it confirms high organic pollution. And most of the lakes here, you can see it's in between the 10 to 15 to 20. So most of the lakes shows moderate to high organic pollution in case of Bangalore. Then this map shows the dominance index. So it varies between 0.23, that is in Vidyasandra Lake, to 1, that is Andhra Lake. So Andhra Lake has high dominance index. In case of evenness index, it is found to range between 0.168 in Komusandra Lake to 1 in Keyarpura Lake. So Keyarpura Lake, Andhra Lake, Dodapur, Sandra, Dasra, and Palapinatu, and Hosa Lake. So mainly here, there was a dominance of cyanobacterium, so those evenness is higher in these lakes. This map shows the Shannon Wheeler diversity index. It ranges from 0 to 1.6. So the maximum value was found in Kogilu Lake. And then this map shows the Simpson index. It varied from 0 to 0.768. So maximum value was found in Vidyasandra Lake. So this is the Vidyasandra Lake, Kogilu Lake, and Andhra Lake. And this table shows the in Bangalore face many threats like encroachment of lake bed, the loss of interconnectivity among lakes and water pollution, then talk of graphic alterations in the lake catchment, dumping of both municipal solid waste and building debris near to the lake one, then letting of untreated or partially treated sewage and industrial waste into the lake, then removal of riparian vegetation. So it was, in my study it was found that if there is increase in pollution, there is less diversity. So I also did a cluster analysis of 140 lakes in Bangalore. So I got two groups, G1 and G2. So G1 includes Chakrahalli Lake, Ansipari Lake, Kerala, the Deccan Sandal, Dasahalli, Gagme and Alcindra today. So it was found that these lakes which fall under G1 had cyanobacterial dominance, mainly spirulina and microcystis species. So all the other lakes had better diversity than these G1, and all the other lakes was grouped under G2. So through my study, this Shannon unit diversity index was found as between 0 to 1, then E1 is 0.618 to 1, then Simpson's dominance index 0 to 0.768. So there is a variation in the species among the lakes. Why? Because the algae respond very strongly to environmental changes, making them suitable for ecosystem monitoring. So I have already told those microalgae which are sensitive to pollution, they die out. Only pollution tolerant organisms thrive in the polluted environments. So the physical and chemical factors typically affect microalgae. They serve as bioindicator because of three key properties like high sensitivity to changes, easy sampleability and cosmopolitan species. And also this microalgae serve as biological indicator of both spatial and temporal environmental changes. So coming on to conclusion, microalgae serve as valuable bioindicators of water color changes as they have very short lifespan and they respond quickly to the environmental changes and pollutants. According to the Palma genus index, most of the lakes in Bangalore fell under moderate to high organic pollution, and when looking at the diversity indices in lakes, it also all the indices varied among lakes because of the as lakes are having different physicochemical and biological properties. So these are my references, acknowledgement and thank you.
Thank you, Sulabha. We'll take up the questions after this session. So, since Sulabha and Gagana, we'll take up the question and answers together. Okay? After Gagana's presentation, we'll have Q&A session. So now Gagana will present on comparative assessment of the status of Bangalore wetlands through water quality indices.
Good afternoon everyone, I am Gagana and today I will be discussing on the comparative assessment of the status of Bangalore wetlands through water quality indices. So coming to wetlands, they are one of the most productive ecosystems that are there, and they offer various diverse ecosystem services such as water retention, groundwater recharge, and offers food and water to the local community and acts as a drinking water source and also managing the microclimate. All these are the diverse offers that are given by the wetlands, and these wetlands are threatened due to the changes in land use and land cover in the wetland catchment area, and also due to the sustained inflow of the partially treated or the completely untreated wastewater from the industrial or the municipal waste that is generated. And when we assess the water quality, it can't be done by through just single parameter. So we need to assess a lot of parameters. So managing these water quality index is one such tool where it is based on the aggregation function that enables the analysis of vast data sets with very temporal and spatial water quality, and it provides a single value that represents the quality of the water body. So when we look at the Bangalore lakes, the lakes of Bangalore has reduced nearly from 285 in 1970s to 194 in the 2016s. Along with the reduction of the wetlands, the water quality of the Bangalore wetlands has also reduced gradually. So my objective of this study is to review on the water quality indices and check the water quality analysis of the selected wetlands of Bangalore, and also to do the comparative analysis of the water quality of wetlands through the indices. So this is my study area. I have considered Yelanka Lake, Kuttenalli Lake, Madiwala Lake and Saraki Lake. I have given the latitude, longitude area and the valley which they belong to. And for the analysis part, I have analyzed the on-site parameters, off-site parameters, and also I have done the analysis based on the standard APHA method. So coming to the water quality indices, what happens when we analyze the water quality, we end up with the data, and these data is analyzed by the experts, and after this is analyzed, it will go to the management sector where they take up the actions. But it's still, when a normal layman looks at this data, it is hard for them to analyze what is the actual quality of the water. So this is where the water quality index comes in and helps us to give a general and very basic idea of what is the water quality. So earlier, Symposium and Asadavam, they have explained about how the water quality can be assessed based on the biological parameters or the heavy metals. So in my analysis, I am mainly focusing on the chemical parameters. So water quality indices, these are categorized mainly based on public indices, which is the general water quality is considered in this, and there is a specific consumption indices where they focus either on the drinking water quality or the industrial purposes, and the third one is deciding or planning indices, where it is based on the stakeholders or the government people who are analyzing the data, and the third one is statistical indices. The first three are mainly based on the expert opinions or the whatever the expert weightage that is given to the parameters or other sub-index values, and the final one, the statistical indices, may be based on the statistical methods such as cluster analysis, principal component analysis. So coming to the structure of water quality index, it is done mainly based on the four steps. The first one will be the selection of water quality parameters. Second one is to produce the parameter sub-indices. Third one is to assign the weights for these parameters. And also the final step is to use the aggregation function to calculate the water quality indices. So these are the water quality indices that are combined here. So coming to the first one, number of parameters in the selection, it is based on the some parameters or some indices have a fixed system where they say, okay, these are the parameters that needs to be analyzed, and some have open system where you are open to select the parameters that you want to analyze. And the second step is the sub-indexing procedure. In this, the data, the raw value that we have obtained is, it has the dimension and the unit, where it is converted into a unitless value. And third one is the parameter weighting. In this, there are two methods, equal weightage method and the unequal weightage method. So majority they consider is the unequal weightage method. In this, what they do is, for each parameter, based on the importance and the effect it has on the water quality, the parameter weights are assigned. And the final step is the aggregation technique, where we get the water quality index value. So the parameters can be selected, anywhere from a minimum of 4 parameters to a maximum of 26 parameters. So for my study, I have considered these three water quality indices. The first one is weighted arithmetic water quality index, general water quality index, and the CCME water quality index. So these are the steps that are there. The first two consider the normal general 4 steps that are there. In CCME water quality index, they only assess the parameters that are exceeding the standard guidelines that have been taken. So for my results, these are the results of the water quality that has been analyzed. So the magnesium hardness was higher compared to the standard value. This is because of the macrophytes that are there, the dead and decaying part of the macrophytes, and the turbidity was higher, and this was due to the monsoon season. The surface runoff was high. So coming to the water quality index, first one is the weighted arithmetic water quality indices. So in this, what it shows is the Kuttenalli Lake is in good condition. Saraki and Madiwala Lake are in poor water quality condition. So when we look at the disadvantage of advocacy indices show that all the parameters are in good water quality condition. And coming to the CCME water quality indices, it showed Dignitary is in fair water condition, Elanka is in good, and the rest two are in fair water quality index condition. When we do the comparative analysis of these three water quality indices, what we see is the categorization of how these water quality indices are varied. Based on that, the final water quality index value changes, and also how the weights that have been analyzed. For the weighted arithmetic index, there was an equation that was given, and for the general water quality index, I had taken the through review of literature, I have taken assigned the parameter weights, and for the CCMA water quality index, there was no parameter assigning step that was taken. So based on these categories, the final water quality index output changes. Coming to the limitations of these water quality indices, the first one is the eclipsing problem, where one parameter has higher influence on the overall water quality of the overall water quality of the index, and the second is the indices uncertainty, where it is contributed mainly by how the parameters are selected, how we are assigning the weights to them, or how we are calculating the subindex value. And third one is the spillover effect, and fourth one is majority of these water quality indices are mainly based on the expert opinions on how the parameters are assigned. So coming to the conclusion, water is a ubiquitous, it is a necessary source which is more prone to pollution. So analyzing it and managing it is a very important step. So through the review of literature can assess the Saraki and Madivara Lake showed that it is in poor or fair condition, and Yelanka was in good condition overall. And when we have an overall look at the water quality index, it showed that eclipsing and uncertainty are the key issues that affect the overall water quality indices accuracy. And these inaccuracy can be overcome by adding along different methods where we analyze the elemental indices, and also when we include the statistical approach to it, we can reduce the uncertainty in the water quality indices. Some references.
Thank you, Gurana. So now we'll move on. So next presentation by Dignitary. So bioethanol prospects in India from macroalgae and agricultural residues, a review.
My topic is bioethanol prospects in India from a macroalgae and agricultural residue. Biofuels are promising alternative liquid fuels where biomass is converted into fuel produced from the renewable plant resources. There are various advantages of biofuel like reduced greenhouse gas emissions, reduced fossil fuels dependency, etc. Evolution of biofuels. First is first generation biofuels, where it involves edible biomass like soybean, sugarcane, wheat, maize, etc. But the challenges here are they have limited food crop and also they compete with the food production. Next is second generation biomass. They include non-edible biomass like agricultural residue, wood, straw, grass, etc. But the challenge here is difficulty in scaling up, and also the process and technology used is cost intensive. Then is the third generation biomass, which includes algae, that is micro or macroalgae. Here the challenge is more energy input is required and contamination risk is high. Then is fourth generation biomass, which includes bioengineered microorganisms and genetically engineered feedstock. These are the various processes by which various biofuels like bioethanol, bioethanol, biogas, etc. can be produced. Second generation biofuels are generally good compared to the first generation as they have lesser greenhouse gas emissions. Algal biofuels are more advantageous than both the generations because they do not require agricultural land for production and do not interfere with the food production, and they can be grown with zero nutrient input. There are two types of algae, one is macroalgae and microalgae. Microalgae has higher lipid content, therefore it can be used for biodiesel production. Macroalgae is rich in carbohydrate, it can be used for bioethanol production. Here we can see the various generation of the biofuel, and third generation biofuel has higher yield, that is 23,400 liters per hectare per year. the need of petroleum by 2035 is 112.2 million barrels. By the 5 years, that is 2023 to 2028, there is 30% rise in the petroleum requirement. In India, 80% of rural energy is met by biomass, but only it shares 12% in the worldwide bioethanol production. And in year 2003, ethanol blended petrol program was introduced, which has 5% ethanol blended with the petrol. And by 2025, India has set a target of blending 20% of bioethanol with petrol and 5% of biodiesel with diesel by 2030. Recently, in 2023, Sri Narendra Modi introduced Global Biofuel Alliance, which includes the promotion of global biofuels in collaboration and technology. Macroalgae rich in carbohydrate, therefore they can be used for bioethanol production. So the current review is focusing on the production of bioethanol from algae and agricultural residues. Materials and methods. The common process involved in production of bioethanol is pretreatment, hydrolysis and fermentation. Pretreatment is a process of extraction of the reducing sugar. It can be physical, chemical, physiochemical or biological treatment. The percentage of sugar removal is calculated by the following formula. Then is enzymatic hydrolysis, which is a process enzyme breaks down the complex polysaccharides into simple sugars. Here generally the enzyme cellulase is used. Several species of bacteria as well as fungus are used for this process. Next is fermentation. In this process, the sugar is fermented by microorganisms such as yeast, bacteria into ethanol. Generally, Saccharomyces cerevisiae is used. The released ferment sugar can be also by cashew yeast and also raw yeast. But there are two challenges here. One is inhibitors, that is HMF and LA. They inhibit the sequential process. Second is that the strains to reduce both pentose and hexose are yet to be researched. Then bioethanol production process involves the following step. Detoxification is nothing but the removal of the inhibitors which I mentioned. Distillation involves the purification of the ethanol that is produced. And then later it is blended and used with the petrol. Results and discussion. The prominent algae found in the central west coast are the following algae, that is Entomophyta intestinalis, Ulva lactica, etc. The various algae were checked for biochemical composition, and these are the minimum as well as maximum values. Here in this graph we can see Ulva lactica as well as Lithophilia has a higher amount of total carbohydrate and Ulva lactica has higher cellulose content. Pre-treatment, almost 80 to 90% of hemicellulose was degraded by the enzyme and reducing sugar of 14.7 gram per liter was taken from 75 millimolar of H2SO4. Detoxification of the acid hydrolyzate was carried out by various processes. In the activated charcoal showed higher efficiency of 63.5 for Ulva lactica and 52% for Entomophyta intestinalis. Bioethanol production from selected macroalgae. The cashew toddies was used here for production of the ethanol because it has higher carbohydrate content. The green algae is preferred more because it has higher growth rate and also sustainable. Higher growth rate is almost 19.15 to 24.25% compared to the red algae. And also red and brown algae have lower cellulose content and though they are not being considered as a viable feedstock. Then agricultural residues in India. India has almost 611 million tons of agricultural residue produced every year. In that 158 million tons is surplus residues. Generally in that farmers see that the burning of these residues is the most feasible option. So 87 million tons of the residues is burned every year. Most of them are cereals, fiber crops and sugarcane. Here we can see the various crops and the amount of surplus biomass produced. In that these four are the major crops which are producing higher amount. Here we can see that is cotton 17%, sugarcane 23%, wheat 14%, rice 24%. And here in bioethanol production potential is also higher for these four crops. That is cotton is 14%, sugarcane 29%, wheat 13% and rice 23%. And this is the table of various states in India which has higher surplus residues as well as bioethanol. Here in the graph we can see the distribution of various states. Here we can see that Uttar Pradesh has the highest amount of surplus residues and also highest amount of bioethanol can be produced from Uttar Pradesh. Then is Punjab. then Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Haryana, then Karnataka is in the 7th position. Conclusion, the annual bioethanol produced from the country can be estimated to be 51.35 billion liters from 178 million surplus biomass that is generated. Green seaweeds, that is Ulva lactica and Endomorpha intestinalis, are potential feedstock for bioethanol production due to their high carbohydrate content, which is 62.15% and 41.1%, and the annual biomass produced from these two algae are 2 to 20 times higher than the first and second generation feedstocks. Higher yield, that is 1.60 gram, was recorded from Endomorpha with 25.8% efficiency, and from Ulva lactica it was 0.63 gram and 20.4 efficiency. The lignocellulose biomass in the structure has this lignin content, which has a problem, that is recalcitrance, that is it does not is easily degradable. So current focus is on the optimizing the production of ethanol from the agriculture residue. Similarly in the algae. These are my references. Acknowledgement. Thank you.
Next presentation by Biohydrogen Sustainable Energy Alternative.
Good afternoon everyone, I am Niyam Dave. Today I am going to be presenting on the biohydrogen production, which is a sustainable and emerging energy alternative. So if you look at the energy scenario in India, currently the major share of 75% of energy comes from the fossil fuels such as coal, petroleum and natural gas. However, the renewable resources, they account for 16% of the total share, of which 3% come from the solar and the wind energy. However, the biomass also account for the 13% of the total energy consumption and 9% from the other resources. However, we look at the current scenario with the excessive use of fossil fuel, which have accounted for the 70% of the global greenhouse gas emission and 2.9 billion metric ton of CO2 emission in India from the transportation and the industrial sectors. Thus, to address this issue, to reduce the greenhouse gas emission along with the depleting source of a fossil fuel has led to an exploration of for the sustainable energy alternative like biomass derived energy. So, if you look at the statewide bioenergy potential in India, the Punjab has the highest bioenergy potential, which is nearly 3000 megawatt. If you look at the Karnataka, it has 1700 megawatt of potential. If mostly it is being coming from the fuel wood, cow dung or the crop residue, which are mainly being used in the urban and the rural area for the cooking and the heating purposes. So now we talk about how biomass can be used for the biofuel production. As I talked about, these are one of the resources to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. They can reduce the greenhouse gas emission compared to petroleum by 60 to 70%. By definition, biomass is the organic matter that can be used as a feedstock for the biofuel production. What are the advantages of it? The first is the easy availability. Second, it reduces the need of fossil fuels. Also amortize the landfill disposal and overcome the economic constraint of the conventional fuels. And lastly, provide the eco-friendly platform for the fuel production by mitigating the carbon footprint. So in this direction, the government of India has taken various initiatives. The first one is the National Biofuel Policy, which was first launched in 2009. The recent amendment in 2022, which focuses on E20, the 20% blending of bioethanol and biodiesel by 5 to 10% to petrol and diesel by upcoming year, by including the alternative feedstocks like the corn, stover, the sugarcane bagasse and the bamboo biomass. The second initiative is the Satas scheme, which focuses on the promotion of the compressed biogas, and the third is the Govardhan scheme, which promotes mainly the uses of organic waste such as agro residue or cattle dung for the conversion into the biogas. So
By definition, the biofuel is defined as a fuel that is derived from the living matter by the biochemical process. It can be categorized into the three types. The first one is the solid biomass fuel, for example, biochar, biogas, for example, biomethane, biohydrogen, and bioliquid. So these are the liquid biofuel, biodiesel, bioethanol, and biobutanol. So which the biohydrogen has found major attention in the recent era, since by its chemical composition doesn't contain the carbon, so it's a carbon free and upon combustion it only makes the water, so which is environmental friendly. It can be produced by the biophotolysis process in algae or by the dark photofermentation using the agro, food waste, wastewater or the sugar derived from the biomass resources using the various bacteria. This is the example of the various state of the microalgae, mixed substrate and agricultural residues such as sugarcane bagasse, of which you can see that the highest biohydrogen yield of 0.1 kg hydrogen per kg of biomass can be obtained from the sugarcane bagasse. It is contributed to this high carbohydrate composition, nearly 77%. So now we talk about which are the major agricultural residues which are being generated in India. The sugarcane bagasse, leaves, rice straw, wheat straw, corn cob and corn stalk, of which you can see that they tend to vary in the biochemical composition, mainly the cellulose, starch, hemicellulose and lignin content, of which you can see that the highest cellulose content is found in sugarcane bagasse, which is 0.56 kg per 1 kg of the residue, and the least amount of the lignin, which is contributing to the 0.10 kg of hydrogen per 1 kg of the sugarcane residue. So in this direction, another resource is the rice straw, however it contains a high amount of the lignin content. So we talk about what are the major challenges with the existing technology. The first is the selection of the suitable feedstock in terms of biochemical composition. Second is the high lignin content which is required for the pre-treatment process. The third is the low lignin reducing sugar which tend to reduce the biohydrogen yield, and then the mixed culture approach. Currently they are really focused on the photo or dark fermentation. There is a requirement to integrate both the process by the bacterial consortia for improving the yield, and last is the design of the bioreactor in direction of consolidated bioprocessing. So in terms of the agricultural residue in the various states of India, the highest amount of agricultural residue potential comes from the Uttar Pradesh, which has 72 million tons per year of agricultural residue production from the cereal crop, followed by the 40.1 million tons per year from the sugarcane residue, and followed by the Maharashtra also contributing the sugarcane residue generation, and the Karnataka contributing nearly 8.8 million tons per year. Now we look at the biohydrogen production potential from the sugarcane residue. The Uttar Pradesh has the highest potential of 4.5 kg of biohydrogen per ton of sugarcane residue. If you look at the theoretical conversion, 1 ton of sugarcane after the juice extraction, the leftover part, that is the bagasse, that is generated 250 kg. So if you consider 10% of the conversion from the bagasse, 25 kg of biohydrogen can be generated from the bagasse residue. So mathematically the first step is pre-treatment. As you know, the plant cell, it is intact, that requires a specific chemical or physical method to open up its structure. Thereafter the hydrolysis is performed using the enzyme to break down the cellulose to the monomeric sugar, followed by photo and dark fermentation using the bacteria such as Clostridium or the Enterobacter. These are the two pathways they are mainly being used. The first is the pyruvate format pathway, and second is pyruvate ferredoxin oxidorreductase pathway, that is being used mostly in the dark fermentation for biohydrogen production, and lastly purification and compression for commercialization. Now we talk about the existing technology in India, that is bioethanol. So there are various industries and biorefineries in India which have a production capacity of 400 to 800 kiloliter per day of bioethanol from the first and second generation resources. However, look at the second generation resources that is being used, the such as sugarcane bagasse. The major challenge here is in the delignification. Since there is a high amount of lignin, which is one of the major obstacles which enhances production cost and also the efficiency of bioethanol production. Second is the maximum cellulolysis. So as per the current technology, the enzyme technology which is available, which can convert maximum 70 to 80% of the cellulose to sugar. However, to enhance the further bioethanol, we require the cost-effective and high-yielding the enzymes, the cellulase, which can convert 100% conversion. And lastly, the fermentation, which is a major challenge. As current technology focusing on conventional yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, which can not utilized the C5, that is a kind of sugar. So only the hexose fraction being utilized. So there is a requirement of novel each step which can utilize both hexose and pentose sugar to achieve the maximum theoretical yield of 0.5 gram per gram reducing sugar. So now we talk about the comparative assessment of various fuels. In terms of greenhouse gas emission, biohydrogen is most efficient. It doesn't have any GHG emission compared to the other fuels. It has also has high calorific value of 150 kilojoule per gram. However, the major challenge is the production cost. So for the 1 per kg of biohydrogen, it requires 250-300 rupees per kg for production, which is comparatively higher due to the various they are mainly focusing on photo fermentation, which was a high cost for the photo fermentation, photo bioreactors. So by integrating the photo dark fermentation, it can be reduced, and the last is the storage. For that also the cryogenic condition is required for biohydrogen. It needs to be addressed for its commercial application. So in future perspective, the biofuel mainly helps in the increased energy security, rural economic development, environmental benefits, technological advancement. So recommendation for biofuel is to upscale the biofuel blending by 30-50% in the upcoming years, and to provide the incentives to encourage the biofuel adoption and to promote the use of agricultural residue. So in conclusion, India has a biofuel production potential from the agricultural residue which comes from the surplus biomass, and also government initiatives are helpful in this. The major challenge is the high production cost and scale up that need to be addressed for the sustainable and widespread adoption. These are my references. This is my acknowledgement. Thank you.
Now we will have a question and answer session for Sinsi, Asropa, Radhana, Dignitary and Niyam Dale. So if you have any specific question, so we take up one question for each speaker. So you can specify the name of the presenter, then you can ask the question. Okay. So any questions for Sinsi? Yeah, please share the.
No, you analyze some biodiversity indices for microalgae. How you count it? How you count it like individuals and all these things to analyze them? Microscope, how much in the water? Then how many microscope? Actually, for microalgae as an individual and total individual, then only can analyze canon index and other indices. Like using all those indices that require individual species and all total number of
counted for each and every sample.
For a particular water volume and how much water. Whole lake even not that I can count the individuals.
I have counted 1 ml and then I have extrapolated to that.
Oh, just wondering how many species. Total number of species, total number of individuals.
I will send it to you and just concentrate 1 ml, and from that I will just count the for 5 microliter. I will say I just count under the microscope, and then I will just extrapolate 1 liter.
Only one microscopic period. Only one microscopic.
That's how we have. That's the scientific way of doing this microalgae identification and quantification.
Slide note, we will get 40 into 40 views.
That one area, total number of views, total number of individual species.
In that, we will find out what are the different types of species. Let's show. In like that, we will count like the chlorella, how many chlorella in the one view. Like 40 into 40 views, we will check. Then another semidecimal species is there. Then that one view, maybe semidecimals, 2 are there, chlorella, 3 are there. Then another thing is
that is quite.
Yes, we will count it like
counting is quite. I mean, it's not as certain. That's why. In case of macroalgae, other angiosperms and all those things,
we did indices, but you did microalgae, and that is specifically how many microalgae, how many individuals, how many total individuals. That's I'm not clear. So clear. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
There is an announcement,
Thank you.
especially for the UG student from Advanced College. Only for UG students of Advanced College. You know, CEO of Advanced College, huh? And an enterprising CEO has announced surprise award for a UG student who asked a question. Okay, 100 rupees. So all those youngsters, UG students, those with blue tooth, white tooth, black tooth, all the fellows can ask.
Any question is entered. 100 rupees per question.
Because I saw some fellows with blue tooth and some fellows with a white tooth talking continuously. So I am. So. Next question for.
Kindly raise your hands if you have some concerns or queries. So this is regarding the presentations that we just had. Yeah, please.
This is for Gagan. You did the water quality analysis. So what was the time period of the study? I did the study that I showed. This was for the season, monsoon season. So how many months? 3. This was the one-time analysis data that was taken. Okay. And water sample was collected at different points. Different sample sites from particular. Okay.
Any questions for Sensi? Sensi is monitoring of fish environmental biomagnification. Any questions for that? Any questions for Rasulullah?
Well, this may be question or this may be a compliment or comment. You can take it the way you wish to. You have variety of choices when you work on environmental assessment. You can consider fish, you can consider phytoplankton, zooplankton, you have taken fish. Please convince me why you have chosen fish as an indicator of heavy metal contamination. Why not algae? How would you justify that? Undergraduate student, okay? I deserve 100 rupees.
You have to join Alva's pack.
Okay, the reason for selecting the fish, there is a process called bioaccumulation happens. That is the reason for choosing the fish. Whereas algae and all are difficult to listen, they are randomly moving and you do not know whether they have taken this one, how much they have taken. Whereas fish, for sure you know that. When you do the seasonal monitoring, for sure you know what is the quantum of accumulation that happens.
Any questions for Dignitary, who just talked about the biofuel prospects for India from a microalgal survey and from agricultural institutes? Any questions for her?
My question is again with Sansina. It's very much important topic. One of the hot topic these days actually, heavy metal accumulations on organisms. So in that case, what is the standard? There are standard procedures, but again coming to accumulations, the size or weight of the fish is very important. So what is the how you have selected the specimens from different weights?
I'll just add to this. We have an ecological expert, Dr. Rahman sir, with us. He is not here with us right now. He trained us on the various quality perspectives of different kinds of fishes, their average weight, how do we decide what is the juvenile and adult, and how do we take specimens from adults, and what are those submucosal and mucosal elements from where the things could be derived. I think those things are pretty much covered in this. Thank you.
Okay, very interesting thing. The experts from Nepal are asking German students, Cincy and Sulba from Germany. So the interaction is international level it is happening. Okay, good.
Any questions for Divyasri, Niyam? Niyam just talked about biohydrogen and Divyasri talked about the prospects of bioethanol. Anybody who is an energy enthusiast want to make sure that we become completely net zero by 2070? Yeah, please help asking sensible questions to these kids.
You want to ask question? Madam, you said like this.
This is for both Divyasri and Niyam. Was there any biofuel production that you tried doing in the lab?
Sir, it's just a review. I have not yet started the experimentation yet. I am just doing the literature.
Okay. So what does it take to do this?
Sir?
What does it take to do it in the lab?
Sir, first is the isolation of the, we should identify which are the species which gives higher yield of the bioethanol. Then it will be we have to grow it, harvest the algae. From that, for biodiesel, the process is trans-esterification. Whereas for bioethanol, it will be fermentation using the various yeast or any strains, which strain gives highest ethanol, that we have to first understand. Then based on that, we have to then start the experimentation. After then it will be distillation. Whatever we get will be the crude ethanol. Then after purification and downstream processing, we will get the final ethanol that we can be blending with the petrol and finally using it.
So, I see you got a theory, right? But just mostly curious to know when you will actually get to hands-on production, at least in the lab sector. Sorry, again, what does it take to commercialize?
The biohydrogens, totally biohydrogens.
No, biohydrogen is, no, see, Sudhira, what happened is, the Divyasri is only 1 month old in our lab.
Okay.
She is doing the review of literature. Niyam is about 15 days old in our lab. We have given the forum for them to share that how much they have acquired the knowledge by reviewing the literature, so that this build the confidence in them so that they can do the experiment better. Your question is relevant, but their expertise as of today is to the
Yes, no, they are fairly answering it very well. I go back to Ashwaba. Do you get Shannon index of 1? Do you get Shannon index of 1 in any of the samples that you get 1? No worries, you can take a look at your data and come back. And Gagana, why CCNE was used for applied?
Mike.
The other two that I considered had the general course steps that was followed, and CCME they particularly they didn't go to the general course steps, and they saw how when a water quality parameter is exceeding the guideline value, how are the final water quality index values that we are getting, how it affects the water quality index.
First, my answer is CME is Canadian and it is kind of for a different environmental conditions.
No, sir. Through review of literature, what I understood is CCNE is used in for Indian scenario also, but the standards that they use and we use are different. So I have used the surface water quality standards and assess the.
Fair enough. And since was there any characterization of point and non-point source collection sources?
That point source is like directly that non-point sources, rainwater runoff and all the things. That means we cannot mention that which are the pollutions.
Thank you.
Now I would ask Alice to express, please. Yeah.
I just want to have one clarification actually, because you've carried out your study on monsoon seasons, and we normally say that dilution is solutions to the pollutions, right? So why did you choose monsoon seasons for water quality studies? Thank you.
We are trying to develop a water quality index, so we wanted to first check for a single for a single data set that we have, how the steps that comes in the water quality index estimation, how they are affecting. So it is not the final analysis done. So this was just a step to analyze how the different steps are affecting the water quality index.
Any one of you can answer this question. As you know, in measuring the urban air pollution, the practice is not a air quality indicator, which India has in many of the cities. These indices are essentially cautionary indicators for people to take precautions once the index reaches a particular critical value. Do you plan to arrive at type of indicator sometime in the future for, say, to assess the air quality of natural bodies of water? Any one of you can answer. You understand what I am?
That we are doing the water quality index that is based on the water quality parameters like pH, then calcium, then magnesium, then chloride, etc. Okay, different types of this one. Then the air quality, we are looking the particulate matter and all the things. So the wherever that the higher the pollution, that means wherever the industries are there, the air quality also increasing, the water quality also it is degrading. That's why that we can understand with the spatial decision support system based or the with the GIS distribution map space, we can understand the wherever the air quality and water quality degradation is happening.
Since my students have not asked questions, I've got a beautiful punishment for you. Now the punishment goes like this. People have registered to this drive. Tomorrow there will be 5 stages, 5 different stages are there. We have children, we've got experts over here, people from Nepal are going to present. So I've asked the IISC team to see to that every student has to ask one question. If you don't end up asking one relevant question to the speaker maybe here or other place, you will have to give me 100 rupees. I'm not joking. You all will be watching, right? So you have to register yourself, tell I'm so and so, I ask question. Okay? Fair enough? Or it's 100 rupees extra, sir, for the IISC. Thank you.
With your permission, sir, well, your question was not responded, so let me clarify further. You know, you are now working on an already existing chemical index for biofuel indices, okay, already existing. But the question here was, in long run, are you thinking of developing your own index based on local conditions? So that will be much more effective than trusting on already existing indices which were developed with some purpose somewhere. So I believe that was the question. So I'm also really curious to know about that if you are thinking about that.
See, when a student joins IISc, when they are doing post-graduation, they are supposed to review the article and do some experiment so that compare the earlier indices and do that. That is the stage they are in. When a student moves to do PhDs, then they develop their own indices as per the thing. For example, if you look at Sudhir, my student, on urban system, he developed the expert system. So like that it happens. But that is a stage, now they are all in the UG and PG category. We are thinking about the research scholars and faculty category. Okay.
Now we are going to have the certificate distribution ceremony, and the certificates will be distributed by Honorable Kumar Swami sir. So I would like to have all the candidates on the dais, please. The people are then presented for the certificates. Thank you very much. Yeah, please. Dr. Vinay, can you please? Yeah. Abhishek Gavin. Ravi Shankar.
Everyone, this is Sabarna. The title of my presentation is Carbon Dynamics in Urbanization Estuaries, a Ramsar wetland. So without much delay, I am moving to the introduction. So wetlands are areas of fence, marsh, peatland or water. It could be artificial or natural, permanent or temporary, with water that is static or can be flowing, fresh, brackish or aquatic marine water as well as. And it can include all the parts of marine water wherever the depth at low tide does not exceed 6 meters. And these wetlands are classified into mainly 5 types, in which our coastal wetlands, which includes the estuarine ecosystem, comprise of 5% of the Earth's surface, and these ecosystems are considered as most productive geochemically and biologically. And these estuaries are considered as unique places, and this is the transition zone between the marine water as well as the fresh water. And these wetlands also provide several functions such as carbon sequestration, flood protection, climate stabilization, etc. So moving to the carbon dynamics, as we all know, we are facing the effects of climate change, right? And this is mainly due to the global warming effect. And this is mainly stimulated by the greenhouse gases. And our wetlands, they act as a nature-based pollution, and they act as a store, as a sink for this emitted carbon, and they will be stored this carbon for centuries. Here you can see how it is happening, how the wetland carbon cycle is happening, and how finally it is incorporated into the sediment and as sediment organic carbon. So moving to the estuarine ecosystem, these are the several important components that are incorporated in the carbon dynamics, which includes the mangroves, microalgae, then the water, sediment, etc. So moving to the objective of my study, that is analysis of estuarine water quality and analysis of organic as well as inorganic carbon of estuarine water, and to quantify the microalgae biomass and to quantify the mangrove biomass and carbon using the non-destructive method, and finding the estimation of SOC, that is soil organic carbon, and then the carbon release. Moving to the materials and method, first one is the study area. So study area is the Urbanization estuary. It is the Ramsar wetland of international importance. It is 48 square kilometer and located at this longitudinal latitude. Here I have taken 4 stations across the estuary, and these are my stations. And recently our Urbanization estuary designated as Ramsar wetland, and we recorded, our group recorded 80 fish species and 115 bird species and 45 mammal species. This Urbanization estuary is rich in biodiversity. It is home for many biota, and also we found 55,000 of individual bird species, and this Urbanization estuary supports livelihood of more than 60,000 households. These are pictures of our estuary. So moving to the data, the first one is the sampling. So sampling carried out in 2 months, that is February as well as May. And these are the components that I have analyzed. First one is the water, then microalgae, then mangroves and soil. So these are the references as well. So finally the result and discussion. So these are the results for water quality parameters, as you can see. So these are the 4 stations, and it is varying across the stations, the values. And when we go towards the ocean side, each values are increasing because of this marine water influx. So these are analyzed water temperature, salinity, pH, EC, pH, and turbidity, and it is called oxygen, BOD, total alkalinity, total hardness, nitrate, and orthophosphate. Here you can see the DO content, DO value, which is increasing towards the station 4, which is near the estuary mouth region, where we get a large organic input from the ocean, as well as we found large dense patches of mangroves. So dissolved oxygen is comparatively less because of this microbial activity. So here the BOD level is comparatively heavier. So these are the other parameters also. So moving to the water carbon, as I told earlier, station 4, which is near to the estuary mouth region, so the ocean side, and where we can find the young patches of mangroves. Here the organic carbon is found highest, the dissolved and particulate organic carbon, as well as the dissolved inorganic carbon, as well as the free carbon dioxide is highest towards the marine side. And moving to the microalgae, so these are the biomass as well as organic carbon content of the microalgae. So the biomass, you can see it is varying between the floating as well as substrate attached. You can see the station 4 have less for floating biomass, but the substrate attached, which is basically basically the algae which is attached to any substrate like epipellets, epiletons, like they will be attached to a substrate like sediments or any plant matter like epiphyte. So here you can see it is one is lower like floating microalgae which is lower in the station 4, but the substrate attached is higher in the station 4, which is basically because of the competition of nutrients. So if one is less, one will be higher. Similar studies have been carried out, like Hansen et al. 1994. Similar values are recorded. And moving on, this is the species that I observed from the Urbanization estuary. And moving to the mangrove. So mangrove ecosystem plays a crucial role in the carbon dynamics, as you know. And the above ground biomass and below ground biomass are here. Along with the carbon, they are stored, and these are the several mangrove species I recorded during my fieldwork. So here, carbon, the station 3, which have the highest HGB and BGB as well as carbon rate. Here we recorded the old patches of mangroves, so they contributed highest biomass as well as carbon. And finally, the soil, as you all know, soil plays soil have an imperative role in the carbon dynamics. And here we can see the carbon period which is highest in the station 4. And these are the similar studies that have been carried out in the southern India. And our study shows that highest carbon period rate compared to other study. And a similar study conducted in Kerala. So what he did that he compared a study like the disturbed ecosystem as well as a conserved ecosystem, and he found that actually a conserved ecosystem can store large amount of carbon in the system compared to the disturbed ecosystem. Similarly, if a ecosystem gets disturbed, then not only it will reduce the sequestration capacity, but also they will emit the carbon that what was stored in the system that can be also emitted to the our atmosphere. So it is actually a very bad situation. So we have to conserve this ecosystem and we have to restore this disturbed ecosystem. Okay. So I want to conclude by saying that Urbanization estuary, it is a highly productive ecosystem and which have a large number of biota, which is a home for different birds and birds as well as fishes, etc. And there is no industrial activities in the vicinity. And also towards the marine, towards the ocean side, all the organic matter exhibited higher range, and so it is a Ramsar site. So we are conserving this ecosystem. So this conservation led to this high carbon burial rate. So similarly, other disturbed ecosystems should be restored. Thereby we can thereby we can store large amount of carbon which is emitted due to the greenhouse gas due to the industrial activities. Okay. So these are my references and this is my acknowledgement. Thank you everyone.
Like the earlier session, we are going to have all the questions at the end of it. Thank you, Aparna. Now we would ask Bhuvan Chandra Arya to come and present his studies on comparative assessment of carbon in mangrove ecosystem and terrestrial ecosystems on a catchment basis.
Good evening, everyone. So today I am going to present on comparative assessment of carbon in mangrove ecosystem as well as in terrestrial ecosystem. So carbon sequestration, I will talk about carbon sequestration. It's a mechanism of the removal of carbon from the atmosphere into the biosphere. So today I will discuss what is the condition of carbon stock in the Aghnasini estuary, which is declared as Ramsar Wetland on 30 January 2024. So we went through several literatures in which we found IISC changing throughout the world because of this is urbanization, increase in monoculture plantation and all. And these are the objectives: assessment of spatio-temporal change of land use and land cover in the catchment, assessment of condition through the fragment of forest through the fragmentation, and mapping of carbon stock in the study region. So this is our study area. This is Aghnasini catchment and this is the estuary. It is inside the catchment. Catchment area is 1449 kilometers square, while the estuary area is 4,801 hectare. So this is the data what we use for the research, that is MSS multispectral scanner, thematic mapper, enhanced thematic mapper, OLI 1992. And as for the collected data, we use French Institute maps produced by the French Institute 1987, and the field data, Google Earth data. Then we did the geometric and radiometric correction in the satellite imageries. After collecting all the data, we use 70% for the training and 30% for the validation. So with the help of satellite data, we did land cover analysis with the computation of NDVI statistics, which use the NIR band and red band. As we know, green cover will absorb all the visible lights and it will reflect the NIR. So that is the advantage we took to compute the NDVI. So after that, we use random forest as for the classifier. Then we created 11 classes in the Agnashni catchment. After that, field visit has been carried out. We collected AGD, BGD, and SOC, and all this data provided to the invest model, and finally we get the carbon stock. Forest fragmentation analysis has been carried out with the help of PF and PF calculation. We follow the data. Then this is another approach. We at first we did the forest fragmentation. After that, we utilize this fragmentation analysis for the PDF, MDF, and DF. Where interior forest has been assigned to the very dense forest, patch and transition has been assigned to the moderately dense forest, and edge and perforated for the degraded. Then we chose the non-destructive method. We went to the field. Then random sampling method has been employed of the 10 into 10 meter quadrant in the estuarine region and 20 into 20 meter quadrant in the terrestrial. So we have some mathematical equations. This is all time we can't do for the destructive method. So non-destructive method, we have some mathematical equations known as allometric equations. This is the thing which we use for the all species of the mangroves. These are the wood density used for the species, different species of the mangroves. Then after that, we used a conversion factor of 0.5 to convert biomass to the carbon. This is for terrestrial. All allometric equation has been used for the evergreen deciduous, acacia auricularis, cocos nucifera, areca cacho. Then after that, invest model has been used. This model requires two things. One is prepared land use and cover maps. Second is the carbon stock data in the CSV format. After that, we can get what is the total carbon in the estuarine region and in the our study region. So this is the resultant discussion. At first, we classified the mangrove species wise. So there, by utilizing the remote sensing data, we got Rhizophora micronata is 31% there, and Abyssinia officinalis is the majority, 43.35%. Then there is in the Agnashni catchment, there is another region, Creek region. Here we got Rhizophora micronata and Abyssinia officinalis is the majority. Then after that, we provide this all ground data and the land use maps to the invest model. Then we got the biomass in the study region and biomass carbon as well as total carbon. Then we choose another approach, that is through fragmentation. Then again we got the total biomass carbon and total carbon. This is the stats. We did our field visit in 3 seasons, May 2023, February 2024, and May 2024. There we got total carbon is 3,516 tons in May 2023, which is increased in second season 3,37,709, then 3,69,000. Then in that Creek region also it was 8,321, reaches to 10,467. Then this is the second approach in which we got the similar result. So we verified our results like that. Then after analyzing the estuarine region, we studied the catchment also. So this is the FCC visualization. Here we can see the heterogeneous patches. We classified the whole region. This is land cover analysis. From 1979 to 2023, we can see there is a slight reduction in green cover from 94 to 83%. Then this is land use analysis. Here we can see the dark green patch which shows the evergreen forest. Now in 1979 you can see the extent is more, but in 2023 it is reduced. There is just significant reduction from 44 to 23% cause of monoculture plantation, horticulture, agriculture practices. So this is a transition. This dark green showing everything, which shows how it is converting to deciduous and different plantation and agricultural practices. This is forest reclamation. There we got indigenous forest and has been reduced from 34 to 33%. So this is total biomass and total biomass in the, this is only for terrestrial. This is 46 million ton and biomass carbon is 23 million ton and total biomass is 20.292 million ton. Then we did only for forest region, evergreen and deciduous, and then we compared with 1979. Here we can see that total biomass reduced from 54 to 40 million ton from 1979 to 2023. So biomass was 14.62 million ton. This is biomass carbon, 7.3 million ton loss is there. Then this is the total carbon. Here 6.92 million ton is the total loss. So conclusion, total carbon stock in textile ecosystems 28.92 million ton. In estuary, in the mangrove ecosystem 3,69,000 and the total carbon of the Agnashini catchment is 29.3 million ton. When we analyze the estuarine region and the catchment region separately, then we got the carbon stock of terrestrial ecosystem is 100 to 200 tons per hectare, while in mangrove ecosystem it is 400 to 500 tons per hectare, which shows our wetlands, mangroves are in good potential carbon sinks. So carbon sequestration, it is it which it provides a very good ecosystem services. This is acknowledgement, reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Umar. I will take the questions for you later. Now, we will request Darshan to come and elaborate on his studies on carbon dynamics in estuarine water, where he is mostly focusing on elemental analysis in the mangrove ecosystem.
Good evening, everyone. My topic is carbon dynamics in estuarine water and elemental analysis of mangroves. Introduction: river, lakes, wetlands, and coastline represent only 15% of the global terrestrial surface. They are the key components in carbon cycle between the hydrosphere, biosphere, and atmosphere. An important ecosystem with river, coast, ocean continuum is the mangrove forest found along the coastline at tropical and subtropicals. Mangroves are one of the most productive biomes on Earth, with an ability to store a significant portion of their naturally produced carbon in their biomass and sediments. This study gives a clear idea about the carbon dynamics in the estuarine ecosystems in presence of mangroves and how it helps to mitigate the global warming and carbon sequestration. Objective of the study is to estimate the contribution of carbon in dissolved inorganic carbon, dissolved organic carbon, and particulate organic carbon, and to estimate the carbon sequestration percentage by mangroves in estuarine ecosystem species wise. Study area is Agnashini estuary region in Uttara Kannada district of Karnataka state of India. We can see this estuary region is transition zone between the Arabian Sea and the Western Ghats, of where Agnashini river flows through Western Ghats. Estuary is a partially enclosed coastal body of brackish water with one or more rivers or streams flowing into it with a free connection to the open sea. Estuaries form a transition zone between river environments and marine environments and are an example of an equator. Estuaries plays an important role in carbon dynamics. Let's move to carbon dynamics. We will focus on mainly water and soil. Carbon compounds can be distinguished either as organic, inorganic, either organic or inorganic, and dissolved or particulate depending on their composition. Organic carbon forms the backbone of the key component of organic compounds such as protein, lipids, carbohydrates. Inorganic carbon is found primarily in simple compounds such as carbon dioxide, carbonic acid, carbonate, and bicarbonates. Estuarine carbon is further separated into particulate and dissolved phases. These pools are operationally defined by physical separation. Dissolved carbon passes through 0.2 micron filter and particulate carbon does not pass through the filter. Soil carbon is also important in assuring carbon dynamics. It contains both organic and inorganic forms of soil. Inorganic carbon consists of minerals of carbon, that is carbonate, or forms of reaction of soil minerals with atmospheric carbon dioxide. Soil organic carbon includes both biotic and abiotic factors. Biotic factors such as plant residue, dead organisms. Coming to inorganic carbon, main type of inorganic carbon that are found in the estuary are dissolved and particulate. Dissolved inorganic carbon DIC is made up of bicarbonates, carbonate and carbon dioxide. DIC can be converted into particulate inorganic carbon, that is PIC, through precipitation of calcium carbonate, and DIC can also be converted to particulate organic carbon through photosynthesis and chemoautotropy, that is nothing but a primary production. DIC increases with depth as organic carbon particles sink and respire. Free oxygen decreases as DIC increases because oxygen is consumed during aerobic respiration. The picture we can see in the background, that is bivalves found in the Avanashini estuary. There is a main, after the inorganic carbons are segregated, that shells are found and there is a consumable inside that consumables there. Moving to organic carbon, there are two main forms of organic carbon found in the estuarine ecosystem. Dissolved organic carbon is defined operationally as any organic molecules that can pass through 0.2 micron filter. DOC can be converted into particulate organic carbon through heterotropy, and it can be converted back to dissolved inorganic carbon through respiration. Those organic carbon molecules being captured on a filter are defined as particulate organic carbon. DOC is composed of organisms, dead or alive, and their fecal matters and detritus. DOC can be converted to DOC through disaggregation of molecules and by exudation by phytoplanktons. These are some of the main sources of organic compounds in the estuarine region, means fishes and crabs, live or dead, and some of the mangroves and their leaf litter, fruits and flowers dressed from the plants. They contribute in the organic forms. This is the biochemical process in estuarine ecosystem from organic and inorganic. These are the particulate organic carbon is converted to dissolved organic carbon by ectoenzymes exudation, and dissolved organic carbon is converted back to particulate organic carbon by bacterial heterotropy. Similarly, POC is converted to DIC by respiration and DIC to POC by primary production. Similarly, DIC to PIC by shell formation and PIC to DIC by shell dissolution. Coming to methods, these are the parameters and methodology I have used in experimental experiments. Coming to results, elemental analysis of mangroves of Avanashini estuary. These are the major species found in Avanashini estuary. Rhizopora nitronata sequester around 41.28 to 46.86% of carbon in their biomass, and Condalia candle 39.53 to 44.9. Similarly, Acanthus iliopholis 33.74 to 39.71%. Avanashini estuary water and soil carbon. Avanashini estuary, the DIC of water is ranged between 9 to 11 mg per liter. DOC is ranged between 7 to 17 mg per liter. POC is negligible because the way collection of water samples matters in the to get the particulate things. So it was negligible compared to other studies. Soil carbon is very high. That is 65 to 210 tons per hectare. And these are some of the studies in India, and this is studies in China. Coming to conclusion, DIC and DOC and soil play an important role in carbon dynamics in the Avinashini estuary. DIC ranges between 9 to 11 mg per liter in Avinashini estuary. DOC ranges between 7 to 17 mg per liter in the estuarine region of Avinashini. SOC is the most important form of carbon in the Urbanization estuary, where the sequestration rate ranges between 65 to 200 tons per hectare. Mangroves in the estuarine part sequester in the range of 33 to 46% carbon, which helps in mitigating global warming and climate change. This is my acknowledgement. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Darshan. Next we have Vinay, and he is here to make us understand carbon assessment in mangrove ecosystem for the Ripstein Avinashini estuary.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Vinay. I'm presenting on carbon assessment in mangrove ecosystem in Avinashini estuary. First, let us understand what are mangrove ecosystems. Mangroves are a group of trees and shrubs that live in the coastal intertidal zone. Its distribution lies between the coordinates 32 degree 20 minutes north in Bermuda to 38 degree 59 minutes south in New Zealand, and it spreads across an area of 150,000 kilometers square globally. Mangroves are rich, productive, and biologically very important ecosystem of the world, which provide unique ecosystem goods and services and high socio-economical values. Mangrove forests stabilize the coastline, reducing erosion from storm surges, currents, waves, and tides. Their intricate root system of mangroves also makes the forest attractive to fish and other organisms seeking food and shelter from predators. This pie chart is the total area, that is 150,000 kilometers square of mangrove spread, for which Southeast Asia contributes the highest of 33%. In South Asian mangroves, that is Southeast Asian mangroves, we have 50% is for Bangladesh, it has a major contribution, followed by India, then Pakistan. India has a total mangrove cover of 4,921 kilometers square, which makes up to 0.15% of the country's land area, representing 8% of Asia's mangrove and 3% of the world's mangrove area. Indian mangrove ecosystem revealed a total of 4,011 species, including 920 plants, which constitute 23%, and 3,091 animals, which constitute around 77%. Climate change is regarded as one of the major threats in the present area of sustainable management. Over the past decade, extensive research has focused on slowing down or reducing the carbon dioxide emissions and their associated effects. In this context, mangrove forests have played a crucial role in contributing to cost-effective mitigation strategies with appropriate adaptive measures. Mangroves are known as sinks of carbon as being the most prominent wetland vegetation, which plays an important role in the global carbon cycles. This coastal vegetation globally stores around 44.6 teragrams of carbon per year, with an average carbon sequestration of 210 grams of carbon dioxide per meter square per year. Ecosystem service variation and policies have attracted the quantification of mangroves, carbon sequestration for AGV, kilogram biomass, and underlying soil carbon. The key roles of mangrove in carbon sequestration include the following. They have high biomass production, soil carbon storage, long-term carbon sequestration, protection against coastal erosion, and carbon sequestration efficiency. Coming to carbon sequestration, it is a process of removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and storing it. It's a key method for reducing the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, which contributes to global warming and climate change. There are mainly two types. One is geological carbon sequestration, that is through rocks, deep sun aquifers, etc. And second one is through biological carbon sequestration, that is through plants, trees, algae, etc. That is through photosynthesis. Coming to method of biomass measurement, first is the direct measurement, where we harvest and weigh the plant parts. This is most effective, but it is a destructive method. Second one is the indirect method through remote sensing and satellite data are used to large-scale biomass estimation. And second method is that in the second method there is another one, that is using allometric equations that relate easily measurable parameters like GPH, height of the tree. These are some of the common allometric equations which are used to estimate the mangrove biomass from Komiam et al. And Jay et al. These are some of the above biomass allometric equations from different studies for species wise it is. And these are some of the below ground biomass allometric equations species wise. Coming to objectives of the study, mangrove biomass quantification, litter for biomass and carbon estimation, soil organic carbon estimation, and total ecosystem carbon estimation. Coming to materials and methods, study area is Aglasmi Study, which is located at 14 degree 30 minutes north and 74 degree 22 minutes east, Uttara Kannada district, Karnataka. The size of the SUV is around 4,801 hectares. It is designated as a Ramsar site on 31st January 2024. The SUV includes shallow marine waters, rocky and pebble shores, intertidal mud flats and aquaculture ponds. In its importance, it is home to over 80 fishes and 115 birds and 45 mangrove and its associate species. In this map, the star indicates the sampling points. Over 5 sampling points, 5 stations we have sampled for biomass and carbon and also for the litter form. These are some of the mangrove species which are found in the Aglasmi Study. This is Scandalia tingle, Rhizophora mucronata, Solanaceae alba, Abyssinia officinalis, Acanthus illicifolius. This is the shrub. Coming to sampling of mangroves, biomass sampling was conducted with a random sampling approach. By each station, 4 plots were selected with a 10 meter into 10 meter quadrant. Identification of the species was done with the help of field expert. GPH was measured at 1.3 meters above the ground, and height was estimated with the help of a clinometer or graph estimation. This is the measurement of this photo represents the range of quadrant and the GPH measurement. Coming to analysis of biomass and carbon in mangroves, AGB, that is the above ground biomass, which includes stem, branches and leaves. Below ground biomass that encompasses root structures. In case of mangroves, it is pneumatophores, still roots and buttress roots in mangroves. Combinatorial equations were used to estimate the biomass. These are the following general equations, that is AGB is equals to 0.251 into density to d to the power of 2.46. Similarly, BGB is 0.199 into density to the power of 0.899 into d to the power of 2.22. D is the diameter at west side. It is calculated by GPH by pi. Total biomass is estimated with the summation of AGB and BGB. Total carbon is estimated by multiplying the total biomass into 0.5. That is 50% is considered as carbon. And carbon dioxide equivalent is nothing but total carbon into 3.6. These arithmetic equations were employed for AGB, BGB and total biomass, carbon store and stored equivalent for all the trees, and they were summed up and were calculated for tons per hectare. They were extrapolated. Coming to estimation of branch and leaf carbon in mangroves, leaves and branches were collected from different species, from different sites, and they were oven dried until constant wet and analyzed for organic carbon analysis using bulky black method and total carbon analysis using the CH analyzer. Coming to analysis of litter for biomass, a 5 meter into 5 meter quadrant was laid in each of the sites to estimate the litter for biomass. The collected litter form was washed thoroughly and oven dried and then wet, following which bulky black method organic carbon analysis was carried out. And soil organic carbon was estimated with the help of a soil borer with a dia of 5.5 and 50 cm length. This is the formula. SOC is equal to density into depth into organic carbon. Total carbon stock is nothing but total carbon in mangroves plus SOC. These are results and discussion. Station 2 had highest biomass with ACB contributing to 529 tons per hectare, BGB 194, and the total biomass of 723 tons per hectare, which sequestered around total carbon of 362 tons per carbon per hectare, which is equivalent of 1324 tons per hectare. And these are the different species, total carbon and organic carbon. It was in the range of 33, organic carbon was in the range of 33 to 37 and total carbon was in the range of 39 to 47. Coming to litter for biomass and carbon, station 5 had the highest biomass of 2.8 gram per meter square and organic carbon was highest in station 3 of 37% to 37%. This is soil carbon stock. The soil carbon stock was higher in station 4 with organic carbon 5.4% and work density 0.96 and with the depth of 30 cm, that is the sampling depth, which contributing to 155 tons per hectare of SOC. This is the total carbon stock. We found that station 2 had the highest carbon stock with 463 tons per hectare. These are different studies around the world. and this is different studies in comparison to our study with respect to India. We had a carbon stock in AGP of 22 to 264 tons of carbon per hectare and BGP of 11 to 97 tons of carbon per hectare. Coming to conclusion, total carbon stock in biomass was found to be highest at station 2 for 362 tons of carbon per hectare, followed by station 3, 213 tons of carbon per hectare, and station 4, 206 tons of carbon per hectare. Station 1 had 19 tons of carbon per hectare. Station 5 had the lowest carbon stock, reflecting a similar pattern for the CO equivalent. Return 4 biomass followed a pattern of station 3 having the highest, followed by station 1, station 4, where station 5 and 2 recorded the equivalent return biomass. SOC was highest at station 4, followed by station 3, 5 and 2. Total carbon stock was highest at station 2, 463 tons per hectare, followed by station 3, station 4 and station 1 and station 5 of 160 tons per hectare. These are the references. Acknowledgement. Thank you.
Okay, we came to end of this session. Now, followed by we have another theme called ecosystem services. In that, Paras will be presenting on valuation of wetland ecosystem services, focusing on north and western Ghats. Then Purika will present evaluation of ecosystem services, focusing on southern western Ghats. Okay.
Good evening all. Today I will be talking about the valuation of wetland ecosystem. As we have discussed a lot of about this wetland ecosystem, and the previous session was on the highlight of the carbon sequestration. This is one of these ecosystem services provided by these ecosystem services. So I will be talking on more on that. So this wetland provide a huge ecosystem services which supports the human life as well as sustenance of these of our existence. And these ecosystem services are either can be direct or can be indirect. We can consume it in indirect. So the tangible benefits or the direct benefits what we acquire from the ecosystem or these wetland ecosystem are considered as provisioning and which regulate our microclimate or our ecosystem that are considered as regulating services like carbon sequestration, water filtration are considered as regulating services, as well as they provide us cultural services which are considered as aesthetic and for research purpose and ecotourism. Those services are considered as cultural services. So I have done literature review of global as well as Indian studies. So in global studies, Costanza et al. In 1997 initiated this valuing these services, because until you assign a value, nobody will value any object or anything or any of the services until you assign a monetary value or a value in a monetary term. So based on that, the current study adopted the CF framework. This is a system of environmental economic accounting which is adopted by United Nations in latest 2021. So we have opted for this, and this accounts for the ecosystem action as well as the ecosystem services, and along with that the monetary value assigned to these ecosystem services or the assets. So this study highlights the ecological as well as the economical contribution of these important ecosystem. So the objective of the current study is to assess the special extent of the wetland in the northern western Ghats and northern portion of the western Ghats, and to assess the different indices, basically water indices. And finally, the main objective to value these ecosystem services based on the services provided by these ecosystems. So the current study is northern portion of Western Ghats, which comprises Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Goa portion. So this is different. These have a different climate as compared to the southern, because this is more hotter as compared to the southern Western Ghats, and it has more of moist vegetation as compared to southern Ghats, which have more of evergreen as well as semi-evergreen to evergreen. So, and this is having more significant ecosystems such as grasslands. So, this makes it different from the southern Western Ghats. So, the data acquired for the current study was Sentinel data, which is high resolution data, which is 10 meter spatial resolution data. And along with that, we have acquired the radar data, which captures the back scattering from the Earth surface features, and which gives us a very high accuracy to map the extent of this water ecosystem. So along with that, we have collected the collateral data of WRIS, SAT data, and along with that, Toposit of Survey of India and NRSC data. So the flow of my research is the input data was the satellite data. Along with that, the SRTM digital elevation model means this elevation model is this gives the elevation of the terrain, which plays a significant role in assessing the extent of this ecosystem. So along with that, we have done accuracy with the high resolution remote sensing data. With that collateral data we have used, and we have derived multiple indices such as NDWI, normalized difference water index, MNDWI, which is modified as normalized difference water index. So like that we have derived 6 major water indices, and along with that this is kind of unsupervised, and we have done supervised, which is random forest, which is a club of or tree of means forest of multiple trees. In that the individual trees kind of classified. So we are taking input of multiple classifier, and based on that we are assigning means we are classifying the data. So after that we have computed the provisioning services, regulating services, and cultural services based on this extent. And the sum of these services will give us the total ecosystem supply value. And based on the supply value means this supply value is per year how much services ecosystem is providing. And based on this, we discounted this services for the 50 years. Means we have assumed that the time span of a particular water body or wetland is 50 years. So discounting that services till 50 years gives us the net present value of that ecosystem. So this is the flow of that valuation of ecosystem, as I have explained in provisioning services and regulating services, and we have done a multiple means review of multiple used algorithm or method used for specifically for provisioning, regulating, and cultural services to quantify these services. So basically in provisioning services, which can those goods or services which we can directly trade in the market can be assessed through direct market value method or residual method, and similar to that benefit transfer method and this contingent value method. These are the widely used popular method to value these services and to value these assets. So based on that, we computed the TESP, total ecosystem supply value, and discounting those, we have assigned the net present value of these wetlands. So the results, the result of our this method gives us that 53 square kilometer extent in Gujarat portion of northern Western Ghats, and more than 2,000 square kilometers in Maharashtra, and 374 in Gujarat part of northern Western Ghats. So this gives the total ecosystem supply value for Gujarat, Goa, and Maharashtra, in which we can visualize that Maharashtra has the major share in provisioning, which is 167 billion rupees per year, and as well as in the provisioning 43 billion rupees per year, and in regulating which have a major share in these services, because regulating this is indirect service provided by our ecosystem, different ecosystem, specifically wetland ecosystem. So Maharashtra has a major share. So, computing the total ecosystem supply value amounts to 285 billion rupees per year, and discounting this for next 50 years will give us the net present value. Means the net present value of this ecosystem is more than 7,300 billion at current. And along with that, as we have set the sustainable development targets for SDG for 2030, so this study will align with these to acquire this target in a very maintain conserve method. So this will highlight the sustainable SDG 3, SDG 4, 13, 6, 15, 7, 13, and 11. So concluding my research, though the valuation of the ecosystem services is very vital to know the worth of our water bodies, and for this we have adopted the latest protocol used by United Nations, which is TVRAMACHANDRA protocol, and the total ecosystem services value amounts to 285 billion rupees per year, and which gives that the current present value of these wetlands is more than 7,300 billion rupees in current, and the valuation of this ecosystem highlights the productivity and the economic worth of these ecosystem services to maintain and to conserve this vital ecosystem, particularly this wetland ecosystem. Thank you. I acknowledge English division and IISC for conducting my study.
Thank you, Bharat. We will move on. I request Sunika to present her findings related to the southern Western Ghats.
Can I start? Thank you, Tejas. So today I will be talking about the valuation of wetland ecosystem services in the southern Western Ghats section. So from the morning we are attending this conference on wetlands for human well-being. So that is why there is this necessity to understand the crucial role of these wetlands for maintaining the ecological balance and providing the numerous numbers of ecosystem services. So what are these ecosystem services? These are the contributions of each ecosystem that the benefits are used in economic and other human activities, incorporating direct and indirect enjoyment and the recipient of the services. So there are three types of ecosystem services that are present. First is the provisioning service, that is the direct service that we get from the ecosystem, like from the wetlands we get the fishes. So those are the provisioning services. Then regulating service are the services that are the ability of the ecosystem to regulate the biological processes, which includes carbon sequestration, groundwater recharge, services like that. Then finally is the cultural service, which are the intangible service or indirect service that we get from the wetlands, that are the aesthetic service, tourism, the educational, research purpose that we use the wetlands for. So, based on the current CREA protocol, or which is the system of environmental and economic accounting, we have quantified the ecosystem services of southern Western Ghats section. So this southern Western Ghats section is a part of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And it covers around 1,15,000 square kilometer area. So there are multiple districts in this Western Ghats section. The data I have used for this analysis are the
are remote sensing, high resolution remote sensing data of Sentinel. Also, I have used digital elevation models for the elevation data and multiple collateral data of Survey of India, French Institute, NIISC, SSC and WRIS has been used. This graph gives this chart gives you an overall idea of how I have processed my data to get the final result. So first I have processed my remote sensing data, also the collateral data, and from this I have extracted the wetlands of the southern Western Ghats, then computed the provisioning, regulating and cultural services based on the benefit transfer method, and finally I have calculated the net present value for policy and decision making for sustainable development of the particular area. So if we go in depth to understand the method for extraction of the wetlands, we can I have used different collateral data from different sources, and we have overlaid the data which gives us certain amounts of wetlands. Again, we have done the classification from the remote sensing data. So if any wetland is missing from the collateral data, that we can get from the remote sensing data. So by accumulating all this data, we have taken the water bodies of the southern Western Ghats. I have also implemented some machine learning algorithms to make the process faster and efficient. So I have used in my study random forest classification classifier, which has helped to make the classification more prominent, as this is a very heterogeneous region, and random forest classifier helps us to properly classify heterogeneous region than other classifiers. We have done a literature review of global perspective as well as Indian perspective, and finally we have used the values from this particular book for using the benefit transfer method, where using this method it involves the transfer of economic value of a particular location to a particular site. So when we calculate the total ecosystem supply value, it is the total of the provisioning service, regulating service and the cultural service. Finally, we have also calculated the net present value of 50 years based on 50 years with 3% discount rate. So coming on to my results, in the southern Western Ghats, the wetlands covers around 3,698.49 square kilometer of area. We can see Karnataka shares the highest portion, which is 52%, and then comes Tamil Nadu, that is 27%, and then Kerala, that is 19%. If we distribute the wetlands based on their sizes of less than 2.5 hectare, and we can see that Karnataka has the highest amount of wetlands in that section, whereas in the section of wetlands from 2.5 to 50 hectares, we can see Tamil Nadu has the highest amount of wetlands, and in case of wetlands that is more than 50 hectares, that also Karnataka leads in that case. If we see the ecosystem service of wetlands in the entire southern Western Ghats section, the total regulating services are around 258 billion rupees per year, the cultural services are 48 billion rupees per year, and provisioning services are 66.57 billion rupees per year. We have also tried to quantify the ecosystem service provided by each type of wetlands present in the southern Western Ghats. That's so that total Western Ghats covers, as we have seen, 3,898 square kilometer. The total ecosystem service valuation from both the overlay of the collateral data and the classification of the remote sensing data, it quantifies to around 373.55 billion rupees per year in the entire southern Western Ghats. If we see state-wise, we can see Karnataka has provisioning service of 35 billion rupees per year, and then regulating service of 136.71 and cultural service of 25.38. The total ecosystem supply value is 197.26. In case of Kerala, it is 72.41 billion rupees per year, and in case of Tamil Nadu, it is 103.87 billion rupees per year. If we go to each district level of their wetland, we can see that among all the districts of southern Western Ghats section, Shimoga has the highest contribution to the wetland ecosystem service, contributing to total ecosystem supply value of 47.38 billion rupees per year, which net present value is accounted for 1,219 billion rupees. And then the next comes Uttar Kannada district,
and the fourth has the Tirunelveli of Tamil Nadu. The total net present value of the southern western Ghat is of the wetlands of southern western Ghat is 9,611.35 billion rupees. So, coming on to the conclusions, we have seen that the wetland covers 3,898 square kilometer of area of southern western Ghats. The total amount of ecosystem services is 373.55 billion rupees with an NPV value of 9,611 billion rupees, where Karnataka shares the highest part of 52%, then coming on to Tamil Nadu and then Kerala. Among all the districts of southern western Ghats, Shimoga has the highest TESD value in Karnataka, followed by Uttar Kannada, Belgaum and Tirunelveli in Tamil Nadu. So this entire information will help us to prioritize the wetland protection, allocate the resources effectively for sustainable development of this region. So these are some of the references of my study. I'd like to thank all these members and thank you for your time.
Now,
ತಿಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ದೇವರ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಉಳಿದಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಕಾಣ್ತೇವೆ. ಆ ಹುಲಿದೇವರು ಬನಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ದೇವತೆಯನ್ನ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತೇವೆ, ಸೊಪ್ಪಿನ ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಸೊಪ್ಪಿನ ಒಡತಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಹಳ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ ವಿಷಯ. ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವ್ರ ಕೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ನಾವು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ತರೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಈ ದೇವರಿಗೆ 2 ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಹಾಕಿ ನಾವು ಮುಂದುವರಿತೀವಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಏನೈತೆ ಆ ವನ ಸೊಪ್ಪಿನ ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವನ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಬೆಳೆಯಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ ಬನಶಂಕರಿ ವನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಹುಟ್ಟಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂಜೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಅದು ಬನಶಂಕರಿ ದೇವರು ಅಂತ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಸುಭಾಷ್ ಚಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳೇಶ್ವರ ದೇವ್ರ ಕಾಡು ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ದೇವ್ರ ಕಾಡು 1050 ಎಕರೆ ಅದು ಅರಣ್ಯ ಹೊಂದಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮೂಲೆಗೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ದೈವದ ಆರಾಧನೆ. ಆ ದೈವದ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊನೆಯ ಪಕ್ಷ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ವೆಲ್ ಇಕೋ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದೇವರು. ಇನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೆರೆ ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಾದ್ರೆ ಕೆರೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ದೇವತೆಗಳಿದೆ. ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಪೆಕ್ಕಿಯರು ಮಲೆನಾಡೊಳಗೆ ಬಹಳ ನಾವು ವಿಶೇಷ ದೇವರುಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾಣ್ತೇವೆ. ಗಜಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯೂ ಬಿಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಕೊನೆ ಪಕ್ಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಲೂಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂತಿಂತ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರನೇ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬೇಕೋ ನೀರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಕೆರೆ ನೀರನ್ನ. ಈ ತರ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಈ ದೇವರ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದ್ವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ತರ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಚ್ಚುವರಿ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆ ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ನಾವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನದಿ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಅಂತ ಹೊರಟು ನದಿ ಮೂನ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಜಾಥಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ವೃಕ್ಷಲಕ್ಷ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವ ವೈವಿಧ್ಯ ಸಮಿತಿ ವತಿಯಿಂದ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಈ ತರ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮಸ್ಥರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ. ಸುಮಾರು ಒಂದು 4-5 ಗ್ರಾಮದವರು ಅವ್ರ ಊರಿನ ಅರಣ್ಯವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ 800 ಎಕರೆ. ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಚಾರ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶನೂ ಇದೆ, ಹೇಗಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಉಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಇಕೋ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ಪರದಾಡಂತ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತಲುಪಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಲುಪಿಸೋಂತ ಕಾರ್ಯ ನಮಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ. ಇದನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸತಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿ, ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು. ಅವರಿಂದ ಪಕ್ಷ ನನಗೆ ಇಂತಹ ಅರಣ್ಯಗಳನ್ನ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅನ್ನು ಅವರು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಿಂದೂ. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ಹೆಸರು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೆಟ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೇರ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಅವ ಇಂತಿಂತ ಜಾಗ ಇಂತಿಂತದ್ದೇ ಅಂತ. ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು ಉಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರವನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಜತನವಾಗಿ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಇದೇ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನೆರವಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸೊರಬ ತಾಲೂಕು ಮತ್ತೆ ಶಿಕಾರಿಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕಿಗೆ ಈ ಕೆರೆ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಶಿಲ್ಪಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಒಂದು ನನಗೆ 8 ಕಡೆ ಕಂಡಿದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೃಷಿ ಆವಾದ್ಯಕ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಸಿಂಬಾಲಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಈ ಕೆರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮುಖ್ಯ, ಈ ಕೆರೆ ನೀರು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು, ಯಾವಾಗ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಚಿತ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಬಹಳ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯಕರ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು. ಎಷ್ಟು ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ಚಂದ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾರ ಅವರು. ನಾವು ಯಾವ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಅಪೂರ್ವ ಶಿಲ್ಪ. ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಲಮಾನದ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಒಂದು 16-17ನೇ ಶತಮಾನ. ಆ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗಾಗಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ನಾವು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣಾ ವಿಚಾರ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಕೂಡ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಕೆರೆ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ. ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದೊಳಗೆ ನಾವು ಲಜ್ಜಾಗೌರಿ ಅಂತ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಲಜ್ಜಾಗೌರಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಕೆರೆ ಕಮಲಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಇದರೊಳಗೆ ಕಮಲಾತ್ಮಿಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಮಲದ ಮುಖವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಂಥವ್ರು. ಅಂತಹ ಶಿಲ್ಪವನ್ನ ಆರಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಪರಿಭಾವನೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಉಳಿಸಿದಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ್ವಜರನ್ನ ಈ ವೇಳೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ಮರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೊನೆ ಪಕ್ಷ ದೇವರೂಪ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತೇ ನಮಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅಗತ್ಯ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನುಷ್ಯನ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳು ಒಂದಾದ ಪಂಚಭೂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ನೀರು. ಈ ನೀರಿನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಈ ತರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಒಂದು ಸಂಕಲ್ಪದ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮುಕ್ತ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಇವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ನಾನೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ವಿಚಾರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಮಟ್ಟದೊಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮೂರರ ನೋಡ್ಬಾರ್ದು. ಬದುಕು ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಂತತೆ. ನಾವು ಮೂರರೊಳಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ಸತ್ತೆ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನೊಳಗೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರದ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರದ ಸಮತೋಲನ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ಸಮತೋಲನ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಇಂತಹ ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ವೆಟ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬಂತು, ಇಕೋ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮಿಂಗ್ ಬಂತು, ಬೇರೆ 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 ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ವಿಚಾರ. ಇವ್ರು ನಾವು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಮೊದಲು ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಆ ಥರ ನಾವು ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕೊನೆ ಪಕ್ಷ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊನೆ ಪಕ್ಷ ನಾವು ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಪರಿಸರವನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಮುಂದೆ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಉಸುರು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಕುಡಿಯೋಕೆ ಒಂದು ಶುದ್ಧ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಯಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸಮಯನೂ ಮುಗಿದಿದೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ಮುಖ್ಯ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಮುಗಿದಿದೆ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿಸರವನ್ನು ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಅಂತ ಆಶಿಸ್ತಾ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸರ್ವೇ ಜೀವೋ
Yeah, I request Dr. G.R. Rao, eminent taxonomist and forest ecologist, who had worked for several years with our team to handle this certificate and memento to Sripa. Anjaneya Reddy.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು 5-10 ನಿಮಿಷ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೀರೋ ಅದು ಬರೀ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಬರೆಯಕ್ಕೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಂತ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಕೊನೆ ಉಸಿರಿರೋವರೆಗೂ ಇದು ಸಹಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಲಾಷೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ತಾವು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲು ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಟಿ.ವಿ. ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ತಂಡದವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆಳ್ವಾಸ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಸಿಇಒ ವಿವೇಕ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಆಭಾರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಅನೇಕ ಜನ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ PhD ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಮತ್ತು ಅನೇಕ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು. ಆದರೆ ಇಂಥ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಲಿನ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತನನ್ನ ಕರೆದು, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ರೈತನಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ರೈತನನ್ನ ಕರೆದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡುವಂತ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಈಗ ಮಕ್ಕಳೇ
ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯಂದ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಫ್ರೀಕ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನೀರು ಕುಡೀರಿ, ಮತ್ತೆ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಹಣ್ಣು ತರಕಾರಿಗಳು ಹಾಲನ್ನ ಯಥೇಚ್ಛವಾಗಿ ತಿನ್ರಿ, ಇದರಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯಂದ್ರು ವೆಲ್ ವಿಷರ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ಶುದ್ಧವಾದಂತ ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತವಾದಂತ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಎರಡನೆಯದು, ಆರೋಗ್ಯಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಾಲು ಹಣ್ಣು ತರಕಾರಿ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ತಿಂತಾ ಇದೀವಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಎರಡನೇ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಈ ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗಳ ಜೊತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಆಹಾರ ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತನಾಗಿ ಆ ಕೆರೆಯ ಜೊತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಜೀವನವನ್ನ, ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕನ್ನ, ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆದಾಯವನ್ನ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಾನು ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಮಹತ್ವವನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಂತಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್, ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಏನಾದ್ರು ತಪ್ಪಿದ್ರೆ TVRAMACHANDRA ಸರ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳ ಪ್ರಕಾರ 30,000 ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು 27,000 ಚಿಲ್ಲರೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ, JCBಗಳು, ಪ್ರೊಕ್ಲೈನರ್ಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ರಾಜ ಮಹಾರಾಜರಾಗಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ತಮಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಕೆರೆ ಆಗುದರ ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನಾಡಿಗಳು. ಈ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಂದಾನೇ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಶುದ್ಧವಾದಂತಹ ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಅದರಿಂದ ರೈತರು ಕೃಷಿಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬೆಳೆಯುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನ, ಕೃಷಿ ಉತ್ಪನ್ನಗಳನ್ನ, ನಮಗೆ ಆಹಾರದ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ದೂರದೃಷ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವತ್ತು ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಅನೇಕ ಸಾರಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಈ ನಾವು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಬೆಳೆದಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಕೋಟಿ, ಅವತ್ತು ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಂತ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಕೇವಲ 30 ಕೋಟಿ ಇದ್ದಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಅದರ 5 ಪಟ್ಟು ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು? ಖಂಡಿತ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ನುಂಗಿ ನೀರು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅನೇಕ ಕಡೆ ಒತ್ತುವರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಲೇಔಟ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವಿಚಾರಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾಶ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಒಂದ್ ಕಡೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ನೀರನ್ನ ಕೊಡುವಂತ, ಆಹಾರದ ಭದ್ರತೆಯನ್ನ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರು, ಸರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ TVRAMACHANDRA, ಈ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೆಂಟ್ಸು, ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ಸು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಯಾರು ಬಂಡವಾಳಶಾಹಿಗಳು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ, ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಬಾಬೂಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ TVRAMACHANDRA ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ. ಆ ಬಾಬೂಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ, ಆಹಾರನೂ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂತ ಒಂದು ದುಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿನೇ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇವಲ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತದು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾನೊಬ್ಬ ರೈತನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೇನೆಂದ್ರೆ, ಕೇವಲ ಹೂಳೆತ್ತೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಹರಿದು ತರ್ತಾವಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳು, ಪೋಷಕ ಕಾಲುವೆಗಳು, ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಗಳು, ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹ ನಾವು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮೂಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗಿದೆಯೋ ಅದನ್ನ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಒಂದು ಸಮಗ್ರವಾದಂತಹ ಕೆರೆಗಳ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾರು ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಕೆರೆ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಗಮನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದಾನೇ 4,000 ಕೆರೆಗಳಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೋಲಾರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವಿಭಜಿತ ಕೋಲಾರ, ಇವಾಗ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ 2 ಆಗಿದೆ. 4,000 ಕೆರೆಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಬರಗಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ತುತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ 300, ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಏಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಕೇವಲ 100 ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತೆರೆದ ಬಾವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂತ ನೀರು ಇವತ್ತು 1,500 ಅಡಿ ಆಳ ಹೊರದ್ರೂ ಇವತ್ತು ನೀರು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನೀರು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು ಅದು ಕುಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಕೃಷಿಗಾಗ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಯೋಗ್ಯವಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು, ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನ, ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಆತಂಕಕ್ಕೆ ದೂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಇದು ನೀರಿನ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆದರೆ ಆಹಾರದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂಪ್ರಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ, ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಎಂಪ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಒಂದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ತರಕಾರಿ ಮಳಿಗೆಗಳು ಏನಿದಾವೆ ಅವುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರ್ಯಾಂಡಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಮಳಿಗೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ನಮ್ಮ ಫುಟ್ಪಾತ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ತರಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನ, ಆ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಪ್ಕಾಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ರೆಪ್ಯೂಟೆಡ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಶಾಪ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಆ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಆ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಹೆವಿ ಮೆಟಲ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಚಿಂತೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯುನಲ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಯಪೀಠ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಸಮಾನಾಂತರವಾದಂತ ನ್ಯಾಯಪೀಠ, ಅದು ಆತಂಕ ಪಟ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನ ಸುಮೋಟೋ ಕೇಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಇವತ್ತು ಕೇಸ್ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಹೆವಿ ಮೆಟಲ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಬಂತು, ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ಅನೇಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾವು ಅಂತರ್ಜಲವನ್ನ ಕಲುಷಿತ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನ ಕಲುಷಿತ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿನೇ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ನೀರಿನ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟ ಇವತ್ತು ಹಾಳಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದಾನೇ ಇವತ್ತು ನೀರು ಮತ್ತು ಆಹಾರವನ್ನ ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಕಲುಷಿತ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಒಂದು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೊಂದು ವಾರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಡಯಾಲಿಸಿಸ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶ ಇದೆ. ಕಿದ್ವಾ ಎನ್ನುವಂತ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ನಮ್ಮವರೇ ಒಬ್ಬರು ರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಅಂತಿದ್ರು, ಒಂದು 2-3 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, 20 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇವಲ 300 ಜನ ಔಟ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬಂದು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಅದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಅಂತ ಅವತ್ತು ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅದು 10,000 ದಾಟ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಸುಧಾಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಾರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರು ನಾವು ಸುಧಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನಾ? ಮನೆಗೊಬ್ಬೊಬ್ರು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್, ಮನೆಗೊಬ್ಬೊಬ್ರು ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ಉತ್ಪತ್ತಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿನ. ಇದ್ರ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದೇ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಪ್ಪ, ಇವಾಗ ಏನು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಈ ಬಯಲುಸೀಮೆ ಜನ ನಮಗೆ ಶುದ್ಧವಾದಂತಹ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರು ಕೊಡಿ, ನಮಗೆ ನೀರಾವರಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ 30 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತು, ನಿಮಗೆ ಶುದ್ಧ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರು ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ತುಂಬಿಸುವಂತದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎತ್ತಿನ ಹೊಳೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ TVRAMACHANDRA ಅವರು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಏನ್ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಾವು ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ಅವಾಗ ಕುಂಡ್ರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಮಗೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತು, ಅವತ್ತು ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಾವು ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಕಾಲಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೈವಾರ ತಾತಯ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬಹುದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ವೀರಬ್ರಹ್ಮೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರು ದ್ರಷ್ಟಾರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಷನರಿ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 200 ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂತ ದ್ರಷ್ಟಾರು. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಕಾಲಜ್ಞಾನ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತಾ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ TVRAMACHANDRA ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದಿರೋರನ್ನು ಕೂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು, ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಇದರ ಹೈಡ್ರಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಈ ಯೋಜನೆಯಿಂದ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೋಲಾರಕ್ಕೆ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಹನಿಯನ್ನು ನೀರು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಂತದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಅಂಕಿಅಂಶಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ನಮಗೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಮಾತಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅವತ್ತಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸಹ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಹೌದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಎತ್ತಿನ ಹೊಳೆಯಿಂದ ಮೋಸ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇದನ್ನ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ನಮಗೆ ಮೋಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಮಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನ ನಮಗೆ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಿ, 4,000 ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನು ರಿಜ್ಯೂನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದರಿಂದಾನೇ ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ನೀರು ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋರಾಟ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಂತ ಕಾಲಜ್ಞಾನ 15 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಕಳೆದ ತಿಂಗಳು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಒಂದು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್, ಸರ್ಕಾರನೇ ಯಾವ ಸರ್ಕಾರ 24 TMC ನೀರು ತಂದು ಕೋಲಾರ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರವನ್ನ ಮಲೆನಾಡು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಅವರೇ ಒಂದು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕಳೆದ ವಿಧಾನಸಭಾ ಅಧಿವೇಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈ ಎತ್ತಿನ ಹೊಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇವಲ 8 TMC ನೀರು ಇರೋದು ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ರೆ 24 TMC ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ 100 ಭಾಷಣಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ನಿಜ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ, ಮೊದಲು ಆರಂಭ ಆದಾಗ ಅದರ ವೆಚ್ಚ 8,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು 24,000 ಕೋಟಿ ತಿಂದು ತೇರಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ 15 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ TVR ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ NBTIಗೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಮಗೆ ಆತಂಕ ಅಂದ್ರೆ TVR ಸರ್ ಅವರ ಕಾಲಜ್ಞಾನ ನೋಡಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಭಯ ನಮಗೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾಲಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೇಳುದು ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಿವೇಜ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ಯಾವಾಗ ಎತ್ತಿನಹೊಳೆ ಮೇಲೆ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಹೋಯ್ತು, ಅವಾಗ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸಿವೇಜ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಏನು ತ್ಯಾಜ್ಯ ನೀರಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನ 2 ಹಂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಶುದ್ಧೀಕರಣ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ STPಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಳೆ ಡಬ್ಬಗಳು ಒಂದು 10 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಒಂದೊಂದು 15 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎನ್ವಿರಾನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಹೇಳಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು 20 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ STPಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ತಂದು ಕೋಲಾರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ, ಇವಾಗ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ತುಮಕೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೂ ಸಹ ತುಂಬಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲವನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು 3,500-4,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಏನಕ್ಕೆ? ಪೈಪ್ ಲೈನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ನಾಟ್ ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡಿಂಗ್ ದ STPs. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಅದನ್ನ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ ಇದೆ, CPHEO ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್. ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು 2013ರಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರದ ನೀರನ್ನ ನೀವು ಬೇರೆ ಮರಿಯು ಬಳಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಟರ್ಷರಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ STPಗಳನ್ನು ಅಪ್ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಯಾವ ಡಿನೈಟ್ರಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್, ಡಿಫಾಸ್ಫರಸ್, ಆಮೇಲೆ 20 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಓಪನ್ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಹರಿಸಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇಂಥ ಮಾನದಂಡಗಳನ್ನ ಗಾಳಿಗೆ ತೋರಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ಟ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಹರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆವಾಗ TVR ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನೋಡಿ, ಕಾಲಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರೊಂದು ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ, ಇವರ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ. ಏನು ಬೆಳಂದೂರು, ವರ್ತೂರು ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಹಾಳಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಕೋಲಾರ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರದ ಕೆರೆಗಳು ಹಾಳಾಗ್ತವೆ. ಕೋಲಾರ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಕೆರೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬಣ್ಣ ಬದಲಾಗಿದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ವಾಸನೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೈಸಿಂತ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಜೊಂಡು ಅದು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಬರಿಗಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಆ ಕೆರೆ ಕಲುಷಿತ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬರಿಗಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣುವಂತ ಒಂದು ಇಂಡಿಕೇಶನ್. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಭಯ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಲಾರ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳು ಮುಂದೆ ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಹಬ್ಬು, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಹಬ್ಬು ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಬೇಕ್ರಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಿಡ್ನಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಬೇಕ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹೊರತು ಈ ಅಪಾಯವನ್ನ ತಡೆಯುವಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಾಲದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ TVR ಸರ್ ಅವರು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಸಹ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿ IISCಗೆ ಪತ್ರ ಬರೀತಾನೆ ಒಬ್ಬ. ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವ್ ಏನೇನೋ ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಮಾಡಿ 1,000 ಕೋಟಿ ತಿನ್ನಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ TVR ಅವರು ಬಂದು ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಕಲ್ಲು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಬಾಬು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜಲಮೂಲಗಳನ್ನ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆರೆಗಳನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ನಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಧಿಸುವುದಾದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ಇದ್ರ ಕಡೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡದೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಕೇವಲ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೋಲಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರ ಅಥವಾ ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗಿ ಉಳಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನೇನು ಬೆಳಿತೀವಿ, ಹಾಲು, ಹಣ್ಣು, ತರಕಾರಿ, ಸೊಪ್ಪು, ದವಸ ಧಾನ್ಯ ಏನೇನು ಬೆಳಿತೀವಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಚಿಕ್ಕಪ್ಪಂದಿರೋ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ದೊಡ್ಡಪ್ಪಂದಿರೋ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು, ಬಂಧು ಬಳಗ ಯಾರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಳ್ವಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೊಳ್ಳೆ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಸಹ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀರಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಅವತ್ತು ತಿನ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುದ್ಧವಾದಂತ ನೀರು, ಶುದ್ಧವಾದಂತ ಆಹಾರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಇದರಿಂದ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಪಾಯ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಹಣ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಬದುಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ನೀರು ಮತ್ತು ಆಹಾರವನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಇದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ದೇಶಕ್ಕೂ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರಿಂದನೇ ನಾವು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಎಚ್ಚರಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನ ಪಾಲಿಸಬೇಕು. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ವಿನಂತಿಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಒಂದು ಏನು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನ ಬಹಳ ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ತಗೊಂಡು, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಕೇವಲ ಕೋಲಾರ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಗ್ರಾಮಾಂತರಕ್ಕೆ ನೆಲೆಸಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ತುಮಕೂರಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅತ್ತಿಬೆಲೆಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ, ಧಾರವಾಡ, ಮೈಸೂರು, ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಟೈರ್ ಸಿಟೀಸ್ ಇದೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಸಿವೇಜ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ಆ ಪೈಪ್ ಲೈನ್ ಲಾಬಿ ನಾವು ಆ ಕೆರೆ ತುಂಬಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಈ ಕೆರೆ ತುಂಬಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಕೋಟಿ ತಿನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸನ್ನದ್ಧರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಈಗಲೇ ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ತುಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಇಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ರೆಸಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮೇಕರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತ ವಿನಂತಿಯನ್ನ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಸಮಯ ಮುಗಿದಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಬೆಲ್ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬೆಲ್ ಹೊಡೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಗೌರವ ಅಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು
So Anjane Reddy, please. Thank you. Very. Yeah. Please come. We request Vivek Karwaj to hand over this place. Sudhira, please.
Good evening all. I'm Sudhira. I guess we can also safely claim I've been one of the longest member of the TVRAMACHANDRA lab. I was there in and out between 2000 and 2010. So somebody called me super senior. I think I'm eligible for that. Of course, now is also there. Get another super senior. Alright, with that, I quickly give a talk on geospatial data and methods for water resource management. I guess this is more of a generic one, but I also kind of take you through what applications we have been trying to make use of using satellite remote sensing and all of it. How many of you have heard of satellite remote sensing satellites? All of you? Or most of you? Very nice. Do you know what is happening at the moment? So as I speak now, or as you are also listening now, there are literally thousands of satellites that are going around the Earth. And as I speak, they are taking photographs from space. Can you imagine? So all of you have seen some mobile phones and all of it, right? Some of you have how many pixel camera? 15 megapixel, yeah, or more or less, whatever, right? But it's just that one snap that you take. Now imagine there are these thousands of satellites taking such images in multiple bands. So when I say multiple bands, it's not like what we are seeing in normal thing, right? Like visible region, which is like blue, green, red. So there are different bands, but what I want to really tell you is that such data has been collected for over 40 years now, and there are, like I said, bunch of satellites that are there already up. India has also been part of it. Globally, European Space Agency, NASA, Japan, Canadian Space Agency, bunch of them have been there out there, and literally there are, like I said, thousands of them. Now, one of the most popular ones has been the Landslide. So it has been operational since 1973, and there have been different variants of it. that is going on. And as you can see there have been different snapshots of like how you would take a photograph, right? So they have taken these photographs or like images on the globe of the entire globe over years, right? Like from 1973. Can you imagine when is 1973? 50 years ago, right? So, and yet Landslide is an ongoing program and it is kind of doing a lot of data collection and so on. Similarly, as you can see, in the similar sense, we have a bunch of other satellites, right? And like I told you, there are now literally thousands of them for different applications. So, one of the things is that, like I said, each data, right, each image that it takes, it is a stack of multiple images, like you see there. So it can be in different bands. So it could be like blue, green, red, near infrared, or short-wave infrared, and so on. And I'll skip this, but essentially I want you to get an idea that it is not just one image, it is a stack of images. And each stack of images are kind of used there and kind of used for analysis. So what we do, what we have been doing largely is using this data for a long time. So about 20 years ago when I started handling satellite data, one such stack used to be 400 MB zip file. Now the moment you unzip it and start looking at it, it will be 1 GB or 1.5 GB in no time, right? So what is happening today is that we are no longer using such things like downloading such data or anything like that. Thanks to something called as, like one of them is Google Earth Engine, which I'll talk about it in a bit. Now, in the last session, if you see the last two presentations that they presented on ecosystem services, also for Northern Western Ghats and Southern Western Ghats, I gather they also use Google Earth Engine. So, what Google Earth Engine does is something phenomenal. As in, we have on the same lines, Amazon's also AWS Earth is there, but Google Earth Engine is something. How many of you have heard of Google Earth Engine? Google Earth or Google Earth Engine? Google Earth? Do you know what Google Earth Engine is? Google Earth Engine is slightly different from Google Earth that you may have seen. So what it is doing is it is storing enormous amount of data. It's like greater than 50 petabytes, including all imagery and weather and whole bunch of things. Thanks to Google, they are putting it all on their computational infrastructure. When I say computational infrastructure, they have built servers that are easily larger than any of the buildings or all the buildings here in Murgilli. Can you imagine? Their servers are larger than all the buildings here. As in, that's the kind of data infrastructure that Google is supporting today. And what it is doing is it is doing it in two things. One, storage for all the satellite data. Two, for all the computation. Remember I told you when 20 years ago when I started, I was in this room number called 213 and we had this Akshaya machine. And that was supposed to be the powerful machine. And mind you, even in that, if I had to process any satellite data, it used to take a while because of the processor and the RAM. Like even we hadn't heard of like 16 GB RAM then. It was like 2 GB, 4 GB or something like that. 16 GB was like either you had to go to a supercomputer center that was next door to. But what is happening now is that all of this is available out there, and for academic purposes or research purposes, it is all free. Right? All I need to now know is how to access them and work with it. So I have access to all the satellite data that is there, all the computational things that Google provides. One can use it all on the fly, and I don't need to actually think of using my system, whether my system graphics card is good or RAM is good, or do I have so much space in my laptop or nothing. You can do this anywhere sitting in the world as long as you have access to Google Earth Engine. Like
basically, I work from a place called Gubi, which is smaller than Dignitary. And I'm able to do all of this, right? So what it allows is, it gives you a very powerful JavaScript API, and like, all you need is just to know some bit of coding. Don't worry on the coding, because none of us have done coding naturally, and we've all picked it up. So what it allows you to do is that typically during monsoon here, right, we have cloud cover and satellite data. I can unmask it. As in, I can run a mask filter and kind of clear out all the cloud cover and bunch of things. And what you see here is called as a blue marble. This is, in ideal world, Earth will never be cloud free. Right? This is a collection of tiles of the entire Earth where you have got cloud free images. Like I said, in an ideal world, there is no place on Earth where it will be cloud free in one snapshot like this. So what we see is a collection of cloud free such tiles that they have been picked up and assembled together. So all of this is something that you can pull out from Google Earth Engine, accessing different data and kind of do that. So there are a bunch of things one can do. Like, one of the fun things that you can do is create time lapses. So you can look at what is happening things at a global scale. And remember, things that we can do on Earth Engine is not local. Like, I don't need to, like, even for the examples that we saw in the previous sessions, right? Looking at only Uttar Kannada or Western Ghats and things like that, we don't necessarily need to restrict things anywhere like that, because now with Google Earth Engine infrastructure available, there is no limit to your imagination. You can do it at a global scale. There are a bunch of things, like you can monitor rivers, you can monitor urban growth, you can look at what is happening with respect to deforestation, things like that. So you can access all of this on Earth Engine time lapse itself. So these are some of these have been already ready. So what is happening there is Earth Engine allows you to access all 35 plus years of data, over 5 billion scenes of Landsat and Sentinel available. I can't tell this number of pixels because it's too huge and you can't imagine that, as in that's the scale of things. The best thing of Google Earth Engine, apart from its computational infrastructure, is access to data. Like, unfortunately, Indian data set is not there, but you have access to Landsat, Sentinel, MODIS, whole bunch of vector data, terrain and land cover data, weather and climate data. So you have GLDAS, you have Terra Climate at a global scale. So there are a bunch of data sets that are there. And all of this is accessible through Google Earth Engine. And this is something that you can pull things. If you like, you just need to know how to write or edit a bit of code, as in that's like English language. You don't need to be today in the age of GPTs. You don't need to be coding. You need to know you need to only learn asking the right question, right prompts. So you just have to type. If you want to look at reflectance, you will already get a pop-up. So this is the basic infrastructure, like interface there that you have, and you can see what it is happening. So like I said, the data's enormity of data, right? Earlier we were like, we would be really bogged down even just to look at one scene of Landsat and work with it. But today you are no longer bogged down with such large data set, and you can really look at things. You have daily MODIS data composites, terrain. You can also code and create visualizations based on that. You can look at atmosphere data. Sentinel provides you a bunch of things, like particularly on synthetic aperture radar data, which is at a 10-meter resolution. And literally, like I think about 4 or 5 days before today, I can access Sentinel-1 data. Like if today is 17th, likely I will have a Sentinel data around 10th or 12th October 2024. Right? That is like just 5 days before. And some of the Sentinel-1 data are very useful to particularly monitor water spread areas and things like that, and they are fantastic. As in, the good part of Sentinel-1 is it's a radar data, so it's not affected by cloud cover. So since it is not an optical data and it is radar data, cloud cover doesn't affect it. So it's available all through the monsoon.
And to particularly look at water spread areas and look at flood inundation and all of it, Sentinel-1 is really fantastic. So there are a bunch of things, maybe I'll skip this part. And like I've been telling, the best part of Google infrastructure, Earth engine infrastructure is you can do on-the-fly computation. It runs a batch computation. So to give you a perspective of things, you see number of chairs here, right? Like if I see there are number of chairs here. What Google has done is it has so many servers distributed across in different locations. And when I say it has to do an analysis for, let's say, Karnataka or India scale, it will segment each portion and send each of them to different servers. Like let's say there are 300 chairs, it will be sent to all 300 chairs, it distributes the task. And within fraction of second, each servers which are very well configured, they will process and get you back. So you are not depending on one server to do like a large chunk of like processing some 100 GB of data. You are able to kind of do it in like really no time. And that's the beauty of Earth engine there. This is the basic interface. It's kind of looks overwhelming at large, but it's super. As in, once you start using it, you'll be like really fantastic. There have been a bunch of publications because that's what they say now. Like you're not focused on like smaller things now. You're looking at planetary scale geospatial analysis for everyone. And Google has opened it up for everyone, and particularly for research and individual users, it is very free. November 13th, there is a deadline sort of for research organizations to kind of take over or to like say what projects they have to do, but it's going to be free. Some publications based on this, there have been some phenomenal publications and all of it. But what I would like to bring you is some applications that we have also been working through. This is something that will be very soon available through Karnataka Water Resource Information System. You will be able to access it on water.karnataka.gov.in. So Karnataka state government under the Integrated Water Resource Management project is coming up with what is called as Karnataka Water Resource Information System. And part of it we have an application to delineate catchments and estimate yield. And what you can do, so this is one interface I'm showing you that has been done on Earth engine. There is another application that will also be done otherwise. But what you can do is you can select areas based on watershed, subbasin, or a basin level. Look at rainfall data for last year, last 10 years, last 20 years, or last 30 years, and estimate yield. So this morning, I just tried to look at south of Mundbudri, what is the catchment area here, as in watershed. And this says based on the area here, the kind of yield that we can get here is anywhere, when I look at it as an average catchment, about 67 TMC per year. So I can do this analysis for any place in Karnataka now, in this application, but because of the way I have written the application, but that does not limit me to do it anywhere else. As in, you can try to look at it for any place in that sense. The other thing is there is this global surface water mapping layers. This will also be on KRS 3.0 or the water.karnataka.gov.in. These layers also will allow you to kind of look at different set of things. What I have shown here is only the water occurrence, but there are multiple layers that are there. And these are like from 1994 to 2021, 1984 to 2021. It shows what seasonal water was there, where, and all of it. All of this is kind of now pulled in and presented for Karnataka.